Christ returns, speaks his truth. Letter 5. I, the Christ, am writing this letter 5 to clearly define the hidden reality, which I also refer to as the universal and divine, to help you stretch your minds to understand that whilst you are an individual, that which has given you being and individuality is itself universal, eternal, infinite, everywhere without beginning or end. For the sake of those people who have chosen to read letter 5 before my earlier letters describing my life and true teaching on earth, I will make a further statement that my true Jesus Christ self must not in any way be confused with the Jesus recorded in the New Testament. Since my original teaching in the form of the four Gospels have been distributed worldwide and grossly misinterpreted, it is my intention to begin teaching truth of existence by explaining the true meaning of my original terminology as quoted in the Gospel. This is necessary to dispel and eventually eradicate from people's consciousness the misunderstanding which have persisted in misinformed generations of spiritual seekers since my life on earth. When on earth, to describe the reality behind and within existence, I deliberately coined the term the Father when referring to God. This was done for two reasons. Firstly, as I explained in letter 1, when I received enlightenment in a desert, I was enabled to see that the concepts describing the Creator of the universe as revealed by the Jewish prophets were completely wrong. Secondly, I was given to perceive clearly and fully understand the true nature of the Creator, and I realized that I was a nature of parenting, of fulfilling the needs of creation in clear-cut, specific ways which were synonymous with those of father-mother. Indeed, I saw that the parenting impulses present in all living creatures had been drawn directly from the Creator, and at the origin of all love and parenting drives also the origin of life and existence itself. I also saw that creation was a visible manifestation of the universal creative impulses of being, and therefore humankind could be termed the offspring of the Creator. For this reason, it was quite natural for me to speak of the Father when referring to the Creator, since to me this is what the Creator truly is in every way, more especially father-mother, but having regard to the Jewish insistence on the woman occupying a subordinate position in their daily lives, I referred only to the Father, to avoid Jewish resistance and to gain their acceptance of the new terminology. I also coined the term the Father to help the Jews realize that their concept of Jehovah and the rigidity of Jewish law was totally erroneous. Also by using a new terminology, the Father, to describe the Creator, the creative impulse, behind and within existence, I made it clear I had brought an altogether new teaching in opposition to the accepted belief in a God, which rejected certain people and sent disasters upon them as retribution. I want you to understand fully that nowhere has it been made clear in your New Testament that I brought a teaching completely opposed to the teaching in the Old Testament, and therefore the New Testament, as a true record of my life and teaching, cannot be trusted or accepted as believed. A true and accurate record of my personality, enlightened nature, emotional attitudes, and teaching themselves would have made it abundantly clear that the old Judaic forms of religion and my enlightened teachings were diametrically opposed in every way. The Judaic religion was one of the extreme materialistic concepts. There are certainly writings from which spirituality enlightened Jews drew and continue to draw a mystical perception of our source of being. They are to be greatly honored and respected for their transcendent states of mind. But as the prophets reached the average man and women, their writings transmitted a different, controlling message, which is purely human and false. No control for good or evil is exercised from a God above. If there were, the world would be not in such a shocking state of upheaval and misery. I brought a new teaching which was directed exclusively at making people aware of universality and love, the indwelling nature as well as the transcendent nature of that which brought all creation into visible manifestation. It is my purpose to make this abundantly clear, to enable seekers of truth to rid themselves of any remnant of belief that I was merely a prophet in a long line of Jewish prophets, that I continued preaching their themes of an almighty Jehovah possessing ambivalent feelings towards his own creation. Fear of Orthodox Jews kept my disciples in line with what they had decided they would tell the public about me. You must remember that to gain new Jewish adherents to Christianity, they were afraid to discard the Old Testament, since it had held the Jews together for centuries. Therefore they extracted and added on from my teaching whatever was compatible with the old religious belief. My genealogy was listed to reassure Jewish people I had descended from King David. Why should they bother with this unless they wanted to make it clear that I was very much a Jew of ancient lineage and therefore could be a candidate for Messiahship? If they truly understand what I had come on earth to do, to break away from the past and lay the foundations for an altogether new future of understanding and activity, they would have made valiant efforts to make certain that people understand the true purpose which drove me to the day of my death. But they did not do this. They obscured much of what I tried to teach. A strong-hearted disciple of mine, Stephen, was less afraid to speak about my true teaching, although these also had been embroidered, but even so, he was stoned to death. You must understand that life for my disciples was precarious, and it was a little wonder that my true teaching was covered over with traditional thinking to make it more palatable to the public. Even so, there will be fierce disputations when I say that Christianity only presents a record of some of my statements and healings which are not in too much conflict with Judaic teaching. It is a religion coined by my early disciples and by Paul after his induction in Antioch, to keep the Jews together as far as possible and to bring Gentile converts into the fold. Expediency then became a facet of Christian thought. This is the truth of my life and death on earth. Disputations will arise because people hold on to cherished beliefs and surrender them only with the pain experienced by those who lose their dearest possessions. Nonetheless, dear as the beliefs may be to people, they are only belief. They are not a sure foundation of which build new lives. Now that I am returning to you through the medium of these letters, I am again making every attempt possible, within the parameters of your human perception, to describe for you the reality, your source of being, which initiated the universe and existence itself. Exactly as 2,000 years before, I have now come through the medium of these letters to lay the foundation for future spiritual evolution during the next millennium. Your spiritual development can only arise out of your deeper perceptions and understanding of the nature of existence and of that which brought you into being. For what you clearly perceive creates the conditions under which you live. Because you have not understood your true spiritual origins, humankind is continually embroiled in wars and has spawned earthly conditions, which are both a disgrace to human consciousness and a source of human suffering of every kind. For this reason, I am radiating the full power of my Christhood consciousness to bring the truth of existence to you in a kind of modern, understandable terminology, to enable you to construct a new consciousness and realization of truth as it really is, rather than allow you to continue adhering to those false beliefs you have been taught or have been brought to you by tradition. With usage and understanding, the terminology will come to arouse in you the same or more reverence and love and spiritual insight as you previously felt when using the word God. Loaded with universal meaning, the more appropriate terminology will eventually fill you with spiritual power when you use and visualize the meaning of the words. I am here to tell you that when you have purified your consciousness of the gross human thoughts and feelings pertaining to the ego drive, and persevere in meditation and lifting up of your consciousness to the universal, you will begin to feel the spiritual power invading your mind and eventually your whole body. Therefore, my teachings are exclusively directed at assisting you to open your consciousness to newness of life, vitality, and spiritual power, that you may abandon your old way of limited and dissatisfied living and find a new source of inner joy and fulfillment of your every need. Think about this statement. I have not brought you any shoulds or should nots, or frustrating restrictions you yourselves do not want to impose on yourself. I have certainly come to tell you how your consciousness forms have life within them, and eventually manifest in your world, but I leave it to your good sense to choose the healthy thoughts, the loving action, and the right path leading to joy and fulfillment when you realize the true nature of creation. I have also come with the full force of my Christ power to help you realize that there are no barriers between you and that which brought you into being, only those you have created yourself through ignorance of the laws of existence. I have come to help you remove the barriers by enlightening your present ignorance and teaching you how to open your consciousness, your entire being, to the inflow of that which brought you into being. Therefore, I repeat, in the final analysis, my teachings are exclusively directed at assisting you to open your consciousness to newness of life, vitality, and spiritual power, that you may abandon your old way of limited and dissatisfied living and find a new source of inner joy and fulfillment of your every need. I long for you with divine love to reach a supreme state of being before you pass into the next dimension, that your passing may be painless and your transition one of sublime anticipation. This is the sole motivating purposes behind the letters. The above statement is a more compelling and powerful rephrasing of the statement I made when on earth. Seek first the kingdom of heaven, and all good things will be added to you. I did not make this statement to entice people to be good. I stated a fact of existence. You must also understand fully and clearly that which you call God, and I refer to as universal, possesses none of the human attributes attributed to it by many religions. The human characteristics of anger, threats, and punishment, for instance, only pertain to the human condition. Again I repeat, I, the Christ, have come down to dictate these letters expressly to disinvest people's minds of the former human word pictures coined by prophets. It is my firm intention to replace them with descriptions of the power, the universal consciousness which really creates, moves within, and supports the visible universe and all other dimensions beyond your present perception and comprehension. I am also here to tell you these further universes or dimensions will be opened and will become accessible to your consciousness when the knowledge outlined in these letters is absorbed and made the very fabric of your individualized consciousness. Eventually, death will come to mean a happy transition from a limited dimension of existence to a brighter and more powerful one. You will know that when you are adequately spiritually cleansed and the time is ripe to emerge from the capsule of your body, you will leave, relieved to be free of physical limitations, to enter a dimension of love and beautiful and wondrous beingness. You will perceive death to be what it can be, really is for the enlightened soul, a glorious transition, a gift of greater life, greater creativity, and an experience of ecstatic being you have not yet dreamed of. I also want to make it clear that many people believe that they can live fruitful and fulfilled lives by following the hundreds of various teachers of positive thinking. Changing your consciousness, they say, will change your life. This is true to a limited extent, but spiritually evolving seekers, such a change in consciousness still leaves a dryness of spirit and a yearning for something more. That something more that the soul craves is a true contact and reunion with its source of being. Whilst you may drawn a certain amount of spiritual growth by following the path of perceiving only the good, the truthful and loving, you remain an entity functioning alone in your own earthbound domain, unassisted by the eternal, infinite universal. Once you realize the nature of the universal and turn your thoughts to making true contact with it, you begin to realize you are no longer alone. You are supported by the reality which supports the universe. And when I say, make true contact with it, I mean that the prayer of supplication for this benefit or that is not making true contact with your source of being. Your prayer is certainly received into the source of being, and an answer is frequently received swiftly, and the need is fulfilled, even as you have asked. But true contact with the source of your being is only experienced when you have sufficiently cleansed your consciousness of the gross human ego, and have spent some time in meditation and a regular, emotionally powerful reaching out in consciousness to your source, seeking contact and renewal of refreshment of spirit. This is the true purpose beyond existence, a constant and mutual reciprocation of communication between the source of all being and creation. Here I would remind you that when I lived on earth, I made it abundantly clear every day to the Jews that, of myself alone I could do nothing. I constantly stated that it is the Father that does the work, not I. I have come at this time to enable you to make the transition from the earthbound human consciousness to that of enlightenment when a person knows that he or she finally knows the truth of being. Undoubtedly, deeply religious people, indelibly indoctrinated with religious dogma and theology, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, or belonging to any other religious persuasion, will find it difficult, even painful at first, to accept and make good use of these letters. For a conditioned and programmed mind is like concrete. Cherished beliefs, used as talismans, emotional support and affirmations to give strength in times of crisis, are emotionally imprinted in the subconscious, and usually incorporate in them a fear of offending God when contemplating moving or to some higher truth. Unless there is a sincere longing to know the truth of being, rather than traditional beliefs, these mental patterns are almost impossible to annihilate in the mind and emotions, and they block true spiritual progress. I have come expressly to help those who have the will to do so, move beyond these barriers to true enlightenment. Therefore, if you feel intuitively that the words on these pages are truth, and you feel drawn to them, Have confidence you are ready to begin the spiritual journey outlined in these letters, and I am at hand to give you the courage to pursue it until you reach your goal. True spiritual enlightenment, newness of life, strength of will, and a finding of what I termed the kingdom of heaven. Daily, sincere meditation and prayer will enable a mental cleansing to take place, and gradually, truth and understanding will replace the old myth, which were so dear to you. At the outset of the following teaching, I, the Christ, must remind you that yours is not a solid universe. As you probably know, according to your scientists, solid matter, the visible substance of the world, is really composed of energy particles. The truth of being of your earthly dimension rests on this fundamental reality of creation. To understand my teaching regarding the truth of being, it is necessary to grasp this fundamental seeming emptiness underlying all your created world. The majority of you know this fact of existence intellectually, but it is not yet even remotely filtered through to your consciousness to give you a new perspective of the world and existence itself. You continue, as you have done for millennia, thinking that your world is solid and the conditions of the body and all other external phenomena are beyond your control. You believe you are the victim of existence, instead of which the reverse is true, and your daily lives reflect these beliefs. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary for me to return and help you move on to higher perception of truth. As I said in Letter 1, after enlightenment in the desert, I came back into my world of Palestine towns and villages and immediately began to control the elements of matter, wherever I saw the necessity to help those who were deprived or suffering. I have come to show you exactly why I was able to do this. As I revealed to you in Letter 1, during the time I received full illumination in the desert, I was shown that matter was not really solid. I was not given to understand exactly how the electrical particles, which I termed the shimmer of motes, took on the appearance of visible matter. I only knew that these motes were moving at higher frequencies of speed within God-mind, and God-mind was therefore universal. I perceived that God-mind was both the creator and substance of all things within creation itself. Of this I was absolutely certain. I also saw very clearly that human thought, when fraught with conviction or emotion, radically affected this process of materialism of visible forms. Therefore, the human mind could and did interfere with the true intention of God-mind. It was a thrilling and exalting realization, since the myth taught me by the Jewish rabbis were clearly false and were immediately swept out of my mind. I embraced the truth with excitement, since I now realized why people experienced misery and suffering. This emanated from their own thought processes. I was also given to see the communities of living particles, which science has termed cells at work within every living being. I was aware of the divine harmony controlling the work of the cells, which were busy building and maintaining the various parts of physical bodies of all living creatures and plant life, big and small. This is why I drew heavily on the countryside to give examples of the immanence and activity of the Father within the least of wildlife, such as plants and birds. As I have clearly explained in letters 1 through 3, I called God-mind the Father because I was unable to see or perceive the true nature of the God-mind, and was determined that when I returned to the people of Palestine to describe the revelations I had received, they would understand that their beliefs imbued in their very consciousness by the rabbis were entirely false. I saw that the true nature of God-mind was the very highest form of divine love, and this could be seen consistently active within every living thing. As I mentioned above, out of this knowledge, I was able to perform miracles and control the elements who were appropriate and necessary. Just as I long to explode the myths which possess the minds of the Jews in Palestine, so do I yearn to show you that many of the theories put forward by your scientists have been prompted by a strong reaction to the church dogma and doctrines in years gone by. To understand this statement, you must realize that until the time of Darwin, whilst the various Christian churches held dominance over the minds of the populace, it was generally accepted that the universe has been created exactly as written in Genesis in the biblical Old Testament. When men of science attempted to announce their discoveries and theories, they were forced to describe their new beliefs in the presence of enormous religious opposition. Consequently, they found it necessary to concentrate much of their mental energy on proving the prophets' pronouncements wrong. In doing so, their agenda caused them to lose clarity of vision, and they also became ego-driven. Thereafter, any intuitive perception proposed by the scientific fraternity was derided and rejected out of hand by other scientists. Because of this mental climate, the pendulum of the search for truth swung solely to an undeviating belief in reason and logic, thus imprisoning the human intellect in materialism for the answers to the origin of life and existence. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary for me to refute some of the scientific theories and show them to be as erroneous as are the so-called truth of Christian doctrine. In arriving at some of these theories, scientists and churchmen alike have dipped into the realms of unproven, preposterous suppositions to answer questions which have previously been unanswerable by the earthly mind only. Having told you that the substance of your material world is basically electrical particles agitated at high speed within space, your science is unable to tell you why such energy particles take on the density and form of matter, except to speak of forces of fusion which happen to create the elements. Science cannot tell you what is the motivating force which draws particles into the form of elements. Neither can science tell you from whence such energy particles originally came, except to say that they were released during the time of the Big Bang, which they believe gave the first impetus to creation. Why a sudden Big Bang? Of what? What was the motivating factor behind it? Science speaks about electromagnetism, but cannot say from whence such energies which appear and disappear. Where do they go? Why do they come back? From the human perspective, there appears to be no intelligible activity within or beyond its work. Science says that electromagnetism just is a simple fact of existence, yet it produces highly purposeful and intelligent work in the form of millions of billions of substances of which your universe is made. So how does this happen? There is nothing that electromagnetism has brought into visible being which the human mind can deem to be lacking purpose or meaning. Science ignores this most basic and vital level of creation. Without an answer to this question as to why everything which has been brought into visible manifestation by the activity of the twin energies of electromagnetism is invariably purposeful, successful, and rational, nothing of any value in the search for your origin will be discovered. Until science can probe and discover the reality of the space in which electrical particles of visible being are supported, science will forever remain behind locked doors of materialism. It will be barred to eternal truth and universal wisdom and imprisoned within the bondage of reason alone, reason which is solely the product of the finite activity of brain cells. It is to the true nature of the space I intend to introduce you, but before proceeding to this, I must first bring many highly pertinent questions to your attention. Down the ages, much of the work produced by electromagnetism has appeared to the mind, vision, and touch of living entities as being solid, unchangeably durable. Metals, wood, rocks, living entities were all believed to be composed of solid, inanimate, or living matter. With such a belief in a solid universe, it is only natural that the mystical prophets of old should have envisaged a mighty individual possessing enormous powers in creating all the solid substances of the universe. In visualizing such a mighty individual, it was only natural they should perceive a kingly figure of universal control, possessing a retribute nature when confronted with the behavior of mankind which created a turbulent society. Neither prophets of old nor science of today has been near to the truth of existence. Both have completely missed the truth. Science says that life began in some unexplained way. A correct combination of chemical reactions produced a molecule capable of making copies of itself by triggering further chemical reactions. Such a description of the enormous and teeming complexity of power of the life force as being discernible because it is capable of replicating itself reveals the basic impoverishment of scientific perception and thought which produce such a theory. Furthermore, the suggestion that such a combination of inanimate chemicals could get together in a specific way accidentally to produce such an astounding result of self-replication remains unquestioned scientifically. This is because the finite human mind, even though scientific, cannot deal with such a strange eventuality of uninitiated self-replication. It is too suggestive of a magical occurrence, of some intervention from an unimaginable source which scientific men dare not contemplate for fear of ridicule. This sheep-like acquiescence is considered more scientific than producing inspired theories blocked by the materialistic laws science has established for itself. This block to future scientific progress will prevent science properly investigating the realm of mind and spirit until some enlightened scientist defies convention and dares to cross the borderline between the seen and the unseen. prophets of old, if presented with a theory of molecular self-replication, would have no difficulty with such a magical occurrence, and would say that God made the chemical combinations and imbued them with life. That would not be the right explanation either. It is this old religious concept of God on high, creating from afar, which is blocking the man of science from moving forward to more spiritually aware reflections. Therefore, despite science's seeming emancipation from age-old doctrines, it is still as mentally bound and hindered by fears of ancient Cybelus as in the 19th century. It adopts its ridiculous theories because it has not yet perceived the reality of our source of being behind and within the living molecules. Continuing its story of creation, science states that after the self-manufacture of living molecules capable of replicating themselves, they form themselves into a living cell, so small it cannot be seen by the naked eye, which became the building block for all the multiplexity of living organisms, including plants, insects, reptiles, birds, animals, and man himself. Therefore, all living things have a common ancestor, the first living molecule. Science cannot explain why the self-replicating molecules combine themselves into a living cell. It remains a mystery to the science of this day. The living cell, your scientists tell you, is endlessly repeated in a billion differing forms. It is the building block of the visible universe. How can this be? What impulse motivates such replication? Science cannot say. Entrenched in its own blindness, it has dragged people down into materialistic blindness with it. And now the first living cell deserves the undivided attention of anyone seriously seeking the spiritual dimension and the mainspring of existence, because the first living molecule and the first living cell are the very first evidence of some intelligent activity within matter within the universe. The foremost feature displaying sense and sensibility is the function of the membrane which covers the cell, giving it protection and individuality. Think about this miraculous phenomena. The cell takes in, from the environment, only selected nourishment through the membrane. Not only does the cell take in the right nutrition, but having utilized the nutrition, the cell rids itself of the waste through the permeable membrane. You should ask yourself how the purely physical membrane of the cell, invisible to the eye, can distinguish and select the correct nourishment to enhance its well-being, and then exercise sufficient discernment to rid itself of unwanted toxic matter. Do you not see a high degree of purposefulness within this activity, and can you believe that such purposefulness is accidental? And is not purpose the very hallmark of intelligence? Not only this, the membrane of the cell continues to do this work of selection of nutrition and discarding of waste in the billion different circumstances and conditions relating to survival within different species and different environments. Is this not evidence of purposefulness displayed within every single action of every single species, be it insects, plants, reptiles, birds, animals, and human beings? Could you not describe the universe as being the consistent and undeviating impulse of purposefulness made visible within the realm of visible matter? Is the spirit of purposefulness a physical element or one of consciousness? And if you can accept that purposefulness is an undeniable creative impulse behind existence, then can you move on to the next perception of your universe as being the visible manifestation of an intelligent appraisal of cause and effect, clearly evident within living matter? For if the living cell can select the right nourishment and also provide for the elimination of toxic waste, this simple activity displays an awareness of the need for digestion and also foresees the resultant buildup of toxic waste, and the need for the elimination of such waste to ensure the continued health of the cell. Is this not a clear indication of an intelligent appraisal of cause and effect? Furthermore, science says that the cell contains a nucleus, which might be likened to the brain of a human being since it conveys messages, and its most important function is the storage of information. The library which contains not just the details relating to one cell, but of the whole body in which it resides. In fact, on investigation by science, it would appear that the cell itself is a system of chemical messages, carried out in a purposeful, intelligent, and intelligible way. How could this happen if the origins of the cell's molecule were only inanimate chemical elements? Would you dispute that beyond every messenger with a message to convey, there is intelligent thought or consciousness? And behold, how accurate are the messages transferred from cell to cell to ensure the accurate replication of certain species for millions of years. At what point in creation, then, did consciousness creep into living organisms? And how did intelligent thought, which weighs and decides, come into the field of unconscious inanimate matter? Without inherent consciousness, how can so much informed and informing activity take place in a cell invisible to the living eye? Is not such activity the product of consciousness or awareness, proving the presence of intelligent life in its lowest denomination? Furthermore, a single living cell, in the form of a bacterium, can move about on its own and live its own specialized, frequently exciting life within the environment, or as a virus doing its deadly specialized work of attacking specific targets within living organisms. Alternately, the cell may be fixed within an organism, carrying out its own highly important work of construction and maintenance of some part of the organism. Such work produces living material exactly suited and necessary to the living organ on which it works, be it parts of the human body, or an animal life or plant, such as human toes and spleen, or an animal fur, tusks, fish scales and feathers of a bird, or bark of tree and foliage of branches, or petals and stalk of flowers, or antennae of butterflies and their gauzy wings, the reptilian skin of crocodile and their teeth, the eyes of squid and their skins which change color according to the need of camouflage. Each of these completely diverse and seemingly unrelated physical phenomena are created by the individual, specialized work of billions and billions and billions of identical living cells. On contemplating the magnitude and diversity of the work accompanied by a simple living cell invisible to the naked eye, can you believe in a mechanistic universe? It would be possible to do so if the matter produced by such cells was illogical, offering no plausible purpose beyond or reason for its existence, devoid of personal consciousness. But this is not so. These identical living cells work together in harmony within man or beast to make a liver, with its multiple duties within a body, to create an intricate eye, having its own specific purpose of putting the entity into direct and intelligent touch with its environment, incorporating the assistance of the brain, or strong bones expressly and intricately designed in conjunction with tendons and muscles, to unite with others in such convenient ways as to enable full and supple movement of the entity. Furthermore, the cells never intrude on each other's work. When creating a kidney, they do not suddenly make an ear. When creating hair, they do not suddenly launch into making skin. No, cells create the scalp, and the self-same skins create the hair. The only difference between skin and hair cells is the work they do, second by second, throughout a lifetime. Why? What is the motivating and inspiring factor? Accident? What organizing intelligence set the entire process of creation in motion from the most fundamental level of the formation of simple elements out of free electrical particles within space? The combining of elements to form chemicals, the correct combination of specific chemicals to form a living molecule, the correct combination of living molecules to make a living cell which can take in nutrition, excrete waste, build according to clear-cut specifications, move about and sustain this enormous edifice of creation constantly through billions of years. Not only this, but what is the motivating force which is designed and successfully evolved within living systems and entities, billions and billions of different ways in which to fertilize seeds of every kind, whether they be those of plants, insects, reptiles, birds, animals, or human beings, evolving for each an intelligent system of procreation suited to climatic conditions, the production of vegetation and environment, in order to ensure survival? Is not survival also evidence of intelligent, purposeful activity? And having accomplished this great feat of creativity, should you not question how it is that every living species has its own individualistic way of rearing its young and protecting it, as far as possible, until the young are capable of survival on their own? Is this not love for creation, active in its highest form? You cannot move on from this analysis of what the human intelligence has to say about the origins of life and creativity, without mentioning the all-important molecules, DNA, which are said to carry the plan for the whole organism, plant or baby. Furthermore, these DNA molecules give the instructions to the cell, informing them that they should build according to the chromosomes deposited by the seed. Yes, indeed, in place of intelligence, science has given you the DNA molecules as your source of existence, your supreme leader, your director of creation upon which materialistic, flimsy cells, the whole of creation, must depend for its survival. Behold the glorious DNA, Lord of your creation. From whence did the DNA cell draw their intelligent directional power? Science is quite satisfied now that it has been able to satisfactorily explain why the various species of every kind replicate themselves so accurately and consistently. Science would have you believe that you live in a purely mechanistic universe, that the phenomena of evolution arises out of chance mutations and the survival of the fittest. If you study the various organisms of creation, the multifold and differing activities of related species, can you truly believe in such an unlikely materialistic concept? It has been no mere coincidence that, today, to enable you to discover the vast intelligence behind creation, you have numerous creative people who embark on difficult journeys to explore, determine and photograph the habitats and habits of wild creatures and plants. You are entertained and instructed by feats of facts and photographs of the wonders of the universe. In my time on earth, I had no such marvels to refer to in order to teach the Jews the universal truth of existence. I only had domestic animals and birds to use as examples of the marvelous inventiveness and intelligence and awareness apparent in every living thing. Nowhere has it been written in the Gospels that I referred to a high and mighty Jehovah's Creator, as was customary with the Jewish leaders. No, I turned to the countryside, the flowers and birds, and tried to show my fellow countrymen that they were surrounded by a marvelous and miraculous creation. 2,000 years ago, in your dimension, we lacked your modern scientific background to be able to intelligently observe and explain the activity of what I term the Father everywhere around them. To discover your true source of being, I ask you to take stock of the unimaginable and indescribable complexity and diversity of purposeful work plainly evident in penguins and pigs. Can the human mind replicate any of the most basic activities within, say, the digestive system, which swiftly summons up the requisite enzymes and hormones necessary for digestion? How dare the finite mind, which is incapable of perceiving clearly the true creative process governed by instinctual knowledge, presume to state unequivocally, define contradiction, that it understands the true origins of creation and the forces out of which creation took form? What arrogance! These men can only think according to what their eyes tell them. I view the present scientific ignorance with loving compassion, a degree of amusement, and a great all-consuming passion to puncture their pride. For until someone can penetrate their self-satisfaction and position of infallibility, a true mating of eternal verities in human scientific knowledge can never take place. But it must take place, otherwise human spiritual evolution will remain at a standstill. The scientific mind is too full of finitely devised book lore, accepted formulas and equations, and the need for their fellows' approval to permit mystical penetration by higher intelligence. On my behalf, I ask readers of these letters to form an association to challenge science, and ask at what point in the evolution of the material world is consciousness first discernible. I repeat and mean what I say. Ask the scientist at what point in the evolution of the world is consciousness first discernible in the living cell. If in the living cell, ask whether it is discernible in the living molecules which combine to make a cell and encase itself in such an intelligently designed membrane, permitting the intake of selected food and excretion of toxic waste. How does it recognize toxic waste? And if it should be conceded that consciousness might be present in living molecules, should you not ask whether the chemical properties which became a living molecule might not themselves have possessed consciousness, which eventually impelled and propelled them into the life-giving combinations to make a molecule? And having gone back thus far into the origin of existence, the chemical properties, you must still question why consciousness should only become a viable presence within the chemicals. Why not within the elements in which individually first took shape? And if in the elements, why should it be denied that consciousness propels the electrical particles to form the elements? Is it rational to deny such a possibility? And having reached such a possibility, should you not go further and ask those from whence comes electromagnetism? What is the reality of electricity more than streaks of fierce light now described by science as photons and electrons? And what is the reality of magnetism more than twofold energies of bonding and rejection, energy impulses which have brought stability and order into chaos? Ask science, from whence comes electromagnetism, which is responsible for the most basic steps in the creation of an ordered and orderly universe, of an unimaginable complexity and diversity. I will now attempt to put into your words that which is beyond all words and presently beyond all individualized earthly comprehension. Therefore, the intellect, although it assists the brain to understand intellectually the spiritual realities I am putting before you, it also creates a barrier to true spiritual perception and experience. For this reason, regard the following references to the ultimate universal dimension as only guidelines, ideas, shadow consciousness forms of the reality behind and within your universe. Take each idea, one by one, into meditation. What I am about to explain is entirely within and of consciousness, without parameters and boundaries. If you are sufficiently spiritually evolved to follow me there, beyond the words you will begin to understand spirituality, all I am trying to tell you. The words will guide you towards and then unlock my new vistas of being for you. Persevere. The light will gradually, perhaps imperceptibly, penetrate your mind, and you will have little bursts of insight. There are many who have experienced a little burst of insight, have briefly felt a touch of divine consciousness, and then, hardly daring to continue to believe in such a transcendent moment of awareness, have begun to question, doubt, and finally dispel a little inflow of divine consciousness. Beware you do not do this. Disbelief will set you back, enmesh you in the material plane of existence more than you will ever know. Whatever you are given and able to receive, hold fast to it and do not doubt. Doubt destroys steady progress because it creates its own consciousness forms, which will suppress and even eradicate the insight you had gained previously. Therefore, your choice of thoughts, belief or disbelief, doubt or faith, construct or destroy your progress in your search for truth. Any denial erases from your consciousness the progress which has been previously made. Furthermore, the higher you ascend in spiritual truth, the more powerful do your thoughts become. Therefore, create and hold fast to your own spiritual momentum, and allow no one to intrude and undermine the momentum. Hold firm to your former perception. In times of doubt, cruise along in positive thoughts, using enlightening affirmations, clinging to earlier inspirational guidance when your conscious frequencies of vibrations were higher. By use of your willpower, choosing affirmations containing golden nuggets of spiritual truth. Return to this higher level of consciousness again and again. Do not, through mental laziness, wholly surrender to the ebb and flow of spiritual consciousness energies and become a spiritual seesaw. I cannot emphasize this danger of self-obstruction strong enough. Become actively aware of it. If you know anything of the accounts of my life in Palestine, you will recall that I, too, suffered the phenomena of ebb and flow of spiritual consciousness and found it necessary to absent myself in hills to pray and meditate and renew my spiritual strength. Therefore, understand your dry periods, but do not give way to them by yielding passively to an undesirable change in your attitudes and mental emotional pattern. As you conscientiously draw upon your source of being for new strength and the upliftment of your consciousness frequencies, so will these negative periods be greatly reduced in strength and duration. I repeat, at all times beware how you use your mind. Let your mental activity always be constructive, that I may contribute to your own spiritual growth rather than its constant hindrance. Having said all the above and proceeding to dictate the rest of the letter, the recorder of my words began to question the likely public reception of this letter, because it seemed to her too pragmatic to appeal to people who are accustomed to picturing some magnificent power of being or utterly other, which has given birth to the universe. Indeed, I have made numerous efforts to describe the immensity of the power out of which all things have come. But as I have said, it is impossible for me to describe in human terms the reality of the source of your being. Those spiritually evolved souls who have been lightly infused with divine consciousness report the experience to be utterly beautiful and glorious and entirely unforgettable, but still not describable in human terms. This mystical experience is possible when the frequencies of vibration of the mind are already raised and the entire consciousness is suffused with rays of divine consciousness. It is a condition that involves the feeling more than the intellect and brain cells. In this case, were I to have to infuse my recorder's minds and brain cells with a description of the reality of your source of being, and she has to interpret in words, I have to take care not to interfere too forcefully with the frequencies of vibrations of consciousness in which my recorder's brain cells are working. There have been occasions when it was dangerous to proceed any further, and I have interrupted the working of her computer to break the contact. Before you begin to study, meditate, and absorb the following pages, I want to make it clear to all who read these letters that my purpose in coming through them is first and foremost to dispel the myth which has surrounded my human persona and teaching. It is my intention that religious dogma and doctrine should eventually die a natural death, worldwide, as complete a death as the animal sacrifice in the Temple of Solomon. Secondly, I have also come to help the churches let go their archaic notions of God and sin. No true spiritual progress is possible until the dawning of a clear realization that each person is responsible for the way his or her life develops. Thirdly, I have come to remove from your minds the picture of an almighty God, of magnificence and grandeur, and unlimited active power, who rewards the virtuous and punishes the wicked. These beliefs are wholly erroneous, albeit comforting. Fourthly, I am explaining the truth of being for you, to finally dispel the old concept of God sitting aloft somewhere in heaven, where he is said to have created the world and all that is in a relatively short while. Fifthly, I have come expressly to help science bridge the gulf between universal consciousness and the appearance of electrical particles. Without this bridge between the unseen spiritual dimension and the seen world of matter, science will remain rooted in old ideas and concepts instead of moving forward into new realms of spiritual scientific research for the betterment of mankind. I have also come to show you the true nature of that which brought you into being, gave you individuality. For without this knowledge, which will reveal to you the nature of your dual, yet fully interrelated being, spirit and body, you will also remain rooted in the same level of consciousness as you are at this moment. I want to make it manifestly clear that nothing ever comes from nothing. This is a well-known saying amongst you, and a perfectly true one. However, there is an eternal, infinite, consistent foundation of beingness, and this I am going to reveal to you. You have not been created, you have drawn your being from it. Obviously, you could not have come from something entirely foreign to your own consciousness. I am asking my recorder to choose some mundane, understandable examples. You could not draw a filling for tarts from a vat of treacle and discover they were mincemeat. You could not squeeze an orange and make ginger beer from the juice. You could not fill a balloon with air, pop it, and find it with dripping jelly. All the above examples chosen by my recorder are instances of logic. I want you to realize that your entire universe is a manifestation of logic and consistent logical effects arising out of related causation. Your universe is cause and effect made visible. This is an undeviating principle of existence. If there are instances of deviations, such as paranormal experiences or instantaneous healings, the average person exclaims in astonishment, and science refuses to believe that such a thing is possible. As my explanation deepens, you will eventually understand how such deviations take place, logically and effectually. In other words, these deviations occur according to natural spiritual laws and always serve a necessary purpose. Nowhere is there any mindlessness in creation, even in the ant or gnat, unless the mind of an entity has been born defective or been damaged. Therefore it is clear you live and operate in a physical universe which displays the highest degree of intelligence and purposeful activity within the creation of matter itself. In the physical bodies of all individual entities, from plants to human beings, unfortunately, this high degree of intelligence and purposeful caring is only minimal in the consciousness displayed by the created entities themselves, from plant to human beings. In other words, the bodies in which you conduct your lives, in which you think and feel and do whatever comes to mind, manifest within their physical organs and working parts a very much higher order of intelligence and loving purposes than does your human consciousness. Human interests are mostly wrapped up in the problem of personal daily survival, enjoyment of pleasures, and the emotional physical satisfaction. To achieve these purposes, the majority of people use only the commodities manufactured out of matter. Even the minds of scientists cannot fully unravel the hidden secrets of earthly existence, and despite all their scientific expertise, are as bogged down in the changing forces of existence as are those who have no learning at all. Therefore, it is a logical conclusion that, out of which you have drawn your physical being, is one of immensity, not only of size, but immensity of willpower, the will to self-expression and creativity. Visualize for a moment the size of the material universe, the sun and its heat, the moon, the earth, planet, and solar system, the galaxy of stars, and the fact that all this visible material is totally independent, yet also dependent on the movement of the planetary bodies and subject to universal laws of consistent function and movement. This vast universe has had its origins within, and has been drawn out of, the foundation of your being, and the entirety of life force energy in the universe has been drawn out of that same foundation of being. Therefore, do not be dismayed if in my efforts to analyze for you the spiritual components of your source of being, you find that you recognize that these components are, and to a very, very limited extent, possess the same spiritual components of consciousness yourself. You have drawn all that you are, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, from your source of being. Before I explain to you how this could be, I want you to take certain steps to help your mind absorb the immensity of that out of which you have drawn your being. After you've read the next pages to the end of my letter, take each paragraph individually into meditation and visualization, for only in this way will the words begin to grow in realization and take on the spiritual reality of their true meaning. All spiritual, unseen, seen, imagined, is consciousness, awareness. The primary comprehensive nature of consciousness is awareness. It is not possible to have consciousness without possessing awareness. All that you see, all that you touch, hear, feel, know, is consciousness awareness made visible. There is nothing in the universe that is not consciousness made visible. Consciousness, awareness, is infinite and eternal. There are two dimensions of consciousness, both beyond and within your own earthly plane of existence, the plane of heavy matter, solid form. The ultimate universal dimension of consciousness awareness can never be fully or truly known by an individualized spirit. It is inaccessible. It is in equilibrium. It is the only source of all power, wisdom, love, intelligence. The universal dimension of conscious awareness in equilibrium is a state of silence and stillness, out of which comes sound, color, individualized form, and all visible creativity within the visible universe. Out of the ultimate, universal dimension of conscious awareness in equilibrium has come all of creation, all the various unseen dimensions of existence descending in order of spirituality from the very portals of the universal dimension, down to the most ponderous vibrational frequencies of inanimate earthly substance and beyond, into unspeakable horrors of consciousness, perversions, and anti-truth. This ultimate, universal dimension of conscious awareness is not only in space, it is all space. It is undetectably everywhere. For those who think in terms of atoms, you can say it is the space in the atom. Therefore, it is in silence and equilibrium within the space of all elements and matter. The nature of universal consciousness is intent, inactive, and in equilibrium. Therefore, universal consciousness is an infinite, eternal, limitless, boundless state of powerful intent, pristine, pure, and beautiful. This intent is to express its nature. Universal consciousness, nature, intent, is the allness of will and purpose, always locked in embrace. The universal will is to move out and create. The universal purpose is to give individual form to creation and experience it. Within the ultimate universal dimension of consciousness, awareness, intent, universal will is in a state of mutual restraint, with universal purpose, both in perfect equilibrium. Within silence and stillness, universal will is universal intelligence. Universal purpose is universal love. Universally in equilibrium in mutual restraint, out of which all things visible and invisible and human impulses have taken form. If you could receive the fullness of universal reality into yourself, you would be disintegrated by its explosive power and dissolved into formless consciousness awareness. It is far transcends the individual humanhood, as the heat and light of your sun is billion times more powerful than the light of your fireflies flickering in the darkness. When I was on earth, I made a distinction between your Father in heaven and your Father within you. When I spoke of your Father in heaven, I meant universal intelligence. Because of the Jewish attitude to women, I only refer to this aspect of universal consciousness. Now, to you who are so aware of the equality of genders, I speak of father-mother consciousness in equilibrium, within universal consciousness awareness, where father consciousness is universal intelligence. Mother consciousness is universal love. The tool of father consciousness, creative energy, electricity, is in a state of mutual restraint, equilibrium, with the tools of mother consciousness, creating energy, magnetism. Because father-mother tools, electromagnetism is in equilibrium within universal consciousness. It will never be detected within space by a scientist, no matter how they may probe space. The impulse, father consciousness will, is intelligent activity, in equilibrium with. The impulse, mother consciousness purpose, is nurturing for survival. Father-mother consciousness is a powerful impersonal force, yet it is personal for you, even before you seek to make contact with it. As you evolve spiritually, you will feel it, for it is the reality of being. It is everywhere and within everything. Father consciousness is the intelligent love, which gives intelligent energy and momentum to the world of complex forms, expressed physically as electricity. Mother purpose is the loving intelligence which gives purpose and the impulse for survival to the individualized complex forms, expressed as magnetism, bonding, and repulsion. These are the universal primal impulses of all being of universal consciousness, your source of being, intelligence love. This is a state of being before creation. Consciousness awareness within a state of equilibrium. I want you to move again into an inner state of conscious equilibrium, where all thought is stilled and your mind resides in silence. You are in interior control, your mind and emotions no longer divided into activity and feeling. You may feel a buildup of power within you, strength, peace, and contentment. This expressed in you in individual form is the state of being, out of which came creation. I want you to notice that the equilibrium is impossible the moment the thought is introduced. I want you to realize that the universal dimension is a dimension of unformed impulses. It contains no blueprint of creation. It is in a state of undivided form. The equilibrium, the restraint between opposing impulses, to move about and remain bonded, creates an infinite spiral of self-contained energy. The self-contained energy of mutual restraint is beyond the power of individuality to even imagine. As I have told you before, were individuality able to enter the universal dimension of the mutually restrained impulses of movement and bonding, the individuality would be immediately dissolved and return to the equilibrium of universal consciousness. Ponder the unimaginable immensity of power contained within the mutual restraint of the twin impulses in universal consciousness, which are primarily consciousness, awareness, intent, will, purpose, intelligence, love, combined as intelligent love and in loving intelligence, impulses of movement, bonding, repulsion, electricity in equilibrium, magnetism. The above describes the unlimited universal dimension before the Big Bang. You now know that the father-mother creative process and the tools of physical creation are all in a state of equilibrium within the universal dimension. But now that equilibrium is to be exploded to bring about individual form. You know, too, that since the infinite, eternal impulses are contained in a state of mutual restraint, these impulses are of an unimaginable intensity of energy, against which your atomic energy contained within the splitting of an atom is a mere poof, an infinitesimal twitch of no importance. I want you to fully realize all the foregoing, since your realization of what happened at the time of the Big Bang will give you a glimpse of what happened at the time of the sundering of universal consciousness to permit the creation of individual form to take place. Universal consciousness was riven. Will and purpose, father, intelligence, and mother, nurturing love, were exploded to work independently and also jointly. Their respective tools were electricity and magnetism. Out of the explosion of equilibrium came the great intent of self-expression. The universal awareness of being became the impulse of individualized I, awareness demanding self-expression. Life and I-ness are synonymous in the dimension of matter. They become the consciousness of matter. What is the consciousness of life? It is father intelligence and mother love, impulsive movement, impulse of purpose nurturing survival, seen as electricity, seen as magnetism and matter. Can you begin to imagine the explosion of consciousness, of awareness? To help you fractionally visualize what happened at the moment of the Big Bang, try to recall a moment when you also experienced an explosion in your consciousness. This takes place when you have set your entire being on achieving some very important goal. About to embark on your plans in a state of excited anticipation, some trivial circumstance or insensitive person prevents you from achieving your heartfelt purpose. How would you feel? Your concentration would be split and you would explode. Here again I must call on my recorder to think of some examples of my meaning in human terms, for the least earthly consciousness is drawn from universal consciousness. You are at the airport excited and ready to fly for an unexpected holiday overseas. On reaching the travel bureau counter, you discover that there are no documents or tickets, and no record of any reservations for flight or holiday accommodations, although you have already paid for them by credit card. How would you feel? You are dressed in a very expensive outfit, wining and dining important customers, and are about to clinch a big deal worth millions. The waiter drops a plate of hot casserole on your head. How would you feel? You go shopping and come onto the car park to find the wheels and doors of your car have been removed in broad daylight. Sympathetically, you open your purse to give a whining crippled beggar all of your silver, but the man straightens up, forcefully snatches the purse from you, and runs like an athlete. How would you feel? In all these instances, you have a strong consciousness enterprise to the very front of your mind. Your head would be filled with a plan to move out and do something to achieve a certain purpose peacefully. Your intent would be interlocked with your purpose, therefore in equilibrium, but note that there would be mounting tension of anticipation as you neared your goal. The greater the tension, the greater the explosion. You would, in fact, be in the same state as universal consciousness, awareness, intent, father intelligence in equilibrium with the mother purpose to give being and form to the plan you intend to create. After your explosion, can you imagine the ensuing mental emotional chaos, the ability to think straight, the thoughts which would come, one after another, demanding expression, none of them sensible or logical? Try to realize that you, individualized form, are the microcosm of the macrocosm. You are a pinhead expressing universal consciousness awareness, either in equilibrium when you meditate in stillness of thought, or as an active consciousness when you think and feel, plan and create. Therefore, if you can relate your teeny consciousness explosion to the explosion of the heavens, you will gain some small idea of the ensuing chaos both momentarily within the universal dimension and in eons of time within the newly created expanse of the dimension of matter still in its formless state. Therefore, many of you will have to wholly rearrange your thinking in regard to creation. It started out as a condition of utter chaos. The universal impulses were divided. There were no blueprints to direct or control the beginning of individuality. The impulses were still without any conscious form or direction. They were natural impulses to perform certain distinct impulsive functions in consciousness, but they were not intelligently directed in specific movement or bonding by any higher directing force. They were on their own, separated and lost impulses of consciousness awareness, able to receive impressions. But there were no impressions to receive, other than those of interior chaos, of movement activity, of electricity and bonding repulsion of magnetism. And this consciousness chaos was manifested within creation as chaos of particles. Within this expansive chaos of electrical particles, however, there was the overriding awareness of I-ness. No matter what the chaos, the I-ness came through in the father intent to move about, to take control, to create. The I-ness took initial form in a positive charge of electrical energy. It became the dominant I force as a proton with its satellite of negative electrical particles, whereupon mother purpose of bonding was activated in those conditions of a positive electrical charge, meeting a negative electrical charge. They took to each other, as one might say of the evolved male and female and living species, and bonded. Mother purpose of repulsion was also activated when two positive or two negative electrical charges looked likely to meet and react negatively. She stepped in and pushed them apart, just like her evolved female mother counterpart would separate two unruly, highly charged ruffians about to engage in a fight. This was the only form of consciousness awareness within the chaos for a very long time, since time is of no consequence within the realm of matter itself. Time only becomes an importance when there occurs an impinging of conscious awareness between electrical charges, resulting in bonding or repulsion, a progression of agencies and events taking place and purposes to be fulfilled. Otherwise, time is meaningless. Creation is the product of primary impulses, working individually and together, making impressions upon the other, fulfilling inbuilt needs imprinted within consciousness, these needs being at the outset to increase and experience self-expression, leading to further separation, then to restore a sense of inner security and comfort, to be reunited within the harmony of universal consciousness. Out of this driving force for a reunited harmony of being came the male-female drive for reunion, to recapture the bliss which is buried in the soul consciousness. You could make an analogy of the foregoing paragraph with the habit of fathers going out to work in the morning and returning, hopefully to the comfort and reunion with family in the evening, where he regains the strength to venture forth the next morning to do battle with the world. Therefore the process of creation, of universal self-expression, took billions of years within time to accomplish. After the Big Bang, the father-mother creative process was divided into two different energies, continually working apart and together, independent yet mutually constrained to work together, having individual characteristics or nature and different functions. Therefore, their workload is different, yet indivisible. You already know, and by a process of meditation, should have fully understood the nature of the father and the nature of the mother within the equilibrium of the universal dimension. Briefly, the nature of the father is to be active, creative, and perform the work of creativity. It is also the I-ness of the individualized existence. Everything living, from an hornet to a hippopotamus, has a strong sense of I-ness and the need to protect that I-ness. The nature of the mother is to give form to the electrical consciousness plan initiated by father intelligence by bonding the electrical particles together. Father and mother consciousness, primary impulses, are both within the equilibrium and the nature of the universal dimension, and consequently, as they create individual form, they carry out the work of the nature of the universal dimension, which is growth, providing nutrition, nourishment, healing, protection, fulfillment of need within a consistent system of law and order, survival. Father and mother consciousness energies are impulses, both restrained within the universal dimension, and when they have been released from equilibrium, they powerfully perform the work of creation. Furthermore, consider the magnitude of their work within creation throughout the world. The father-mother impulses prompt every level of creation, from the formation of elements, the living molecule and cell, to the magnificent mammoth. They also work instinctively within parents to prompt them to unify, to conceive, bear, and rear their young. Some fathers absent themselves after the birth of their progeny, be they eggs, puppies, or humans. These are the father whose sense of I-ness is greater than their inborn fathering instincts. It is at this point that you must become fully aware of the meaning of impulse. You may think that this seems a very nebulous form of creativity, but if you reflect for a while, you may eventually realize that no human or animal or insect or even plant undertakes any activity within the material dimension without an inner consciousness coercion, which is an impulse. It may be to turn to face the sun, to run, to eat, to work, to sleep, to go shopping, to have a baby. Always the impulse precedes the activity, even the flick of an eyelid. Furthermore, there is no impulse prompting any activity which is not directed by a purpose. Plant turns flowers and leaves to catch the rays and the sun of the growth. People run to get fit, eat to satisfy hunger, work to earn a salary, sleep to escape the tension and recharge the energy, go shopping to buy food, all directed at survival and personal comfort. Therefore, the impulses are the reality behind and within all creation. If all matter were to return to its original form of electrical particles, the universal impulses would remain intact and would eventually give form to another creation. The impulses are forever. However, electrical particles within living matter are here today and gone tomorrow, but the soul moves on. You think with electrical impulses in the brain. You feel with magnetic impulses in your nervous system. They center and bond the electrical impulses in a cohesive whole. Without the magnetic bonding in your system, you would be all go-go and no. Now is the moment to take you back to my desert experiences described to you in Letter 1. You may remember that when I went to the river Jordan to be baptized by John, I was a rebel, my face set against the teaching of the Jews, who stated that Jehovah punished men for their sins. Intuitively, I felt that it was a false and cruel concept and rejected it. After I was shown the truth concerning creation, I could not understand why perfect consciousness did not create perfect beings, made in the image of their Creator intelligent love. I asked the Creator, universal consciousness, why mankind endured so much suffering and evil. I was then shown very clearly that all problems experienced by humans arose from the central point of the self. Science now calls this the ego. It manifested itself in the personality as a driving need to defend the self from criticism or emotional physical attack, and a similar driving need to push aside other people in order to arrive first in the race of life. It also manifested itself in the personality as a driving need to take all that was best for the self, despite the opposition of others, and a similar driving need to hold on to personal possessions, be they relatives, friends, material goods, or achievement, despite any opposition. I was also made to understand that without these two fundamental, eternal, undeviating impulses of creative being, there would be no creation. This is the secret of creation, and the secret of existence and of individual being. By working together as a team, separately but inseparable, in the visible world, these twin impulses were the means by which the substance of matter itself has been created out of the sublime, universal consciousness. One impulse of creativity is the I-ness of activity. This impulse of activity is universal and stems from only one source. Activity is a movement in consciousness, and consciousness in movement. The other creative impulse possesses, figuratively speaking, two faces, looking in opposite directions. They are bonding, rejection, pull towards the self, push away, otherwise known as attraction, repulsion, attract to the self from the repel within consciousness. These are the only means by which earthly existence has been achieved. The entire universe is a manifestation of the creative power active within these twin impulses of physical being, creating matter and individual form. This is one of the fundamental secrets of the universe. I saw that the core of the personality, or ego, as it is now called, had been created, guardian of personality, and was irresistibly imprinted with the magnetic impulse to ensure privacy and survival. For the protection of the individual I-ness, this was accomplished by using the two faces of the second impulses of being, bonding, rejection, to secure individuality. The face of bonding drags, draws, attracts, demands, pulls, buys, grabs, clutches, clings to the people in possession it craves. This impulse creates an illusion of security and togetherness and possession. It is the tool of Mother Consciousness, inspiring the building of families, communities, and nations. It can be productive of beauty, joy, harmony, and love. It can also wreck lives and destroys communities when it is ego-driven. The face of rejection repels, thrusts aside, pushes away, evades everything, people, animals, possession it does not want. Thus the impulse of rejection creates an illusion of privacy and security. It is the impulse that urges rifts in families, relationships, communities, and nations. It is supposedly geared to saving lives, ensuring protection and privacy, but it is a destructive force when it is ego-driven. Without these twin impulses of being, all things would have remained forever merged into one another within the eternal timelessness of universal creative power in equilibrium. Without these twin impulses, there would be no interplay to give and take and pull and push, necessary to the creation of the millions of personal experiences out of which personality grows and evolves. Therefore, the problem of personality and the ego drive, endured by all living things in mankind, was and is an irrevocable, unavoidable fact of creation. Any other explanation is pure myth. I saw that what man called sin was a direct result of the interplay of the bonding rejection impulses within human nature. The bonding rejection impulses constituted the emotional mental mask worn by all creative individual entities, including birds and animals. You see these impulses at work within all nature, even within plant life. The bonding rejection impulses directed and directs the behavior toward survival of all entities in creation. There was no escaping the bonding rejection impulses. These twin impulses were the ephemeral source of all worldly comfort, pleasure, happiness, and also the source of all sickness, misery, and deprivation in the world. However, added to these, transcending, underlying, and interpenetrating all, is the life, born of the explosion of universal consciousness, is the very foundation and source of earthly consciousness. Therefore, even as the Father-Mother consciousness is creative, so is man's thinking creative. For human thought and feeling are both the exercise and the union of the twin tools of Father-Mother consciousness. Therefore, these impulses of bonding rejection in the individual personality also become highly creative in that they determine and make visible the consciousness forms of things desired and things rejected. This is the second fundamental secret of the universe. I saw that sin was an artificial concept, expediently devised by men to describe any human activity causing pain to others. Because of their natural makeup of grabbing from other people and of rudely repelling them in order to get what they wanted from life, it was inevitable that all human beings would at some time cause other human beings some form of distress or suffering. This human propensity to hurt others in no way caused offense to universal consciousness or God, as was affirmed by the Jewish and Christian religion. Only mankind understands the meaning of the word sin, since only mankind and all creation subject to mankind would ever know the pain, deprivation, and misery caused by the two fundamental impulses of individuality, bonding rejection, active within the human personality. Man's inbuilt impulse to protect his own individuality had made him set up rules and laws for human society. The universal creative power, love, had absolutely nothing to do with the setting up of human restrictions, limitation, laws, and judgment. I also saw that the Father-Mother creative power, life, continually flowed through all the universe, and was the life in my mind using the twin impulses of thought and feeling. Hence, any powerful, imperfect thinking and feeling could disturb and change the consciousness pattern of created things. Conversely, my thinking, when fully cleansed of the twin impulses of ego and fully receptive of the Father-Mother creative power, intelligence, love, would reintroduce the condition of perfect, intelligent love. Therefore, a condition previously made imperfect as a result of imperfect thought could be brought back into a condition of wholeness again by changing ego attitudes and thoughts to those of unconditional love. My mind was a tool of the whole creative process originated in the universal. Now that I knew this was so, knew it spiritually, intellectually, emotionally, I realized I could and must take steps to overcome the twin impulses of ego, previously governing my mind, in order to allow the divine reality full scope through my mind and brain. This is where there was a struggle between my humanly entrenched ego and my Father-Mother consciousness during the very strident temptations I experienced at the end of my enlightenment in the desert. Satan had nothing to do with tug-of-war which took place within my consciousness. The war was waged between the twin impulses of individuality, bonding rejection, and the divine reality which had made itself known to me as intelligent love life, transcendent, yet within me, and which would gradually take over my individuality to an even greater extent if I am continually meditated and cleared my consciousness of selfish impulses. The foregoing is a description of the powerful knowledge I returned to Nazareth with. Therefore, my physically healing time spent with my mother while she nursed me back to health was also a time of prayer and meditation, from which I drew the inspiration and strength to consciously and conscientiously live the nature of the divine or universal reality. As you know, the nature of the divine or universal reality is life. When it is active within creation, or we can also say within the individuality of creation, it grows, nourishes, provides nutrition, regenerates, heats, protects, ensures survival, fulfills the need of everything created, all within a system of perfect harmony, cooperation, and law and order. This is the nature of life. All its work in creation is done in accordance with universal nature, the promotion of the highest good of all living things. If you can understand these words, you will realize why I returned from the desert, a man filled with joy, with a new awareness of the beauty of the world, a feeling of absolute confidence, and knowing it was possible to control the appearance of matter. You will feel with me my own elation, and I could now offer the Jews the glorious news that the kingdom of heaven was in their midst. All they had to do was to find it with my assistance, and their lives would be changed forever. I leave you with the same knowledge which, prayerfully used and fully understood, can change the course of your life. As you read, your consciousness will be lifted up, and as you seek inspiration, it will come to you. I long for you to understand, aspire, grow, and achieve. Relax in my light. For whilst you read, reflect, meditate, and pray, you are drawn into my Christ consciousness, which will become ever more apparent to you as you evolve within this divine knowledge. My love and faith in your growing wisdom enfold you. End of letter 5. Christ returns, speaks his truth. Letter 6. These letters present knowledge which people down the ages have longed to know, but have not received since their worldly scientific knowledge was not sufficient to enable them to understand. So was it when I was in Palestine in the person of Jesus. Again and again I explained the truth of universal existence in various ways, but no one understood. As most of you must realize, I have not come to you at this time to bring you a new religion, a better moral code, or give new God to worship. Nor like your metaphysicians do I preach positive thinking, your humanly conceived positive thinking, magnetizing to yourself your human needs and desires, and the means to fulfill your ambitions. They only strengthen your ego drive. All things blessed and bountiful will be manifest in you in your life as and when you realize that. The entire universe is transcendent, universal consciousness, made visible when it takes on material form through the activity of the ego. Your true purpose in your spiritual journey is to break free of the bondage of the ego and make ever more pure contact with divine consciousness. It is your eventual destiny to recognize its omnipresence both within yourself and throughout your daily activities. Your highest spiritual goal is to come to that spiritually exalted moment when you finally realize that your human mind and its desires are only finite, and therefore can never bring you the happiness and fulfillment you will experience when you lay down your selfhood and come to divine consciousness, asking only for the higher way, more abundant life, and the true spiritual purpose which you alone can accomplish in your earthly state. However, to help you reach this high point of realization, I am about to enlarge on the origins and function of the ego. As I contemplate your world, I see a dimension presently controlled by ego force. Every evil thing in your present decadent society, in your vast, soulless cities, arises out of ego force. It is the source of every wicked, lying, perverted activity presently in operation on your planet. It controls the media, your TV, your families, nations. It is productive of wars all over the globe. It creates a foul miasma of low consciousness, energies perceivable by higher spiritual entities, but too horrible to contemplate. If your present consciousness is permeated with love of possession and an inability to share with others, devising ways and means to become rich at the expense of others, stealing, failing to perform your work conscientiously or give good value for money, snapping, snarling, indulging in criticism, sarcasm, judgmenticism, rejection, denigration, enmity, intolerance, hatred, jealousy, aggression, violent impulses, thieving, falsehoods, double and devious dealings, slander. You are ego-driven. Your ego is in control, and you will find it difficult to move through the miasma of ego consciousness to be able to see reality. For this reason, I have come through the medium of these letters to help you understand exactly what is binding you down in your present condition, the horror of which was unimaginable by the human mind a century ago. I am now about to explain more fully the ego. At your time of conception, during intercourse, as your father's consciousness rose via his spine, ever higher to the top of his head, and tension mounted toward its climax, your father's consciousness briefly touched divine consciousness, creating a flashpoint, a small explosion, which he experienced as orgasm, and thereafter an injection of divine consciousness was infused in his semen to give life to the mother's ovum. The moment of union with woman, an explosion of tension and demand at the time of orgasm, reenacts the time of the Big Bang, when the unity of father-mother consciousness exploded into separate energies, and the first electrical particles and random matter took form. Father consciousness provided the energy of activity and momentum, and mother consciousness provided the bonding to give form and substance to the electrical particles. These are primal impulses which give life and form to man and woman. I want you to understand that creation is not a creation of matter imbued with consciousness. Creation is the visible form of primal impulses, drawn and bonded into individual shapes and entities, all expressing differing facets and combination of the primal impulses in a myriad of ways. Therefore, the primal impulses of the reality which your eyes, ears, smell, touch tell you are solid matter, but are really consciousness impulses individualized in order to be experienced. intellectually understood and appreciated emotionally. At the time of conception, when semen unites with ovum and a mating takes place, male consciousness chromosomes bound with female consciousness chromosomes. This is the physical union of your father's own consciousness of semen and mother's own consciousness of ovum, powered by the divine. Thus do the male and female consciousness chromosomes carry the imprint of genetic DNA from both parents. The moment of physical union of semen and omen is conducted on two levels of creativity. The injection of divine consciousness became your soul, embodied within the human consciousness union of semen and ovum. Physicality was created, powered by father-mother life consciousness, which controlled the activity and bonding of conscious cells, producing the gradual growth and development of your physical body, which is really consciousness made visible on every level of your being and nothing else. Your soul remained as an inviolate flame or metaphor of father-mother life, deeply enmeshed within the physical drive of activity, bonding, and repulsion. These became your earthly individuality and personality. Incorporated within the transcendent life impulses of divine father-mother consciousness, these consciousness impulses now took over the process of your physical consciousness creation and became the driving force beyond your personality. Together, activity bonding labored to build conscious cell by conscious cell according to the consciousness specifications contained in the consciousness DNA molecules. Both personality and body are the product of these human impulses of activity, bonding, and repulsion, whilst universal consciousness remains forever within equilibrium in the space, and therefore undetectable in that self-same space, in frequencies of vibration, the primal impulses of activity. Bonding rejection work together in the visible dimension appear into your senses in the form of electromagnetism. Both universal consciousness and your soul remain undisturbed within the silence and stillness of equilibrium in space. The earthly consciousness creativity takes place within space and time and varying frequencies of vibration of materialized consciousness. Therefore, you take on living form and continue to exist within two dimensions. One dimension is unseen, the divine consciousness, and the other visible dimension is all that the living human being can sense or comprehend until spiritual development lifts its human consciousness frequencies of vibration to the spiritual plane, and a glimmer of understanding enters into its earthly consciousness. As this process of gradual enlightenment proceeds, the uplifted human consciousness then works consciously both with the unseen and the visible dimension. The higher the frequencies of vibration of individualized consciousness, the higher and more perfect are the forms created in the mind. The lower the frequencies of vibration, the more divorced from universal perfection of love are the forms created in the individualized mind, wholly possessed by the ego drive. The ego takes over control of your developing fetus from the time of the union of the semen and omen. The new little being became an I immediately, feeling satisfaction and dissatisfaction in the womb, depending on its sense of comfort or discomfort of what was happening to the mother. When you were born, your instincts of survival imprinted with the deep primeval knowledge of created beingness, buried in each living cell of your body. It prompted you to breathe and become aware of an emotional emptiness and deprivation at your separation from the comfort of the confining womb, which was then felt as a physical emptiness and a need for physical nourishment. Thus was your ego cry born. When you cried, you were given nourishment by a mother, which was deeply satisfying, both physically and emotionally. When your needs were met, you could slip back into a state of equilibrium within sleep. When you woke from your equilibrium, you felt a sense of insecurity. The equilibrium now divided into mental and emotional awareness. You remembered that mother and Mel created a fulfillment of needy insecurity, and so again you cried. Your needs were fulfilled. So did your ego drive develop. Sometimes you cried, and it was a humanly decreed that it was not yet feeding time, and you were left to cry for a while. This built up an awareness that needs were not always satisfied immediately, and you would have to adapt. You either chose anger and cried more vigorously or lapsed into acceptance. Your choice of reaction depended on the characteristic of ego drive imprinted in your consciousness at birth. Neither forms of ego drive were to be condemned or judged. They were the natural results of the creative factor of ego, which ensures individuality. As I have explained in my last letter, ego is the guardian of individuality. If you did not have this inbuilt impulse to cry for what you want to make you happy or reject what makes you sad, you would be in a limbo of nothingness. If you did not run when faced with danger, or did not call for help when in danger, you might die. If you had not cried or demanded food when you were born, you might have starved. If you had not welcomed a mother's milk and nuzzled her warmly, you might never have developed a close, caring bond with her. Without the ego drive, there would be no creation, no individuality, no fulfillment of need, no protection, no warmth of response, and no human love. Without the ego drive, there would be no self-defense, no self-protection, no survival. However, the ego drive, primarily the I of the individual, is imprinted only with the need for self-satisfaction and survival. In childhood, the I of the ego is governed by likes and dislikes, wants and rejection of what is not wanted, and by habits formed by a constant repetition of feeling. Bad habits in the form of unacceptable ego responses to personal experiences in the environment are formed, and these are in turn imprinted in the unconscious or subconscious mind and remain hidden. However, they erupt into repeated behavior patterns when the memory of previous circumstances and modes of behavior unconsciously bring them to mind. Now, the subconscious mind and the conscious mind begin to work together to develop the personality. Much of the behavior becomes conditioned behavior and very difficult to break. When the person is unconsciously programmed with strong, self-centered ego habits of thought and behavior and finds it difficult to live others in harmony, that person then goes to a psychologist for help in unraveling the complexities of the mental-emotional problems. Until my truth of existence is fully understood, and the life-giving principles become the consistent guidelines of habit and thought in response to life's experience, the pain and suffering arising from the ignorant indulgences of the ego drives will persist. The Church describes this human difficulty as being a temptation by Satan. It is no such thing. It is a natural process brought about by uncontrolled reactions to life, powered by the ego drive, whose only purpose is to bring the individual happiness and contentment, fulfillment or need, or privacy, independence, security, peace, all directed at survival. It must be understood that there is nothing evil about the ego drive. It is a necessary tool of creation. It is the individual himself who brings about the imbalances in life by allowing the ego drive full control in his personality, without thought or consideration for other people. This, too, is not to be judged or criticized, since the person possessed by ego drive knows no other way to think or operate within the earthly dimension. The child knows nothing about self-control, other than that taught by parents and school teachers. Therefore, the mistakes it makes in responding to life, and its ups and downs, can only be accepted in a good spirit by parents and teachers, since the child has no understanding of what is driving him. If he wants something right away, and wonders why he shouldn't have it. There is nothing more in his mind than this. He sees something he likes and he wants it. It is cruel to tell a child roughly, no, you can't have it. His entire system is insulted and assaulted. From earliest babyhood, the training process must be initiated by logic and reassurance, affirming his right to feel secure within his environment. His sense of security should be developed by explaining the right way to express his wishes. Love, not irritation or anger, must choose the words which tell the child why he cannot have what he wants. The child will hear the message when given in love. When delivered in anger, it arouses his deepest ego drives and begins to take form as resentment, overt or hidden, or a sense of deep-seated frustration which taints the ego, reducing the child's natural sense of inner validity. A child needs to possess this sense of personal validity and should not be subdued or destroyed. It requires parents or teachers to point out very clearly that other people in the world also have their needs, their rights to their possessions, their desire for peace and pleasure. Not one, not even a child or an adult, has the right to upset another person in order to obtain their own satisfaction. If another youngster hits the child and makes him cry, it is only natural for the ego drive to want to fight back. He is programmed to defend himself against the other child. It calls for parents and teachers to point out that a payback, revenge, and conflict only escalates, bringing more pain to each child, and for this reason payback is entirely pointless. Better to laugh and turn away, and rather than allow the irritation and hurt in the mind to continue, better still to take the problem to divine consciousness and prayer, and ask for the hurt to be removed from his consciousness, and seek a means of reconciliation. A child should also be taught to take time to understand that he and the other child are equally children born of the divine moment. When a child is spiritually receptive and can make this procedure of recognizing his spiritual kinship with other children and all living things, and the rights of others are equal with his own, into a habit, he will have been given the greatest spiritual gift possible. In such a way is the ego drive weakened by the practical daily application of inspirational love, whilst the central I-ness of the child remains strong and self-confident. The child should be taught the benefits of laughter, which I will describe and explain in a later letter. Therefore, skilled and insightful teaching is absolutely necessary to steer the child into an appreciation of the rights of other people, equal with their own rights. This is a spiritual law which should dominate the home and the classroom. Any other law by which to judge circumstances is faulty and lacking in balance. The best teaching will rely not on the will of the teacher, the because I say so attitude, but on a systematic reference in every circumstance to brotherly love and the equal rights of others. At the same time, a child should not be indoctrinated in self-sacrifice, since this type of caring must be willing and born only on the individual's spiritual perception and goals. Self-sacrifice is born of spiritual enlightenment, of a higher road to follow, of denial of little self to remove the ego barriers obstructing attunement with the universality of divine consciousness. True enlightenment, self-sacrifice, brings a spiritual consciousness to the heights of joy. There is no sense of loss in any form. To better describe the reality of the soul and the ego, I want you to cup your hands together, fingertips touching fingertips and wrists together, leaving a space between your cupped hands. Your hands represent the human consciousness shell of a person, the ego. This space correctly represents the soul, born of the father-mother conscious life at the moment of your conception. Whilst to human senses it appears to be nothingness, it is in fact an offshoot of the allness and wholeness of divine consciousness, out of which all created things have taken form. Your hands with the space between represent the I. Your right and left hands represent two potent forces of the magnetic ego drive. They represent forces of bonding rejection, but at the same time, quite rightly, they are the physical representation of the physical energies known to science as magnetism, bonding and repulsion. Bend back your right hand from the other and visualize that you use this right hand to get what you want out of life. It represents also what your human consciousness perceives as the grasping attitude to life. Give time to this exercise and fully realize your right hand represents the magnetic pull, the bonding, the attraction, the gravity evident in all of nature. It is the source of all wanting and desiring. It is the magnetic impulse which is always directed at getting what is necessary or greatly desired and pleasurable in life. This magnetic impulse is spiritually intended to be directed towards constructive purposes, gaining, holding, building, achieving. Where there are no other people or living things in the world, the magnetic impulse could have full sway in a personality and no harm done. It is only when other people or living creatures or other people's persons and possessions have to be taken into account that the uncontrolled magnetic impulse to attract, draw, bond, hold, possess becomes a sickness of the personality, if it is not equally balanced by the needs of all other living things. Return your hand to its original place, cupped with the left hand. Now pull back your left hand and visualize that this hand represents the magnetic impulse to repel, push away, slap or defend yourself from any unauthorized encroachment on your property or possessions, or any attack on your character, family, or work. This left hand represents the magnetic impulse of rejection, which is spiritually intended to ensure your privacy and save your life. It is a legitimate weapon when your physical or emotional survival is at stake. Always providing, remember, that every action is an electromagnetic activity binding repulsion blueprint in consciousness, which rebounds and externalizes eventually into the form of a similar attack on the self. The unpleasantness may be criticism from your parent, teacher, employer, and the words of self-defense, which spring to mind and jump out of your mouth, are ego words, wholly given to self-defense, expressing the magnetic drive of repulsion and rejection. And as your ego words of attack flare up in angry speech, so is the ego of your critic similarly threatened, and it also rises up in him and her as words of self-defense against you. What may have started out as a necessary and adult action of pointing out some error and a better way to do is frequently immediately seen by a self-centered sensitive ego as a personal attack. What should have been a moment of growth develops into a time of conflict, anger, possibly tears, ongoing resentment, and mutual hostility. In such swift, unexpected, unnecessary ways, conflict is generated in the mind, expressed in words, even actions, and perpetuated through resentment and hatred. Remember that every activity of the mind, the mental thought and emotional reactions of attraction and repulsion, are all consciousness energies of creativity. These consciousness energies not only create the unpleasant rebound forms, but they develop the direction of the character and even affect relationships generally in the environment, and they reduce the life vitality of the body, leading directly to a sense of physical malaise, viral infection, or long-term disease. The higher way, when under attack of any kind, a way having only constructive repercussion, is to remember you can instantly call upon divine consciousness, from which you will draw instant protection in any eventuality. But this is only possible if you can move beyond the magnetic ego drive of resistance, in the perfect assurance that divine consciousness meets your every need. Now return your left hand to its original position with the right hand. Realize that throughout this exercise, the space between your hands has remained the space. It has not been involved in any of the activity of the hands, and so it is with your soul, when your ego is busily at work, second by second, always and forever on the alert to fulfill your needs and defend you from any unpleasantness. The divine consciousness of your soul remains hidden, although it is always with you. When I was on earth, I spoke to the people about the kingdom of heaven. I said it was within you. So it is. It is your soul. It is the haven of equilibrium of the divine consciousness which gave you being as a future man or woman. I greatly long to be able to put your minds a broad view of your source of being to enable you to perceive a little more clearly your beginning, from whence you have come. You must also understand at all times that when I speak a word of description of that which is truly unknowable, I am myself standing in the very highest infinitesimal frequencies of vibration on the very edge of the great universal equilibrium, out of which all things have drawn their being and taken on their form. If I speak of a mountain, a picture will come to your mind, but you will not know the immensity of its structure, the endurance of its rock, its ravines and peaks and caverns, the snow which caps at all seasons, the waterfalls cascading into pools with glacier melt. For you to gain a glimpse of the grandeur of the mountain, I would have to go into a detailed description of its every nook and cranny. Even after the most detailed verbal explanation, you would still have only imagined mental pictures to draw on. You would still not know the mountain. If I speak of a hurricane, I can bring to your mind trees bowing to the ground, bent by the tremendous winds, walls crumbling, rafters broken, bricks and roofs flying, windows shattered, cars overturned, great trees uprooted. But you will never know the force and noise of that wind, the crash of the falling masonry, or the terror it generates in people's hearts who have to endure it, until you have experienced it for yourself. And so it is when I try to describe for you that which brought all creation into being. You can only guess and not know. It will only be after you experienced all I have spoken about for yourself that you will begin to gain some idea of what I am trying to tell you. Therefore, let no one who reads my letters dispute with another, or deny the truth of what I am teaching you, or refute my words. For I tell you truly that you cannot fully know what you have not experienced. It is only those who will follow me in acceptance and faith in the daily meditation, the cleansing of consciousness, the impassioned prayer for enlightenment, who will eventually gain ever-deepening glimpses, then experiences, of what creation itself may access, divine consciousness. You may ask, what is the difference between universal consciousness and divine consciousness? Universal consciousness is the universal realm of space, which none may enter or access, since it rests in a state of equilibrium and self-contained energy. Divine consciousness is the reunion of the original impulses within universal consciousness, which were released to become both the activity and the substance of creation at the moment of the Big Bang. These impulses were explosively divided and then came together in a state of mutual restraint. They were also destined to work forever in the created realm, either separately, manifested as energies, or together restrained in equilibrium. It is only this realm of divine consciousness that science may penetrate. Perhaps the following paragraph will explain this more clearly. Universal consciousness, embodiment of universal impulses. Impulses of the will to create in mutual restraint, with the purpose to experience itself. Intelligence, love, impulse of intelligent will, equilibrium, impulse of loving purposes. Having given you this intellectual word description of universal consciousness, you will not be any closer to an appreciation of the sublime magnificence and grandeur of the power, nor of the beauty, joy, harmony, ecstasy contained in color and sound beyond your dimension. It is only we who have ascended in consciousness frequencies of vibration to the very portals or edges of the equilibrium of universal consciousness, who experience and who can radiate the rapture of self-awareness of true potential without desiring to fulfill it, the wondrous joy of personal fulfillment without lifting a finger. I use this last term metaphorically since, although I retain my individuality, I am active in consciousness only and am in no way physical any longer, and have not been since my continuing spiritual ascension in other dimensions after my death on the cross. You may wonder how it is possible to have such enormous universal impulses within a state of equilibrium. They are in a state of equal and mutual restraint, the bonding, nurturing love impulse holding, binding the creative active will under control. I can only explain this phenomena in the following simple terms. If you place the palm of one hand on the top of the palm of the other, with fingertips on each hand touching the wrist of the other hand, and then try to separate them, but still keep them tightly flat on each other, you will gain some idea of the meaning of equilibrium or mutual restraint. Furthermore, you must realize that although your hands are apparently expressing a physical phenomena, they are actually governed by and expressing impulses emanating from your brain. In addition, your brain may be the vehicle of expressing conscious ideas, impulses, but in fact, the impulse is the reality of all movement of any kind, not the physical brain, which is only an instrument of expression of such impulse. I have given you only an intellectual account of universal consciousness. How can I describe for you the latent power, the magnificence of reverence, the rapture, the radiant joy, the state of utter contentment and peace and harmony of its being? Even if you can contemplate and realize that out of this immensity of consciousness the entire universe has drawn life and form, you cannot perceive more than an electron of the vast, immeasurable, joyous reality of universal consciousness. To fully understand the nature of creation, the reasons why the ego functions as it does, why created entities feel the urges they feel, it must be understood that the nature and quality of universal consciousness is radiant joy, fulfillment, and happiness. This is what I term the kingdom of heaven within you, within your soul, within the deepest recesses of your psyche, which is the intermediary between the radiance of your soul and the shadow shelf of ego. To return to this transcendent state of glorious, beautiful, happy, harmonious being is your soul's deepest longing. It is this enduring longing, this inborn unconscious recollection of equilibrium and peace, joy and harmony, which through the psyche prompts the ego to manipulate the environment on your behalf. Its consistent purpose is to bring you back to your primal original state of glorious ecstasy, out of which you drew your soul, being and form. But the ego can bring about your desired joy and pleasure only by the means of the two magnetic emotional bonding rejection impulses, which are only materialized impulses to give you your individuality. Therefore, the inborn longing to rejoin the source of being is experienced in the electromagnetic parameters of thought and feeling as more of what gave you a pleasurable feeling previously. More friends, more houses, cars, clothes, etc. Each time the more has been achieved, there is a little glow of satisfaction, perhaps a showing off to the neighbors to heighten the happiness, gaining one up on them and another little glow. And then the novelty dies away. The new possession becomes mundane. The senses are again at rest, in equilibrium. Mental tiredness sets in. Routine becomes dull and boring. To regenerate some life, the ego finds another goal to be achieved to provide excitement and pleasure. Thus, life is an endless chase for personal satisfaction of various kinds, leaving the hidden soul, starved, unsatisfied, still longing for something more. But what is my deepest self is craving? You ask in desperation. When a person reaches an understanding of the true source of emptiness and continual inner craving for more of what made me feel good before, and begins to meditate to make contact with that which brought him or her into being, a little of the divine equilibrium filters through the human consciousness. The emptiness begins to recede. If indeed such a person catches a true glimpse of the eternal and the true goal in life, the longing for more possessions will eventually die a natural death. The desire for more possessions will be gradually replaced with a sincere appreciation of what you already have and a sense of consistent contentment. Through experiences of the miraculous interventions of activity of divine consciousness within the daily life, the human consciousness is greatly uplifted and learns that its daily needs are met in the very best way. Faith is increased and joy enhanced. That is why I have said to you, I have not come to teach you positive thinking, to draw into your orbit the things you want and need. I have come to you expressly to lead you back into the kingdom of heaven. However, it is not only in the matter of desiring more possessions for yourself that your soul is bound down with its secret dwelling place. The ego also uses the magnetic emotional drive to repel and to reject, to ensure your individuality, privacy, and safety. This impulse takes on numerous forms designed to give you a feeling of superiority, or elitism, or protecting you from people whom you consider to be undesirable, or having less social status in yourself. This ego drive is practiced continually, and was thought to be perfectly acceptable even by the churches. The truth is, when the soul begins to gain a little control of the ego drive, it will chide the human personality for its selfishness and exclusivity. It will urge the psyche towards the adaptation of unconditional love and a belief in universality and oneness of all people, no matter who they may be. Perhaps now you can more easily understand how and why the creation of your individuality through the medium of the ego formed the great physical impulses, capsule which produced and enclosed your human consciousness, creating both your physical form and your human personality. Since it governs your mind and emotions, thoughts and feelings, it prevents you from making contact with the source of your life and your soul. Your true purpose in life is to gain mastery of your ego by reaching out in thought and feeling to that which you sense is beyond creation, and consistently asking for enlightenment. This is the very first step a person must take towards that glorious moment, when he or she will make contact with the divine, and then move forward by means of continual cleansing of the ego drive, to the re-entry into that heavenly state, out of which your soul was born and took its individuality. And how did this creation of individuality come about? As I said before, universal consciousness reached a high point of mutual restraint, and an explosion took place which tore apart the impulse of creative will from the impulse of loving purposes, which separated and became active within creation as Father Intelligence and Mother Love, seen as electricity, magnetism, and bonding and repulsion, life, reunified in equilibrium as divine consciousness or life. Therefore, far from being solid and imponderable matter, in reality the visible world is mind actively working always in conjunction with emotional magnetic bonding and repulsion, also known as attraction and rejection. Father Intelligence, physical electricity, and Mother Love, physical magnetic bonding rejection, together produced a child, the ego. This impulse of individuality was born and took undeviating and consistent form within the energies of creation to ensure that the various electrical forces expressed as protons and electrons and the rest of the particle gang, excitedly discovered by science, should not fly off uninterruptedly into a distant formless state, but should be restrained and controlled by the magnetic bonding rejection impulse of Mother Love to bring about manifested form. Science may dispute the foregoing paragraphs, since it has been at great pains to describe the various bonding processes by applying different word terms to the bonding energies. Science is welcome to call the bonding or attraction energies by any term they wish, but the fact remains that these energies have taken on form from the grand and primal impulse of Mother Love, whose primal consciousness function is to give form to individuality. The impulse of Father Intelligent Life gives electrical momentum to creation. The impulse of Mother Loving Purposefulness gives the bonding to restrain the electrical momentum and bring it under control within the individuality. The impulse of mother-loving purposefulness gives the repulsion-rejection impulse to ensure the survival of the individuality. That is the process of creation. Science can only approach creation as a spectator. Although its ambassadors are human and experience life for themselves, the human mind can only observe what has been created. It cannot enter into the intimate process of creation hidden within matter and the most basic fields of energy. Science will never be able to pinpoint the motivating factor X, which gives rise to the energies which are in control of the creation of individual form. But what science has to say on the matter of creation is of little moment to you as an individual. Science will not change your lifestyle, health, environment, personal feelings, and achievements one iota. What you need to know, and what I have come expressly to tell you, is how to escape the selfish, possessive, protective drive given you by the ego, to ensure your individuality and survival, and your inbuilt longing to return to the joy and happiness out of which all creation took life. This provides you with the reason why I originally came to Earth, and I'm coming to you at this present time, to do something that no scientist can ever do for you. Help your soul emerge from the confines of your ego drive and embark on a new program of thought emotional living, which will directly express the Father-Mother consciousness life injected into you and all humanity at the moment of conception. Because the ego itself possesses the electrical momentum of activity, creativity, and the emotional magnetic impulses of bonding rejection, whatever is born of the ego drive by its thoughts, feelings, and actions is charged with physical electromagnetic life, which will produce replica life forms and will be eventually materialized within the life of the ego center. These created forms not only manifest eventually as experiences, but also disturb the functioning of the physical processes of their creator, and are the origin of physical discomforts or viruses or diseases. Therefore, is it a great cause for rejoicing when the soul emerges from its encapsulating human consciousness of the ego, for the ascending spiritual consciousness will create the harmonious life-giving conditions it holds in consciousness. Conversely, it is a cause for sorrow, whilst the human consciousness is submerged in ego control, producing upsets, trials, and tribulations, both in life experiences and the physical conditions itself. Therefore I tell you, if you do not like your world, you have it within your power to change your conditions of existence, right where you are, if you have the faith and consistent will to do so. I repeat in another form to gain your attention. If you continue on your present level of human functioning and thought, you will only experience your present level of human existence. You will be bound down to working hard for a paltry living, beset by numerous problems such as poverty and ill health, addictions, immobilized by prostrating fear, and exposed to ill-intentional attacks on all kinds. You will be burdened by present conditions until you understand how to change them. This is your golden opportunity to take control of your lives as never before by getting control of your thoughts and emotions, your electrical and magnetic impulses, the blueprints of your future experiences. For you are like potters possessing clay in daily shaping pots and utensils for your use. Consciousness is the clay, the substance with which you make your lives and every condition pertaining to it. You alone shape your lives in the form of your experience. By your thoughts you can change your personal future if you will but heed my words, understand your true origins, believe in them, and use this knowledge in your daily routine. You can affect your environment, your homes, family, work, the people you associate with, and even plants, animals, and climate. Whatever you hold steadfastly in mind externalizes. Therefore, it is crucial to your spiritual and your personal human development to fully understand all I am trying to teach you. Do not think that these letters presented to you are too difficult to understand, and then move on to some more easy way of finding happiness. Believe me, there is no true and more easy way for you to find the equilibrium and happiness you seek, because my words describe the universal truth of existence and the life with which you are presently building or destroying your lives. At the same time, rest assured that you will never be able to create new conditions for yourself until you discover why and how you have been creating destructive and negative conditions in your past. Everything you are presently experiencing, you have created and set in motion by former thoughts, words, actions in the past. So do not resent your present circumstances, for you yourself have done whatever was the cause of your present conditions. Be sensible, therefore, and read these letters, and devote all your strength and will to discover the means you have used in former ignorance to spoil your life in days gone by. Then take the necessary steps to clean out your consciousness. You may ask, why should I clean out my consciousness? I tell you, you would never plant a field of mealies without first putting in a plow to turn the ground, and then the equipment to make a fine textured soil and scatter the fertilizer. In ignorance, you could plant amongst the existing weeds in lumpy ground and omit the fertilizer, and your crop would be thin and patchy. So it is when you muddle along in your earthly self-centered thoughts and live entirely in your own human knowledge, strength, and will. You are limited in everything you do, and all unknowingly, you create the very circumstances which will limit the harvest of your endeavors. The moment that you realize from whence you have truly come, seek the power on which you may draw to accomplish every single thing in your life, and take urgent steps to clear out the weeds, thus purifying the soil of your consciousness. You will draw on the power, which will imbue and prosper your daily experience and activity. You could say the power in your fertilizer, but this would be completely inaccurate and false. Fertilizer is inanimate chemical food for the plant, whereas the power on which you draw through daily meditation is the life which will invigorate your entire being, your life and even your plants and the bricks of your houses and your equipment far beyond the present belief. People who have given their entire willpower to living this truth see the undeniable fruitage in their lives, and the seeing increases their faith and determination. Thus do they enter a circle of blessedness. They marvel that other people can resist this truth and choose to remain outside the spiritual and earthly harmony in which it is possible to live. If you are prepared to listen and ponder and meditate on the following pages, you will begin to understand what has been hidden from the beginning of creation. Cleansing the consciousness, whilst doing all of the very necessary work of mental emotional cleansing. Use my words in the foregoing pages describing that which has brought you and all the world into visible being, to build up an awareness and contact with its powerful divine consciousness. Out of that contact will come the inspiration and strength to accomplish the cleansing more swiftly. As the cleansing takes place, you will experience newfound happiness and fulfillment in every area of your life. You will also receive inspired directions in regard to your daily lives, either during your meditation or like a ray of light in your mind when you are at peace in thinking of some mundane matter. If you do not discount or reject these directions but follow them faithfully and carefully, you will be taking your first steps to becoming eventually a great and successful planter and reaper of creative ideas in your environment. Everything connected to you will blossom, flourish, and prosper. Everything will respond and bless you with the newness of life. If you discipline yourself in meditating daily with undeviating devotion, you will eventually begin to feel a response and inflow of that which brought you into being. And the words you are using will take on a new meaning. These words will be imbued with universal life. You will be filled with joy and will rejoice exceedingly, because you will know the power is real and active in your mind and life. You will come to rely even more confidently on the power beginning to be manifested in your affairs. You will want to draw others into your state of blessed harmony, for other people will be aware of it and ask you about it. Not only this, you will be experiencing a new kind of brotherly love and will want to share what makes you happy with other people. I cannot emphasize this truth enough, this need to meditate, since so many people give up the search and the self-discipline of daily listening before they have fully cleansed their consciousness and arrived at that state of inner purification so necessary to make perfect contact with the universal consciousness, the source of your being. When you do make contact, some miracles happen. This is the commencement of the universal power taking on form and shape in your soul, body, mind, heart, and circumstance. I tell you truly, you may trust my words implicitly. If you persevere, there will come a moment when you actually feel the content and know that you have made contact. You have then reached a most crucial time in your spiritual human development. For a few hours, so many souls feel uplifted and joyful, but when the daily cares intrude in their minds and they intellectualize the experience, they explain it away in human terms. Do not do this, for you will lose what you have been given. You will greatly delay your spiritual progress. If you read these words and are afraid to believe me, or believe they are foolishness, or feel you will lose prestige if you believe them, you are making a creative form in consciousness which will negate any constructive response you may have originally had to this letter. So I say to you, cherish your moments of belief. Preserve your special times of contact with that which brought you into being. Believe in them and hold fast in your consciousness, and gradually you'll move forward onto the heights of spiritual consciousness to great insight and joy. Again I say, do not put these letters to one side. I cannot sufficiently emphasize your need to think about them. Recall what you have to say. If you can't remember, then return and reread them yet again and again and again until they have been absorbed into your consciousness. The more you meditate on them daily, so will they be clarified in your mind and will come to ever have greater meaning for you. Eventually you will find that they have been like food and drink, building up your moral and determination to help change your present conditions into those of harmony, widespread growth, prosperity, and peace. Great inspiration and joy will be yours when you come to realize that the immensity of that which brought you into being is radiant, rapturous, ecstatic power, beyond your present capacity to dream and imagine. It is reality. It is the source of being, the source of everything that you see in your natural living world and in many levels of existence, beyond the one you presently inhabit. When you are abundantly receiving divine consciousness into your mind, yourself, in every facet of your existence, then you will begin to see the enormous difference. You will look back at the times of your stress and unhappiness and see that gradually the limitations of your life will have yielded to greater blessedness. This becomes an ongoing process in your life. Be of good heart. It is truly I, the Christ, who is reaching out to you and the world through the medium of these letters. I particularly want to impress on your minds the way I have deliberately made statements in the past pages to lift your thoughts to a higher level of consciousness, depicting the benefits to be derived from working to elevate your consciousness by ridding it of the negative traits mentioned on page 1. I want you to realize fully that I have only come to help you rid yourself of the undesirable ego-driven thoughts and emotions presently controlling your mind. I am also here expressly to encourage and help you, yes, help you, develop within your mind and heart all the love-based thoughts and emotions which will bring you into harmony with divine consciousness. It is my most urgent and loving purpose to bring you out of the gray shades of existence which you presently inhabit, into the sunshine of spiritual enlightenment that awaits you when you have conquered the ego drives, become unified with your soul and father-mother life, and moved into the harmony of unconditional love for all. Therefore, I will repeat the list of negative characteristics set on page 1. I want you to read them carefully and watch your own reactions and feeling as you go through them slowly. Criticism, sarcasm, judgmentalism, rejection, denigration, enmity, intolerance, hatred, jealousy, aggression, violent impulses, thieving, falsehoods, double and devious dealing, and slander. How do you begin to get rid of any of those you know to be part of your consciousness? Do not be too ashamed to face up to them, since you are a human being and have been born under the influence of these characteristics of the ego. So do not be too afraid or too downcast to face up to them. Take the first step in total honesty and write them down. The second step is to take the sheet of paper and lie down and place it on your chest. Close your eyes and reach out in thought to the divine reality, your source of being, which you should now realize is your loving procreator, your true spiritual father-mother, which radiates unstintingly and continually and consistently unconditional parenting love. Give time to quieten your mind until you feel that you are moving beyond your own consciousness. Then ask in perfect faith and expect an immediate answer, since you are operating in consciousness, for help in removing, dissolving, overcoming the false and unnecessary rejection ego drives in all the days to come. Emotionally, you make it clear to your spiritual father or divine reality, and therefore to yourself, that you want no more of these ego negatives in your consciousness. You ask for the inspiration and strength to make every effort to avoid or deny them from that day forward. By following this course of action, you are creating a new consciousness form, which now begins to infiltrate and take over your present consciousness. Your intention now becomes your reality. The former negative characteristics written on a piece of paper and taken in your spiritual father are now in a limbo of rejection in your consciousness. This conscious rejection is also the means of drawing divine power into your consciousness to help you strengthen your resolve and remembrance to discard any impulses which may erupt from the rejected characteristics. Therefore, as you can probably see, the surrender and meditation have set in motion unseen work in consciousness, of which you will probably be unaware until you later wake up to the fact that the characteristics have disappeared. I would earnestly urge you to take the paper of characteristics into meditation several times. Each time you do so, you draw into your own consciousness a further injection of Father-Mother consciousness life power, into your purpose of overcoming and ridding your consciousness of unwanted consciousness forms and forces. When they have been dissolved, they will no longer draw into your circumstances the negative and unhappy shadows which plagued you before. You will be traveling to a higher path to freedom. As you progress, you will come to perceive little faults of consciousness in your mind and heart which never seemed to be wrong before. And when this happens, you must go through the same procedure of writing them down and taking them in utter faith to your spiritual Father. Now there is one more thing you must do to complete this rebuilding of your consciousness. In place of criticism, sarcasm, judgmentalism, rejection, denigration, enmity, intolerance, hatred, jealousy, aggression, violent impulses, thieving, falsehoods, double and devious dealings, and slander, you must write down on a piece of paper, in gold letters if possible, to give you a sense of beauty and glow about the attributes, the golden qualities of divine consciousness of which you want to be possessed by and to express in the future. To be in perfect harmony with your divine reality, your spiritual Father, each attribute will be founded on unconditional love and will promote the highest good of others. For no longer will you seek to put others down in order to make yourself feel greater and more self-confident. Your entire consciousness will be directed to affirming other people and building up everything within your orbit. You will seek to nourish, nurture, teach, protect, maintain, fulfill the needs of others, and seek to lovingly establish order out of chaotic, mindless action. Having written your golden aspirations on your sheet of paper, again lie down and reach out to your divine reality, and ask that the beautiful impulses, the nature of the divine, may gradually spread through your mind and heart and become your own consciousness. When this happens, your soul will be like a baby chick pecking and pecking, breaking its shell to emerge into the wonder of the great big world, to be united with Mother Hen, patiently waiting for her child to rejoin her. This is how it is with me and all other Christed souls. We wait and watch and help the people who long to find out the cause of their emptiness of spirit, who set their hearts on transcending earthly occupation, whose minds are being drawn to higher purposes in life, and who dream of coming into perfect attunement with their own souls and their divine source of being. We yearn with love over the spiritual travelers more than the travelers even suspect. This means that we yearn with love over you who are reading this letter. When you are again united with your source of being, you will have achieved your true purposes on earth. You will have accomplished your true mission in eternity, and now let your real life begin. You will have entered the kingdom of heaven. I will not tell you what qualities to write down for your new consciousness. These must come out of your present perception of the highest and best. Again, study the divine nature of divine consciousness, which I perceived so clearly in the desert and described for you in letter 1. Let this divine nature become your own nature. I want you to know that when you embark on this journey in true sincerity, I will be at your side in every eventuality. It is my dearest wish that you will come to know that I am with you, and that I am sending you support and strength in your quest to become unified with your divine reality. About Christianity. I am now about to speak to you about more mundane affairs, and as you read the following pages, I want you to review what is happening to your mood or feeling of well-being. This is still an exercise in the recognition of what is happening in your consciousness as your thoughts change and you employ a new set of words. Please read the next pages very carefully, whether or not you are a professing Christian, even though you may be strongly tempted to skip them. Write down your responses, ideas, feeling, particularly any changing feeling of depression or pleasure. Make a note on the number of page where the words begin to lighten your mood and lift you onto a higher plane of peace and happiness. This is a most important exercise, for unless you do it, you will continue to read about consciousness forever, but will never reach a deep understanding how it is the basic energy of your existence of matter, your body and environment, your life events, your moods, and your spiritual aspiration. You will not begin to realize that consciousness is the be-all in everything in your existence and experience until you notice how ideas and opinions can raise or lower the frequencies, the vibration of your consciousness. I want you to become aware of the words you use in your daily lives, the quality of life that create for you, and the impact they make on others, either lifting their moods into peace and joy or leaving them depressed and depleted. Furthermore, it is my earnest intention to reach those of you who are presently adherents of the Christian religion and are struggling with past or present religious conditioning, thus finding it difficult to extricate your perception from dogma in order to move freely within the finer frequencies of vibration of higher spiritual knowledge. You may be fearing damnation if you even read these pages, and yet they have a drawing power for you, and you intuitively feel that you are reading about the truth of existence, which you have not been taught by your ministers. You are torn by your pressing need to know the truth and your fear of displeasing God in whatever form you presently perceive Him to be. I, the Christ, am well aware of the distress these letters are causing to many sincere people, and I long to bring you through your disquiet to perfect peace of mind and joy. For this reason, it is absolute necessity to first analyze your present beliefs and origins of church doctrines before continuing to teach you the deeper truth about the nature of the universal and the nature of man himself. To fully understand the origins of Christian doctrine, you must travel back in time to the beginning of Judaism, and there find the rationalizations of the human mind which struggled to define in words what was felt intuitively to be a probable source of being. Those of you who are struggling to free yourself of past myth and erroneous beliefs must now come to clearly perceive for yourselves and understand the fundamental difference between church belief and the truth of existence I am presently attempting to explain to you. Until you can clearly discern the origin and form of your present belief, you will not be able to shake yourself completely free of the illusions of your past conditioning within the church. You will have a foot in both camps, a dangerous position to be in. This state of mind will give rise to great mental conflict and may cause you to abandon the search and return to the old, comfortable, emotionally secure religious forms which are leading you nowhere. So beware and do not allow yourselves to be intimidated by threats of displeasing God and likely damnation. The origins of a belief in a super-individual Godhead. Therefore, we will begin with a description of the origins of a belief in God, a name which has meant many different things to mankind. This belief began when the ancient Hebrews walked the desert plains and questioned the origins of creation. It was imagined that in some way the source of creation must surely be a superhuman man-god, invisible and far transcendent to earth and humankind. Some of the ancient prophets were mystically aware that the source of creation was diffuse and present, in some way, throughout creation, and also was sighted in the eternal dimension, but this mysticism was not available to the average human mind. You must also understand that despite the present seeming reality in your minds of such a God from your reading in the Bible, no one has ever glimpsed such a superhuman man-god in any form whatsoever except perhaps Moses, who claimed he saw him in a burning bush and described him as, "I am that I am." All that people have known as such a superhuman God has been derived from reading the colorful descriptions of God given by prophets during their sojourn on earth. It is a hallmark of how illusory are religious beliefs that religionists return only to the ancients for their truth, since they cannot believe that God is truly real, eternal and equally able to speak to people in your day and age. Your ministers are terrified of any beliefs which do not meld into the old ones. They never considered or are afraid to consider that perhaps spiritual knowledge within the earthly dimension is evolutionary. I want you to see that a fabric of belief, a mixture of rationalization and beliefs, has been concocted to make a web of mental emotional security with which to enmesh and trap the minds and hearts of people. All that people are taught in the Christian life is emotionally based and emanates from hearsay, derived from early reports of my life and death on earth, yet these are believed fanatically. Christians are taught that God is love, and God is aware of your sin and punishes, disciplines, rewards the doer of good, and sends misfortune to evildoers. This is an exact description of human activity and consciousness. Christians are taught that I, the Christ, in the persona of Jesus, died for the sins of the world. I was the unblemished Lamb of God, sacrificed to pay the price for people sinning. I made a supreme sacrifice of myself to accomplish this strange feat of payment of sin down the ages. I again entered my body after death by crucifixion and appeared many times in the body to comfort and teach my mourning disciples. I even ate food during my appearance to them. After 40 days I ascended out of sight of my disciples, taking my body up into heaven. As I asked in letter 3, what would I do with the human body in heaven in the life beyond? Because I said at my Last Supper with my disciples that they should remember my last meal with them by breaking bread and passing it to each other, and should each drink from the same cup of wine, And remember that my body was crucified and my blood spilt to bring them truth of being. This incident was converted into a bizarre belief that with pomp and ceremony at the altar, my body was transformed to wafers which communion should swallow with all due reverence. My body. What good would my body, spiritualized or not, do for the communicant? Can you see how the mind can be conditioned into accepting illogical nonsense, which can endure almost 2,000 years, because it was backed by a great hierarchy of pope, cardinals living in palaces, immense wealth, and upheld in earthly pomp and ceremonious prestigious circumstances? I want you to know the truth about the fateful night, what you call my Last Supper. Though painful to do so, for the sake of greater clarity, I have brought myself down in consciousness frequencies of vibration right into the conscious recollection of my thoughts and feelings during my last meeting with my disciples. Although a strong man, enlightened, and certain that I had a destiny to fulfill, which I could not avoid, did not want to avoid, I was also deeply sorrowful as we commenced our meal, the eating of the Passover. My disciples had been my friends and had stuck by me during my difficult circumstances. I was sad to be leaving them and fearful for their well-being. What would happen to them when they found themselves alone without my guidance and protection? They had depended on me more than they knew. I recalled my years teaching the people. I felt a deep sense of irony as I remembered my return from the desert, dirty and unkempt, but literally possessed by my joyous concern for my fellow men, and intensely excited that I could now put their feet to the right path, implant in their minds the truth concerning existence, show them how to overcome their fears, their sickness, poverty, misery. I was going to conquer the world. But how differently it had all turned out. Tomorrow I would hang on a cross. It was true, however, I had achieved much success. I mused over the instances of healing and the people's joyful acceptance of the loving Father. I could understand why the high priest and the council hated me. Instead of fear, punishment, and animal sacrifice, I had brought the people to the reality of the Father love, proving it by healing terminal cases. I brought my attention back to my disciples, who were talking to me while others were eating. They were still unaware of the challenges that lay ahead of me, my crucifixion. Although I had repeatedly warned them, they refused to accept my words as truth. They thought I had become frightened of the chief priest and wondered why. I had extricated myself from threatening situations before. As was customary at the Passover, they were speaking about the circumstances surrounding the escape of the Israelites from Egypt. John, who was highly imaginative, was giving them a colorful account of Moses calling together the Israelites and telling them that at last they would finally leave Egypt and escape from their life of slavery into freedom in the desert. For this reason, Moses directed the head of each family to kill an unblemished lamb, and with a handful of herbs, paint the blood of it on the doorposts of their dwelling. Moses said that angels would come at night and fly through Egypt, killing the firstborn of all Egyptians in stock, leaving only the firstborn of the Israelites, who would be saved by the blood of their doorposts. As I listened to them and saw their smiles and nods of accomplishment of this wondrous happening, I realized with a pang of anguish how little they truly understood my description of the Heavenly Father. I heard John's words concerning blood, 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 blood of the unblemished lamb, blood on the doorposts, blood of the Egyptian children and livestock. As ever, I marveled at the centuries of old Jewish preoccupation with blood, and briefly remembered that Abraham was even prepared to sacrifice his only son, intending to slaughter and offer him as a sacrifice, because he believed God had told him to do so. I even thought of the daily animal sacrifice in the temple. To me, the entire concept of bloodletting, as a way for paying for sin, was an absolute abomination. But I remained silent and did not argue with the men. I realized that their minds were filled with these traditions, as solid and enduring as rock. This was our last supper together, our last meal all at one table. It should be a time of peace between us and a loving farewell. Doubly momentous for my disciples because the Passover was so sacred an event for their Jewish minds, and this I would have to accept in the spirit of loving understanding. Previously, I had not celebrated the Passover, since the tradition sickened me. I preferred to go into the hills quietly to meditate, leaving my disciples to eat the Passover with their family. Because of my previous attitudes, they did not wonder at my present silence. Now I half lay, half sat, unable to relax as I usually did. Tense, wrought up, compassionately warm towards my disciples, yet half annoyed with them. I wondered how I might leave these confused, somnolent followers an effective token of remembrance, some ritual to bring back their muddled minds all that I had tried to teach them. I wanted to shake them out of their sanguinity. As I listened to their talk about Moses and his various miraculous activities, it came to me that if they were so preoccupied with blood, then blood I would give them to remember me by. I bent over the table and picked up a loaf of bread and broke it into several pieces and said quite roughly, I am like your Passover lamb. Pass it around, take your share, eat, and do this in remembrance of me, who has brought you the only real truth the world has ever heard. Let this bread be a symbol of my body, which is about to be broken on the cross. They stopped talking and stared on me. Go on, eat, I told them. As in a dream, they quietly took some bread and passed it around, chewing a little of it. I then picked up a large goblet of wine and told them to drink from it and pass it around. This wine is a symbol of my blood. I came to give you the truth, truth about God, truth about life. But I have been rejected. My blood will flow through you. Again in silence they drank from the goblet and passed it on to the next man. Their faces were strained, but they said nothing. It was obvious that all were shaken by my words and did not like them. I knew that Judas had been given money to point me out to the chief priest's soldiers when the moment was right. I knew also that the night of the Passover was to be the night I said to Judas, Go quickly and do what you have to do. Judas looked at me for a long moment, and I saw the pain and indecision in his eyes. He was having second thoughts, but my time had come, and I wanted to get it over with and done. Go, I said harshly. Judas got up and left the room. The disciples were amazed at the way I had spoken, and asked what it was he was going to do. He is going to the chief priest to tell him where to find me. They are going to crucify me, just as I have told you. I looked at the various expressions on their faces, doubt, shock, horror, with a degree of painful cynicism. Then there was an outpouring of resentful interrogation. What would happen to them? They had left home and family for me. They would be losing a life of freedom and security if I was crucified like a common felon. I said they would abandon me. They vehemently denied such a thing, but they did. I was too tired to argue with them, but I had grown so strong, so secure in the knowledge that the Father was within, and with me at all times, I could afford to forgive their disloyalty. And at the end of it all, I would be released from my body and able to ascend into the realms of light I had so often sensed but never fully seen with earthly vision. It was a thought bringing me deep comfort and a happy sense of expectation. So I smiled at them and said, It is good you have done what I asked in commemoration of me, and of my death yet to come. Continue to break bread and drink wine together, remembering I have ever loved you and will remain with you in spirit until you join me where I go. Do not fear, you will be guided, you will be inspired, you will be made strong, and you will speak with clear voices. My only warning in this, in the future, much that I have taught you will be forgotten. Much that I have told you will be reasoned away by human thinking or distorted by human myth. Then there was panic and a clamor. How will this be? I smiled and raised my hand. I have told you what will happen in the distant future. Meanwhile, be true to all I have taught you, and do not doubt any word I have spoken. Then it was time to go to the Garden of Olives, the place where the chief priest's soldiers would seek me. My disciples wanted to ask more questions, but now I had reached the end of my speech with men. I wanted only to prepare myself in total silence for my ordeal, moving in spirit into a state of secure, consistent attunement and communication with the Father. We walked to the garden, and I retreated to my favorite rock. Sheltered from the wind, I sat down and pulled my cloak around me. Closing my eyes, gradually I felt myself moving into a great inner stillness of spirit and powerful silence. Then the power itself descended and pressed in on me and possessed my mind and heart. It filled me with such supreme love that I knew I was supported and sustained and loved, and could retain my love for all, no matter what happened to me. This was all that mattered, now that my hour had come. That is the truth beyond the breaking of the bread and drinking of wine in commemoration of me, my life and teaching. And as you, who are reading this letter, know, all that the Father gave me to know my last night on earth has come to pass. Because I spoke of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Church decided at the Council of Nicene that I must have been referring to the three persons in one. Consequently, people pray to the Father to ask for benefits, implore the Holy Spirit to instruct them spiritually, and pray to the Son to save them from their sins. Can you begin to see how earthly and humanly conceived are these beliefs? Can you also see how emotionally based they are? Because of the emotionalism and the promise of the free trip to heaven on the heels of the Savior, the beliefs have become a humanly conceived religious structure to enshrine an empire of church within earthly empires, Rome, Austria, Spain. They have been the excuse for wholesale torture and death by burning and execution of dissidents. They have inspired wars between nations. But the spiritual perception and creativity arising out of some of the beliefs also contributed much to existence in the past 2 millennia. These beliefs have been the reason for building of cathedrals and churches, monasteries and convents, giving people a stable purpose, the ability to express their artistic gifts, and provided work for the less talented. The beliefs also directed millions of people's consciousness towards the higher realms of beautiful thought and love. They have even been the impetus beyond mysticism and enlightenment within spiritual souls have come to see the reality previously hidden by the beliefs. Whilst this has been happening, the beliefs have also created the condition for the development of echelons of religious superiority and immeasurable grandeur and wealth. These are humanly conceived and created edifices of ego impulses and are therefore, from a spiritual standpoint, entirely spurious. The truth regarding sin. It must also be understood that down the centuries, people perceived the facets of human behavior were detrimental to the welfare of others. They witnessed killing, stealing another's wife and possession, causing much pain and grief in the community, making life difficult and at times intolerable. It was reasoned that surely this behavior must be contrary to the will of what they termed God. They gave this behavior the name of sin and termed it evil. Eventually their prophets reasoned that such aberrant behavior must emanate from an evil source opposed to God, and they called it Satan. They threatened and punished each other in the belief that sins were evil and that their God would punish men for their wrongdoing against each other. This behavior is practiced to this day in the churches. Ministers try to control people by fear. The concept of sin against Jehovah, the eternal and infinitely mighty Creator, was a clever and powerful method of controlling other people. The church beliefs are a tragic travesty of all that I tried to teach the people in Palestine. Moses first enshrined the belief in sin and punishment in the form of the 10 Commandments. Moses said they were given to him by God, and that if the Israelites broke them, they would have to suffer the penalty. In some cases, this meant death by stoning. They were taught that by breaking the law, the Israelites would be sinning against their God. The exact truth is, Moses went to the mountain to pray for a means by which to control the unruly Israelites. In answer to this prayer, the 10 Commandments were inspirationally given to him to help him in his task of bringing the Israelites safety through their desert sojourn with the least degree of troublemaking. Religionists are happy to accept and wholeheartedly believe in a God which reputedly instructed Moses to engage in aggressive procedures and massacres when conquering the Promised Land. A beautiful and productive land was callously grabbed from hard-working people who were slain in their thousands. This was regarded as a right thing to do since God had promised them a beautiful land in which to settle. To this day, religionists believe that since God spoke to Moses, it must be God who decreed the ensuing bloodshed. There are many similar horrific descriptions of war and bloodshed in your Bible, considered permissible, just, and right, because it was believed that God had instructed them to go to war against the Gentiles. Can you not see in the history of the Jews the rampant ego drive in even which God is used to exempt them from blame? In the moment of self-aggrandizement, it became permissible and equitable to ignore the 10 Commandments and indulge in wholesale massacre. They believed no sin was involved because the killing had been ordained by God. What a God! Can you not also perceive why it was necessary for me to be born in Palestine, to live amongst the Jews, in an effort to help them see their traditional beliefs and practices were all contrary to the very nature of the divine consciousness which had been truly given them being? Since then, down the centuries, men have battled with the concept of sin, and many sincere people have grieved concerning the way they offend God, and they beg for forgiveness. Long ago they sacrificed animals beyond number in the temple in Jerusalem to appease God, and to hopefully escape the effects of their sinning. Since that time, innumerable books have been written on the subject expressing grief and horror at the condition of the men's souls, seeking ways to change their behavior, beating themselves with whips to torture the flesh and make it pay for its wrongdoing in thought, word, and deed. And many of these books have been applauded by Christians throughout Europe and housed within the archives of religious institutions. They bind people to my age-old persona of Jesus, preaching the salvation of man from punishment for his sins by my death on the cross. As I have explained elsewhere, these beliefs are physically impossible and contrary to the facts of creation. No payment is extracted for sin by any superior deity. This is a human concept entirely and pagan. All bloodletting of any description for the purpose of religious rites is paganism. The Christian Church has presented its followers with nothing less than a glorified version of paganism. When people make other people unhappy in another way, they are creating their own future comeback, not as retribution, but as a consciousness activity of creation. Therefore, it is a matter of urgency that these beliefs in sin and salvation by my death on the cross should be strongly combated and replaced by the spiritual understanding given you in these letters. Before leaving this subject on religious doctrine, I want to make it clear that some spiritual seekers within the Christian Church, down the ages, have sufficiently purified their consciousness to become strongly aware of power they have called God, and have come to recognize that the source of being is not as taught by the Church. But only a few people have been sufficiently spiritually evolved to move beyond the parameters of religious belief to feel the full inflow of power, since the vast majority of people can only conceive truth within an earthly terminology. I, the Christ, have to tell you at this time, not one of all the saints has even glimpsed the reality of creation and the truth beyond human behavior as I am presenting it to you now. The time has surely come when you must now be told the truth concerning sin and human behavior and what people are presently doing to the world and to themselves, providing you have fully abandoned the age-old myth of religious doctrine and are presently eager, receptive, and gladly opening your hearts completely to the reality of existence. If you are none of these things, then what I have to say will have no meaning to you. Believe me, you cannot mix your old religious belief with the truth of existence. If you try to do so, you may be sure that you are not seeing truth, but only your own adaptation of what you believe you have gained from these pages. If you continue the search for truth of existence, but remain in a divided state of conviction, you may continue the search at great cost to yourself, torn by indecision, fear, and a continuing inability to perceive the true meaning of the new teaching. Your developing perception will be partially obscured by messages arising out of old conditioning of your conscious and subconscious mind. You may not realize the enormity of such a problem at this present time. But it is a tremendous problem because your present deep beliefs are your present truth on which you construct your daily lives. They are your reality. Your convictions and strongly held beliefs may be completely illusory, but if you fully believe in them in your subconscious, they become absolutely real for you. No matter how compelling of your attention may be any new idea contradicting your belief, your consciousness will be split and will give enormous discomfort, even anguish to you. Remember, your consciousness is the fabric out of which you make your lives. This consciousness fabric is the ground of your every response to every single thing which happens in your mental, emotional, and physical lives. Your consciousness is your reality. This statement may be expressed in two ways, both of which are the truth of your existence. Your consciousness creates your reality, irrespective of what the actual facts of your earthly life may be. When people believed the earth was flat, they were afraid to venture too far over the ocean lest the ship should fall over the edge. The people who believed in a flat earth lived according to that belief. When Galileo said the earth was round, he was considered a heretic, but his perception of the roundness of the earth enabled sailors to take a new look at the world and set out to discover what lay the other side of the ocean. It required a change in their belief to make this possible. You are in a similar position in regard to these letters. Those people who discount and ridicule them are like the people who believed in a flat earth, and were afraid of falling over the edge if they sailed too far to the west or east of their known environment. Their horizons were severely limited by their false belief. So are the horizons of those people who believe in the world to be solid, also severely restricted. Day after day they lament and grieve over the misfortunes which have befallen the world, believing there is no escape from them. But the people who can grasp and welcome the truth of consciousness I am presently giving the world are like those who perceive that travel in the oceans could be limitlessly undertaken in all directions, providing that they had the will to set out on such a journey. Therefore, your state of consciousness is the most important consideration in your life. Not your relationship or possession or your position in life. Tend to your consciousness, and the blessedness in all aspects of your life will follow. By your consciousness, you feed yourself with inner love and harmony, joy and beauty, even in the back streets of a slum. With such a consciousness, you will find yourself being removed from the streets of the slum into an environment in keeping with your inner self. So do you climb out of unpleasant circumstance. From the foregoing, you should now be able to see that only you create the quality of your internal world, whether you find yourself externally in prison or in command of a battleship, and you can enhance your surrounding by radiating to them the life force which animates your thinking. And again, your consciousness is your reality, not your husband or wife, children, home, garden, possessions, qualifications, workplace, or friends. For whatever place your people and your possessions occupy in your consciousness, good or evil, this place is only your personal perception of them. The reality of these people is not truly known to anyone. No one has access to the innate goodness hidden in an apparently negative character. Conversely, no one may suspect the hidden drives and desires of a seemingly personable human being. Your external life only impinges on your consciousness. It does not, cannot, create or determine your conscious response. You are the creator of your responses. Your type of creation depends entirely on your deepest perceptions and beliefs regarding existence. Furthermore, you can at any moment choose to gradually dismantle your past inner world in order to create a more harmonious inner kingdom of increasing love, vitality, and joy. Although your outer objects, people, or possessions remain the same, the spiritual power of the fabric of your consciousness will be radiated outwards and absorbed by the people, plants, and bricks and mortar in your immediate vicinity. There will be definite changes and improvements in all that come with your orbit. It is your destiny in this life or future lives to arrive at this full and complete realization. When you do, you will put your foot to the path of self-mastery and then gradually move forward to becoming a true master of your human consciousness, world interpenetrated and assisted by divine consciousness. I, the Christ, commend this letter to you. I have put you in full possession of some of the important facts of creation, which will enable you to transcend the ego, the guardian of your individuality, and to return to the universality of being from which you have already come. You have within your hands the means by which you can move into unconditional love, joy, and personal fulfillment. Remember that I have said that I yearn over the spiritual traveler's progress. As you move along the path I have outlined for you, there will be times of confirmation that I am indeed with you on the journey. You will see them. Retain your faith in them. At all times I uphold you in divine love, for I am divine love in action. Believe this and find rest in my consciousness unfolding within you. End of Letter 6. Christ Returns, Speaks His Truth. Introduction to Letter 7. Recorder. This is a strange, miraculous happening attached to the following letter. When Letter 7 was completed, the recorder was clearly told to use the parable from Matthew 13, verse 3 as an opening paragraph. A little later, it came over her powerfully to add a paragraph on page 2 marked with a double asterisk. Letter 7 was printed out. When collating the pages, she was astounded, shattered, to find the half of the page 1 was now taken up with the words, I am the life, the truth, and the way, which had not been typed into the computer. It appeared to be a footer for a page, but such a footer could only be typed in by using the precise and specific word-perfect instructions to create a footer. Furthermore, only 2 lines are normally allotted to a footer. A half page would not be a footer. Still shocked by the event, the recorder searched every file of the computer to see whether at any time she had used such a footer and forgotten it, but found nothing. A computer man was called in, shown the text on the computer and the print itself, but was unable to explain how it could have happened. To this time, no one has been able to explain it. For those who may not be aware of it, this statement, I am the life, the truth, and the way, was made by Jesus Christ when describing himself during his mission in Palestine. The text had already been quoted and explained by Christ on page 8 on letter 7, but he had used the words in a different order. When you read the paragraphs marked double asterisk on page 2, in conjunction with the footer on page 1, they will undoubtedly take on a new meaning for you because they are obviously linked. First of all, the wording of the paragraph was energetically dictated and typed on the computer, and sometime immediately afterwards the footer was added at the bottom of the first page. Another mystery. How is it there was a footer is not noticed at the same time of printing? The recorder lives alone. No one else had access to the computer. The recorder regards this intervention and contravention of the word perfect procedure as Christ's own personal signature, something he might have done when on earth. Letter 7. Again, this is I, the Christ, who has come to you through a letter, to whomever can receive my words. The following parable is as applicable to your modern era as it was in the time of the Jews 2001 years ago. I commend its truth to you who reads these letters. A sower went out to sow, and as he sowed, some seeds fell along the path, and the birds came and devoured them. Other seeds fell on rocky ground, where they had not much soil, and immediately they sprang up, since they had no depth of soil, but when the sun rose they were scorched and withered away. Other seeds fell upon thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked them. Other seeds fell on good soil and brought forth grain, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. Hear then the meaning of the parable of the sower. I am the life, the truth, and the way. When anyone hears the message regarding the kingdom and does not understand it, the evil one, the selfhood, snatches away what was sown in the heart. This is what was sown along the path. As for what was sown on rocky ground, this is he who hears the message and immediately receives it with joy. Yet he has no root in himself, but endures for a while. And when tribulation or persecution come on account of the message, immediately he falls away. As for what was sown among thorns, this he hears the message, but the cares of the world and delight in riches choke the message, and it bears no fruit. As for what was sown on good soil, this is he who hears and receives the message and understands it. He indeed bears fruit and yields, in one case 100-fold, in another 60, and another 30-fold. Matthew 13, verse 3. My purpose in sharing this knowledge of the truth of being with you in these letters is to enable you to grow in spiritual love and wisdom, and bring forth the fruits and blessing of such spiritual love and wisdom in your every moment of evolving consciousness. I long for you to be richly joyful. Therefore, let us together plow into your human soil of consciousness, turn it over, get rid of the stones of despair, break down the clods of non-comprehension with deepening wisdom. Pull out the weeds of your negative mental emotional patterns with my help. Fertilize your soil of consciousness with ever-increasing faith. Then sow ever more beautiful seeds born of your evolving spiritual perception and unconditional love. My joy will be your joy in this endeavor, and your joy will be added to my joy. In this unity of purpose and achievement, you will eventually feel that you are indeed of my spirit, and my spirit is being poured into you. In this way, we will experience the oneness of that out of which we have both taken our individuality. My thoughts will become your thoughts, untainted by your former ego consciousness. I have described the process, the path, along which you travel to achieve your most sublime and perfect heart's desire. And so I say to you, although this letter may be difficult to accept at first, and will require time and effort to fully understand, it is a strong link between your consciousness and mine. In my transcendent state, I can do no more for you when you call upon me than I could if I were to return to earth in a physical body, when you might see me with your eyes and hear me with your ears. But your understanding of truth of being might be limited. In this mode of contact with your consciousness, you can receive me direct in your mind and heart when the preconditions to such contact have been fulfilled. For I tell you truly, the more time and meditation you devote to these letters, the more it will become possible for you to receive higher inspiration and instruction from me. Personally, because with every reading of these letters, the more will your own frequencies of consciousness be raised towards my spiritual consciousness frequencies, and eventually we will be able to reach a true meeting place of consciousness. Then abundant will be the fruitage in your life. To explain why this is so, I must tell you that my consciousness descends through many differing planes of vibrational frequencies of consciousness to meet the needs of those seeking help and inspiration. The many differing planes of consciousness my consciousness passes through are all distinct from each other. Each level of consciousness frequencies creates and manifests as different conditions of existence. Since the highest and lowest vibrational frequencies of consciousness are produced by the highest or lowest spiritual, mental, emotional patterns or forms of consciousness. By high and low patterns, I mean those who are closest and furthest from divine consciousness intent. As you know, each frequency of vibration of sound produces its own unique and individual note and tone. Similarly, Habitual mental, emotional thought forms produce their own vibrational frequencies in consciousness, and these in turn produce the outer conditions in which that consciousness resides. The higher the frequencies of vibration of consciousness, the more beautiful, harmonious, joyous, and fulfilled are the lives of those who reside within these frequencies. The lower the frequencies, the more harsh, bitter, acrid, and miserable are the lives of those who resonate to such frequencies. Their lives are punctuated with disasters, deprivation, and brutality. The higher the frequency of vibration of consciousness, the more spiritually loving and beautiful are the thoughts, the creative imagination, the ideals of beauty of color and life forms, for they are rising closer and closer to the dimension of universal consciousness where the frequencies have become so heightened as to level out and enter into powerful equilibrium. The all-power of universal consciousness, the source of all being, love. To you the outer conditions may appear to those in which the body resides, but the truth is, it is the consciousness which dwells within, experiences and responds to the outer conditions. The body is but a vehicle making the human consciousness visible to others, and the condition of the vehicle itself is a manifestation of the level of spiritual, mental, emotional consciousness which inhabits it. Therefore, as I have said before, as an observer of individual need, and in response to pleas for help, my consciousness descends through the various levels of existential consciousness to reach a sincere supplicant, for to give the answers I must first receive the need. And as I said on the second page, these letters are a link, a means of your communication with my consciousness to enable you to be spiritually drawn to and made receptive, and then deeply understand and use all the knowledge I wish to share with you to bring up the ladder of spiritual consciousness to its ultimate heights of the Christ consciousness. Because I am in near perfect equilibrium myself, I have the spiritual power of universal consciousness to a near perfect degree. I am imbued with the nature of universal consciousness. Therefore, my entire consciousness, irrespective of other people's thoughts or words, belief or non-belief, love or hatred, acceptance or rejection of me, remains that of pure unconditional love. It never falters or changes. My attitudes are consistently those of pure love, caring and compassion, which I experience as a profound yearning to uplift, heal, and prosper. Therefore, it is perfectly possible for some people, if sufficiently sensitive to consciousness vibrational frequencies, to become aware of my presence, or love, or extra life force, when they are in a state of conscious yearning, seeking, praying to know me better or evolve spiritually. As I speak of the lower frequencies of consciousness, which causes trouble on earth, you will be aware of my wholly compassionate acceptance of them. For these are but a manifestation of people's painful struggles and suffering while trying to find their way towards the light of their source of being. I am coming to people, not to condemn, but to uplift and strengthen them. I radiate my Christ consciousness toward you by receiving and holding your name and spiritual form in my mind when you appeal to me for assistance. And according to your receptivity and freedom from magnetic bonding rejection impulses, a little of the divine nature of being is absorbed by your present conscious vibrational frequencies, which then experience a strong sense of upliftment. Therefore, it should be clear to you that as you uphold your earthly consciousness of its emotional bondage, by mentally, emotionally rejecting the patterns of emotional thought you perceive to be out of harmony with divine love, so will you become more and more aware of higher inspiration invading your mind, even your solar plexus, giving you guidance in times of need, when you are unable to perceive the right course of action or unable to clear yourself of emotional ego thinking when reacting to a troublesome situation. With my help, you can live in two dimensions, that of the physical world in which your body resides, bringing you your experiences, and that of the higher standpoint of Christ consciousness, which will enable you to transcend the ego thinking and radiate thoughts and feelings into your situation from that state of being I term the kingdom of heaven. I am not alone in this work. There are innumerable most highly transcendent, spiritual, beautiful, lovingly intelligent souls, possessing entrance to the dimension of Christ consciousness, working with me to help people. Although we are in the dimension of Christ consciousness, we are all individuals. We are not replicas of each other. We all express the Christ consciousness in differing glorious ways. The emphasis of our activities placed on differing facets of creativity. We have powerful imaginations and are able to create and bring into visible individual form within our own dimension these things which are way beyond your present comprehension. You will hear that all over the world people are receiving inspiration and are aware of the Christ presence. My inspiration radiated to the world at this time is received by different nature and different minds. Due to their prior mental conditioning, the inspiration will lead each person along a different path. The message I am able to insert into your consciousness will wear differing faces. In some cases, the messages will be grossly distorted by the recipient, who is psychically receptive, but possesses an orthodox mind, which clings to the beaten religious tracks of yesteryears. Any message will be interpreted according to the beliefs already in control. Any message received, which might contradict accepted beliefs, will be hurriedly pushed out of mind and authorship attributed to Satan. For this reason, it has been possible only to reach the mind which is open and eager for truth, rather than traditional teaching. You can be certain, however, that my personal message will always awaken people to the urgent need to move away from the restricting and erroneous tenets of all dogma and institutionalized religion. The message will open up channels of consciousness leading to the growth of spiritual awareness. It will be leading people into ever higher and higher dimensions of celestial thought, as opposed to earthly and materialistic concepts. It will impart a more vivid appreciation of the true nature of your source of being and the universe in which you presently live. I prophesied when on earth that the time would come when I would return as lightning flashes from east to west across the sky. This was a graphic description of the way in which I am presently working. Perhaps after the foregoing paragraph, you will accept the lightning was struck worldwide in such a form as to reach those who are eagerly hoping for my return. My truth is intended to uplift and illumine the minds of those who are seeking to awaken people to the many causes of misery and future destruction on the planet. Countless old souls are acting selflessly in hundreds of different ways to alleviate the suffering of people in need, devoting all their energies, time, earthly status, to the promotion of love for nature, animals, and their well-being and protection, and the future health of the planet itself. Although these lovely souls may not be aware of it, none of these concerns arose out of the earthly human thought, exclusively geared toward selfish needs, but from the dimension of Christ's consciousness, where all living things have seen to be an expression of the love intelligence of the source of all being. In this letter I want to explain clearly that I have come through the medium of these words to assist receptive people in all stratum of society, labor to general, clerk to president, to work entirely from the standpoint of love. There are spiritual, scientific, materialistic reasons why it is absolutely imperative that people should devote all their mental and emotional energies and sensitivities to bringing their actions and reactions into perfect alignment and harmony with unconditional love, divine consciousness. To remain within the worldwide state of consciousness as it exists at this moment is to remain on the steady downward slide into countless disease, misfortune, upheavals, and deepest suffering. Men and women can live in two dimensions of existence in your world, either exclusively from the level of ego impulses, which are the controlling forces behind and within all the daily phenomena which comprise the human daily experience, or mentally, emotionally poised within divine consciousness whilst their bodies are still living on the earthly plane. The fruits of the ego consciousness are discord, disruption, climatic upheavals and abnormalities, wars, addictions of every kind, poverty, disease, murder, robbery, lying, cheating, slandering, backbiting, low, miserable thoughts, envious thoughts, angry thoughts, bad humors, judgmentalism, criticism, sarcasm, rejection of other people, etc. These consciousness frequencies are forever bringing forth mere reflections of the circumstance and feeling reactions which gave them birth, and are continually subject to the highs and lows of fulfillment of expectation and disappointment, swinging between happiness and misery. Those who, through prayer, meditation, self-discipline, and determination, manage to purify their consciousness of ego, and lift it by defining and entertaining ever more sincerely loving thoughts toward other individuals and the world generally, gradually ascend in consciousness to the vibratory frequencies of the realm of divine consciousness, the kingdom of heaven, where they live comfortably and at ease and harmony with the universal laws of existence. Such people find that no matter what may be the troubles and uproar in the world around them, they are nourished, healed, protected, cared for, and maintained in perfect peace of mind, providing they remain within the spiritual frequencies of vibration. When they allow themselves to be drawn down into selfish disputes and any negative human condition involving any of the attributes of ego, the peace abruptly disappears, and they find themselves trapped in the consciousness frequencies of vibration, which are fed by similar consciousness frequencies of other people in their environment. They are like a fly caught in a spider's web, and the ensuing battle to extricate thoughts from the lower frequencies of conscious vibration can be exhausting and painful. At such times, constant meditation and prayer, a plea for help, strength, and guidance in achieving the right emotional attitudes, are the only means by which a spiritual traveler can find his way back from the entrapping lowered energy fields to a state of harmony with the heavenly consciousness frequencies of vibration. You may think that the foregoing is too difficult to understand and not necessary in your search for spiritual upliftment. On the contrary, this understanding of the nature of your consciousness is highly important. If you should find yourself descending into lowered consciousness frequencies of vibration and experiencing the conflict between what you are feeling at the moment and what you know you ought to be feeling or would like to be feeling, you will experience more control if you realize you are suffering because you have allowed your normal spiritual consciousness vibrations to drop. Pinpoint the reason and take it to divine consciousness for a resolution of the inner conflict. In time, guidance as to the correct attitudes and affirmations to clear the problem will be given you swiftly in response to your prayer. Furthermore, as you lift your level of consciousness frequencies, you will find that you are inwardly strengthened in spirit and life force, and the opposite occurs when you find yourself entrapped in lower consciousness vibrations, either through a personal descent into lower thought frequencies or by being emotionally drawn into them through communication with a negative or egotistic personality. When this happens, you will experience a loss of energy. This loss of energy results in a depletion of physical energy in your body cells. Therefore, when deliberately setting out on a spiritual journey, you should visualize yourself as being like a traveler boarding a train bound for the destination of your choice. If when traveling, you leap out of the window on glimpsing verdant valleys or exciting cities offering pleasures of some sort, and go wandering into highways and byways far removed from the journey you had originally undertaken, you will find it very difficult to resume that original journey. First of all, you will have to go through a cleansing of the lower conscious energies you absorb during your jaunts into other areas of interest. This may take a long time, and you may have to go through other painful experiences to enable you to go through the necessary cleansing of your consciousness again. Everything you do in life, you are either moving forward spiritually or moving into areas of consciousness detrimental to your search and long-term journey towards higher levels of spiritual consciousness. You never escape the process of consciousness, nor the inexorable working of the laws of existence. You cannot put your life on hold as you dodge off to have a little fling, which you won't think matters since no one will know. Whatever you do is an action in consciousness, and whatever it is, promotional of your well-being or contrary to your highest good, will have its repercussions of a like nature. Everything in your life is related to some other activity in consciousness. Nothing is isolated from everything else. People think that what they do today is in a compartment. They think that today becomes yesterday and is past. It can have no bearing on their today. But unfortunately for them, they will find it cropping up in their experience as reaping time in 6 months, a year, or even 10 years ahead. When the consciousness energies have attracted what is necessary to bring about their visible manifestation, then people wonder, why did this happen to me? Why me? You must understand that when you embark on a spiritual journey, you have set foot to a path which will lift your consciousness vibrations to a higher level. Carelessness and inconsistency will lead you in a condition of swinging between levels of vibratory frequencies. These times of inconsistency are fraught with emotional pain. As you swing, the original momentum of spiritual energy which previously lifted your spiritual vision dies away, and eventually you complain it is hard to get back to prayer and meditation. It is difficult to make the contact with divine consciousness that you were able to make before you went off on some pleasurable jaunt which led to a dropping of your consciousness frequencies. In this way, by giving in to an overpowering impulse, you make life difficult for yourself. You walk a more rocky path. At the same time, the impulses within your consciousness indicate that certain areas of your human consciousness are redefining. The impulses become the necessary means to teach you some important lesson. In fact, no one can move on the narrow path leading to the kingdom of heaven and remain there without divergence or deviation until they have thoroughly experienced the fruits of their hidden impulses. By fully experiencing all they have to offer, people eventually arrive at a clear understanding that there were false enticements, not worth the pain and tremendous effort involved in getting back on the spiritual path again. Only when the deeply ingrained impulses have been indulged and the results imprinted in the consciousness can a deliberate mental and emotional choice be made and live life on a higher spiritual level. When this final decision is made decisively and positively, the former impulse is then erased from the consciousness. But I have to tell you that when you do not make the choice to live your life on a higher spiritual level, you have not necessarily come to the end of your problems. In ignorance of what is real and false in higher spirituality, you may find yourself attracted to different cults, which will lead you further into a wilderness without ending. I, the Christ, have come, through the medium of these letters, to show you how to choose the highest goals in your human existence and your true final destination on your earthly train journey. In your spiritual quest, you are like people being presented with many beautifully colored travel brochures depicting the pleasures and luxuries of various exotic holiday resorts where you can relax and renew your strength. One spiritual teacher holds up the enticement of a journey leading to a specific goal, the resolution of some mental emotional problem, while another teacher offers another goal and another path to follow. Each of these spiritual teachers are offering alleviation of some kind of human pain and suffering which they themselves have experienced in the past and overcome. Each one has eventually found relief in their own unique way. There is no doubt that they all have some valuable message of one kind or another to share with people who are bewildered by the problems of living and do not know which way to turn for help and comfort in their difficult existence. But I have come to you from the highest vantage point of spiritual universal existence, through the medium of a mind carefully cleansed and impregnated with spiritual life and dedicated to the work, to carry this message to people who are ready to receive it. I have come to show you who you really are in the deepest recesses of your individuality, and who and what you can become. Just as importantly, I have come to show you the means by which a transition from the human consciousness to the higher realms of spiritual consciousness may be achieved. When I was on earth, I said, I am the truth, the way, and the life. And so I was and am. In these letters I am giving you truth. I am showing you the way to achieve abundant life. It is weakening to the soul to need another agent as a spiritual crutch. Therefore, to depend even on myself must be recognized as a temporary measure. For this reason, I am making every effort through my recorder to enable you to realize that your true support, your mainstay, source of life and being, are drawn directly from the all-powerful dimension of universal consciousness in equilibrium. I have come to you, you who are reading this letter, to help you find life more abundant and what I termed when on earth the kingdom of heaven. What did this statement mean in human terms? What did I mean when I said life more abundant? It is easier for me to describe my meaning to yourselves in 2001 than it was to spell out clearly to the people in AD 1. But I know that for many people whose inner spiritual perceptions have not yet been opened, what I am about to say will be deemed fantastical. Therefore, to help you understand, I must remind you and ask you to fully realize that you are not bodies possessing consciousness. You are divine consciousness, individualized into separate consciousness beings, and made visible on your earth by means of electrical particles drawn and bonded together into elements, to give you visible living form according to a fundamental physical pattern. To understand the truth of existence and the origins of your physicality, you must make daily effort to rid yourself of the limited earthly perception that the body receives its beingness and is conceived and developed entirely and only according to the unchangeable physical scientific laws. In place of your old limited human beliefs, you must make daily effort to develop a strong, clear realization that your personal reality, your soul, is drawn directly from all reality, the source of being. Your physical body also draws life from all reality at the moment of conception, but it is also tempered by the initial plane of consciousness vibrational frequencies out of which your body was conceived. It is constricted and encapsulated even more strongly as years pass by the magnetic emotional bonding rejection impulse which control the human consciousness. What do I mean by that? What I am going to tell you has enormous implication for the future of mankind. That is, those of you who are capable of doing so will make every effort to understand it. In fact, the way you view these letters will determine the course of your future lives. They will mean to you the difference between remaining stuck in your present parameter of consciousness vibrational frequencies or gradually moving forward yourself to higher levels of consciousness and producing children who will benefit from the exercise of the knowledge I am about to give you. When I was on earth and made the often repeated but never understood statement, "What is born of the flesh is flesh, and of the spirit, spirit," I meant that some people have a natural spiritual ability to return to the original frequency of spiritual emotional consciousness in which they were conceived, and in later years can be reborn, take on new spiritual mental awareness in the same spiritual frequency of vibration of conception, and thereafter live and evolve and work from it. The original frequency of spiritual emotional consciousness of conception will become the platform for the child's spiritual journey. Those conceived only of fleshly, lustful desires find it difficult to perceive any truth beyond the evidence of the ears, eyes, touch, and smell. If you doubt the foregoing, pause and reflect on the undeviating principle of existence. All creation is consciousness made visible. Every living thing only thinks and acts out of the level of spiritual or ego consciousness in which they reside. Before conception takes place, the sperm is imbued with the total consciousness of the male, the future father, and the ovum is imbued with the total consciousness of the female, the future mother. During intercourse, changes take place in the mental, emotional consciousness of the man and woman. They may sense a deepening of love, caring, and drive to express their longing for greater closeness and harmony in spirit. This is a true spiritual physical union. Alternately, as a desire for union with each other changes to an ever stronger desire for self-satisfaction, this becomes an ego activity, reaping only ego reactions. However, when the condition of consciousness of the participants in the act of union, their consciousness of desire to achieve the ultimate climax, strives and drives the physical organs to move in a rhythm producing psychic physical energy, which gradually rises up into the brain, creating a higher and higher momentum of vibrational energy to reach a peak of near delirium and delight, bursting into an explosion of momentary ecstasy and glorious fulfillment, and then follows release and a gradual descent into a human consciousness again. At the very moment of delirium and delight, the human consciousness rises to touch the divine life force, which ignites the sperm in the male and the ovum in the woman. Conception may not take place, and both sperm and ovum return to a normal physical consciousness. When conception does take place, sperm penetrates the ovum, and they unite in the highest vibration of divine life, in a spiritual and physical fusion. In united consciousness, they too ascend into their own moment of equilibrium and joy to become one both with divine life itself and human father-mother consciousness. The moment of conscious union takes place within the very highest dimension of divine life consciousness, and is a moment of unimaginable rejoicing and joy, for the two elements of male and female are again conjoined, united and merged in equilibrium to become one to produce a child. This moment of union is a reenactment of a person's return to the glorious and ineffable ecstasy of the divine consciousness of universal equilibrium. When intercourse is prompted by pure heartfelt love between man and woman, the united human consciousness ascends, during intercourse, into higher and higher levels of consciousness vibrational frequencies, until they are caught up in the vibrational frequencies of divine intelligence, love consciousness. Such a child, conceived in such circumstances, is born of spirit. Lovers know that when they truly love and come to each other in pure tenderness and love, because such intercourse is a moment of union of mind, emotions, and body, and lingers in their consciousness afterwards, making it difficult for them to draw apart from each other, they are aware of transcendent beauty, a renewal of emotional love instead of satiation, and an all-encompassing harmony. These men and women are joined by divine consciousness. Sadly, their personal ego consciousness can eventually taint the love they felt for each other and gradually largely replace it, leaving them separated and alone, sad and emotionally, physically weakened, wondering why such a beautiful, exalted state of love could ever dwindle and die. These letters can be the means of their overcoming the ego drive and rediscovering their previous love on an even higher level and more spiritual level, in which case men and women will become more whole than ever before. This may or may not bring them together in a new sexual attraction transcending all other, depending on their state of consciousness, whether it has itself transcended the desire for physical fusion. Physical fusion undertaken in the other emotional leads to a condition of flesh entering flesh, and is but a receiving and giving of earthly, frequently negative, vibrational frequencies producing like-minded progeny of such a union. Even if a child is not conceived, such intercourse is detrimental to both parties, since there is an exchange and absorption of each other's consciousness energy into the body, which, if negative, hostile, or critical, can be damaging to one another. Remember that consciousness energy is compounded of father intelligence and mother love, electromagnetism. The energy exchange between sexual partners is of the same energy out of which the mental, electrical, and emotional magnetic fields of the body are formed. All is consciousness. Therefore, when consciousness energies within body fluids and mental, emotional attitudes and thoughts are exchanged and absorbed, you are each of you affecting the mental, emotional, physical condition of the partner. Intercourse should, to be healthy and life-giving, only be undertaken in true heartfelt love, where the good of the loved one is more important than the good of the lover. It should never be used to heal emotional rifts or wounds. Intercourse may be a joyous act undertaken after a difference of opinion and anger, where there has been sincere mutual forgiveness and a full restoration of and renewed love for each other, but never to cover the hurts and effect a false sense of emotional receptivity in the other partner. No doubt such intercourse will give them a temporary sense of well-being and transient goodwill, since its conscious energies will have been lifted into higher vibrational frequencies, but this is a temporary alleviation of their personal consciousness only. When partners go to each other still bearing hidden resentment or critical, denigrating thoughts about the other, these negative consciousness forms are transmitted into the electromagnetic fields of the partner and create a sense of inner disturbances of which the partner is not fully aware. Nevertheless, the relationship is being gradually eroded without either partner being fully aware of this is happening. This is the reason why the physical attraction between partners dwindles and dies. It is destroyed by hidden negative critical thoughts and feelings which little by little affect each other profoundly on every level of their being. As their frequencies of vibration drop, they will find themselves being drawn into the thoughts and feelings which previously drove them into arguments, which other people and consequently the problems will be repeated day after day. When people use sex as a panacea, it becomes a frustration and disillusionment sets in, leading to a loss of respect and love for each other. Therefore, it is essential for people to realize that fights and quarrels arise out of their own hidden ego-conscious drives, which gain control of their loving feelings. And the ego drives must be healed before couples can reach a new level of mutual understanding, consideration, and consistent love for each other. Not only this, but the condition of consciousness of each partner eventually affects their environment, living conditions, and success or lack of it in their daily lives. It also affects the children, creating a family of mutual cooperation and healthy mental emotional patterns, or the dysfunctional family where no member is in true sympathy or acceptance by the other. You may say that the successful or dysfunctional family conditions arise purely from their innate characters and the way they perform in their daily roles. It is perfectly true that the family life is a product of character and performance, but I want you to consider the dysfunctional family, which breaks up, the partnerships and sexual cohabitation ends. Parents move away from each other and move on to entirely new lives because they have managed to disentangle themselves from the unhealthy or critical consequences that were absorbing during the sexual acts. If strong enough to do so, each partner discovers a new self, builds a new environment, and goes on to new success. However, those partners who live truly in love with each other, considering each other's needs together, giving and taking in equal balance, offering emotional support when needed, or loving counsel, not advice, when this is asked for, will find that the family is glued together by the absorption of each other's dynamic consciousness energies. In the light of the previous paragraph, it may now be understood that prior to intercourse, there should never be a sense of grievance, buried hostility, contempt, or denigration. Any such feeling must be fully resolved before sex is resumed, in a relationship where discussion and freedom of speech is accepted as normal. Each partner should resist the act of sexual love until a powerful, interforce of responsive love has been built up, and the consciousness of both partner is in a state of pure equilibrium. As for rape, this is the most heinous act against another, and will draw to itself its own just rewards at some time in the future. It proceeds out of an especially warped and distorted ego consciousness. The frequencies of conscious vibration of such people are so low and ponderous as to be personally destructive. In the olden days, society was continually taught and sermonized. In Western countries, the Ten Commandments were rightly presented as being the true foundations of a civilized and humanized culture, teaching self-control and readily acceptable to all religions worldwide. Today, with the strengthening of the ego consciousness due to the influence of the entertainment industry and media, ego lusts have control. You must also understand and accept that consciousness energies are energies as real and active as the energies of heat and sound. Just as sound waves can penetrate certain substances, so do the consciousness energies of one person infect like a virus the consciousness energies of another mind with their brutal tendencies. These energies may not be expressed in exactly the same way as the rapist, but rest assured that transmitted conscious energies do implant a new idea or a new feeling within an innocent party. Your scientists are not prepared to believe in telepathy, but telepathy is a fact of life. Although dull conscious activity may be so self-oriented as to not recognize that new impulse have originated in someone else's mind. I will say no more on the subject except to warn those in high places of church, law, and government who fail in their responsibilities towards people at this critical time. They will eventually perceive the enormity of their lack of moral performance whilst undertaking their earthly duties. They will feel the imprint of the lives of those who have been harmed and destroyed due to their moral negligence, rebounded upon their own lives. Every action has its own repercussion. Perhaps you will now realize why the present sexual trend in the world is causing the most dire conditions worldwide. For you to fully understand what I am talking about, I want you to strive to visualize and realize that the nature of divine consciousness of universal equilibrium is limitless power. Since the equilibrium, harmony arises out of equal constraint between the universal impulses of the male and female, intelligence and love, the will to experience and the will to remain acquiescent, the yearning to be active and the yearning to hold back and maintain the status quo in order to form bonds and stability. These primal impulses of being, as I explained in Letter 4, are the reality which has given life, form, shape, being to all visible things. This dimension is a state of beauty, joy, harmony, rapturous ecstasy, reverence, intelligence, love. It is all that the earth can demonstrate, but on a scale beyond your even remotest conception. Try to take into your consciousness the meaning of the two foregoing paragraphs. Understanding and making the meaning your very own will change your whole perspective of your divine origin and of existence itself. In these paragraphs directly above, I have described to you the nature and essence of life, which comes into action within the sperm and ovum when they are united in giving form to a child. This is your truth, your reality, your soul psyche, your deepest state of being. Instinctively, you are aware of this. The baby is the embodiment of joy. The joy it expresses as it develops consciousness of its own relationships and environment comes out of the deep well of divine life which has grown it cell by cell, according to genetic instructions, into its present form. What is the difference between the soul and the psyche? I am now going to explain the difference which your earthly psychologist may dispute, but nonetheless, this is the truth. The soul is a divine flame, a metaphor used to describe the essence of divine life, which is drawn into individual being at the moment of conception. Life force takes on personal form and releases the energy of electrical force of activity and the magnetic impulses of bonding rejection to embark on the intricate work of construction of the body. Therefore, you have at the core of your being your soul or divine reality. This is divine intelligence, divine love, which is the powerful divine impulse to create, grow, nourish, nurture, heal, protect, fulfill every need within a system of the perfect law and order. This is the reality which is your soul. Therefore, when you have overcome the ego impulses and invited the soul to hold dominion in your thoughts and feeling, you will be driven to express all the divine impulses described above. You will be possessed by a desire to only promote the highest good of all living things in the universe itself. You will have become a true messenger from divine consciousness, expressing all its qualities of being. Until that time of soul reunification with divine consciousness, the psyche occupies the deepest recesses of your human consciousness and draws its awareness from your soul. It is the hidden instinct within you which knows right from wrong. The ego is also formed at the moment of conception. As the baby develops, the ego begins to make itself felt. It is the foundation of your human selfhood which gives you individuality. It is the energy of your human consciousness. It makes you distinct and unique from everyone else. In order to preserve your individuality, the ego must protect you from outside attack of any kind, and it must give you what you need to help you prosper, flourish, grow, and be happy. This is divinely ordained and not to be treated with contempt. The ego constitutes an all-important and very necessary nucleus of consciousness of creation, development, and growth. The ego is exclusively governed by the electrical current of activity consciousness, the go-go impulse apparent in all living things, even in plants which turn and display their foliage to catch the sun in the best possible way. This is a movement conceived in the go-go electrical field and in the bonding desire emotional field and the consciousness of the plant to enable the plant to grow and enjoy the warmth of the sun. The ego in every living thing is the seat of the earthly consciousness only. In no way does it resemble in any shape or form the divine reality which constitutes the soul. The ego drive, the drive which is directed exclusively at getting what it wants to make the individual entity happy, and to protect it from attack and to assure its survival, and will trample on other entities or species to achieve its purpose, pertains to the earthly dimension only. This ego force is active within every living thing from the least amoeba to the mightiest king. You could call the ego drive the protector and dictator of the living universe. It is at this point that the majority of people in your world today become confused when contemplating the possibilities of the existence of a God. They review the activities of various species, driven by their ego consciousness, the one feeding on another to obtain sustenance, and these people decide that this savagery must be the working of the Creator. How then can the Creator be a God of love? This is one of the misapprehensions and beliefs I would like to sweep away. It is my purpose that all people should come to realize that the entire universe has, at its basic core and foundation in all things, the divine life force which inspires and respires through all of creation. It is the hidden but powerful equilibrium out of which all things have taken being, form, and shape. It is a scientist's space in which is conducted the movement and bonding of the electrical particles. It is both the impenetrable and forever unknowable ground of existence and also the hidden source of all substance of all things in the universe. The ego is the tool of divine creativity to produce individuality out of the unity of its own beingness. What I am about to say will be hotly disputed by your scientists nonetheless. I am about to refer to the souls of those earthly beings whose intellect is sufficiently evolved to debate and decide on a course of action, and with even only partial understanding, respond intuitively and intelligently to what is happening in the environment. These entities of all more advanced species are the genius of their kind. Do not judge the inner development of any species, human or otherwise, by their outer physical bodies. All living things are individualized out of the same divine life. Some psyches are enabled, by their increasingly spiritualized mental emotional fields, to peer through the ego consciousness and embark on neighborly, caring acts, which can only proceed from the promptings of a soul drawn from the divine reality. Therefore, the greatest respect and consideration should be accorded to all living things. Where the species has evolved to the point of formulating clear ideas and thoughts and putting them into sounds and words, and the spiritual development of the psyche can penetrate the ego consciousness, the psyche begins to question, is this all there is to life? What are our life purposes, etc.? When this happens, the soul is beginning to impress the psyche with an urgent need to reach out to its source of being, which it instinctively knows does exist, and it is true home and resting place. The soul's hidden but continual longing to be reunited with its source of being can now be felt by the psyche. If there are people who never reach this vital development in their lives, it is because their ego, mental, emotional processes are so strongly geared to the exercise of intelligence and reason that when other people ask questions such as, how did life begin? Is there a God? How has such a wonderful universe been designed and created? The ego of the non-seeker and non-believer is conscious only of its own omnipotence, and sets out to disprove there is any higher dimension out of which the earth could have been taken form. It argues away the voice of the soul relayed through the psyche, and with each argument entombs itself more firmly within the perception of the material and visible world, which represent their only security. Therefore the soul remains imprisoned within the ego, mental, emotional, electrical, magnetic chains, and the human mind remains convinced that there is no soul, that the earthly dimension of existence and the physical life force are the only realities. If such people's minds are determined to reject any inspirational whispers from the psyche soul, the body suffers minor ailments, relationships are strained, and life is generally stressful, and a disease may follow. This is because such a person is drawing only on the limited resources of energy drawn from the food they put into their mouth. This energy proceeds from a chemical process and not from the source of all life. Whilst you have drawn your life initially from the divine reality, and it has given you being, you also draw your physical energy from your food and the digestive process, which manufactures enzymes to break down the food into a usable form, which feeds the physical cells throughout your mind and body. This is the life of the body. Many people live and die drawing exclusively on the energy derived from their physical processes. The type and amount of energy drawn from physical processes is greatly affected by the mental, electrical, and emotional magnetic fields of the living entity. These electrical and magnetic fields surrounding every living thing, from an amoeba to an elephant and human being, are the personal life force radiations from the soul, combined with the personal consciousness awareness, radiations of the entity's mental electrical go-go activity, and its emotional magnetic bonding rejection impulses. These electrical magnetic fields are profoundly affected by all the thoughts and feelings which pass through the minds and emotions of the entity. In turn, the fields profoundly affect the physical processes of the body itself. They raise or lower the health of the body according to the state of the personal consciousness, whether it is in harmony with the life force radiations of divine intelligence love, or in conflict with them due to selfish ego drives. A miserable entity dwindles and dies. A happy entity flourishes. This is a basic fact of existence. In the final analysis, each living entity feeds upon its own inner state of contentment or frustration. You can see the truth of this statement in the physical and consciousness development of a baby. A contented, happy child flourishes, laughs easily, is filled with joy. Contact with a loving mother enhances the child's well-being. The loving, contented radiations from mother to baby feed the little one's conscious radiations and in turn builds up strength in the teeny body. As a child develops, its developing personality begins to color its soul radiations with bright or dark consciousness forces, which either reinforce the child's health or depletes it. A person with a strong psychic sense can see the electromagnetic fields becoming dim, when an individual or animal is being depleted of field energy, although at the time neither individual nor animal may be registering physical disease. It may be a day or so before the body itself begins to manifest the consciousness energy, depletion in some form of exhaustion or illness. You have on earth people who have developed equipment to record this phenomena, and in years to come this will be recognized method of diagnosing and treating an oncoming ailment. Furthermore, as the technology of spiritual scientific knowledge evolves, the exact mental emotional state responsible for the physical depletion will be first revealed under hypnosis and recorded electronically in frequencies of vibrations on screens. This will be followed by an electronic investigation depicting the frequencies of vibration of the various parts of the body on similar screens. This process will involve color changes, for every pattern of consciousness is first manifested both in frequencies of vibration and color. By comparing the mental emotional frequencies of vibration with the frequencies of vibration of the body parts, the organ depleted of energy, together with the mental emotional cause, will be pinpointed. No longer will psychiatrists delve into past experiences, probing, pigeonholing, producing pronouncements as to the likely origin or causes of mental, emotional, physical disorders, and then providing human rationalization with which to combat them. The truth of the spiritual state of the inner man will be clearly revealed, and will lay the sure foundation for the necessary spiritual instruction and meditative mental work to be done to enable him to regain health, vitality, new perspective and goals, and a deepening capacity for unconditional love. Naturally, drugs will no longer be used to raise the consciousness radiations of the sufferer, since the depletion of divine life, soul energy, is responsible for the illness. He or she will be taught how to deliberately, systematically raise the frequencies of vibration of the affected area of the body, and how to deal with the personal circumstances causing the psychological discomfort and depletion of soul energy. The patient will also be dramatically assisted by an inflow of divine energy from the hands of those who are true channels of pure spiritual life. With the revitalizing procedures, new perceptions and control of the ego drive, the physical condition will be quickly cleared within days, if not immediately. However, on reading these letters, you can begin to effect your own healing. Paramount in your self-treatment must be these instructions regarding the divine reality powering existence, and the right way to tune into it and to draw divine life into the healing process. When you begin to draw on the life of the divine reality by means of your spiritual search, asking questions, meditating, reading and praying, you begin to open your psyche up from its enclosed ego consciousness, earthly dreaming. You draw into mind and emotions the nature of the divine reality itself. All that passes through your mind and emotions is passed into the electromagnetic field surrounding you. These contribute to your strength. As your electromagnetic fields are energized by the power you draw from divine reality, so is the power passed back into your physical body, and each organ becomes ever more healthy, and any dysfunction are gradually cleared up. It is vital for you to remember these physical electromagnetic field processes, because the knowledge will both inspire and encourage your daily meditation and attunement with the divine reality. If your sincere search and meditations are directed towards the truth of being, and not at some earthly religious form or belief, or superficial, spurious spirituality, or any material object you believe to possess power, you will find that gradually your own nature is changing, and you begin to be aware of otherness and their needs than never did before. You become more empathetic, understanding, caring, compassionate, and gentle. In fact, the soul qualities of divine life now begin to control your natural ego impulses for satisfaction and self-defense. I want to warn you that you will have now entered a new and difficult time, an era of conflict between the ego drive, which has habitually insisted on fulfilling its wants, perhaps at the expense of other people, and the psyche soul, which is beginning to realize that love is the law, and the rights of other people have to be balanced equally with the rights of self, the ego. As the psyche absorbs more and more of the soul, divine reality, into its consciousness, the old ego drive begins to release its grasp, and the inner daily conflict becomes even more intense. The psyche soul, now working through mind and heart, discovers it is balancing the needs of other people against the validity of its own needs, and it becomes weighed down and weary of the endless internal struggle of self-questioning and self-judgment. When the psyche is reaching this point of perception, it indicates that the pull of the human consciousness is thinning to such an extent that the soul is now drawing close to and becoming reunified with the divine reality. The soul acknowledges, through the medium of the psyche, that it loves the divine love, that is the divine reality, more than it loves anything earthly, and longs to be fully united with its source of being. The psyche finally surrenders the ego consciousness drive to divine reality, and begs that it may be enabled to yield the ego, to go through the death of the selfhood. This happens when people are truly reaching the apex of their spiritual life, and they usually need a spiritual master to guide them through it. This death of the selfhood should never be undertaken as a means of achieving greater spiritual insight. It is a highly dangerous and will not succeed in achieving greater spiritual or earthly life. It will be greatly destructive to the psyche and ego before due time. It will hinder the whole process of soul, psyche, ego, physical development. No one should entertain such a thought in order to be more advanced in spiritual perceptions and truth. Such an act of willpower will be self-defeating, since it is born entirely of the ego drive to be more important spiritually. When this experience of ego mastery takes place at the right time and the right way, the soul, through the medium of the psyche, is free, to a large extent, to commune direct with divine reality, since the continual chatter of the ego consciousness is stilled. The pull of the earth is no longer paramount, self-centered ambition fades. The desire for personal possessions dissolves. Peace reigns in the mind. The soul, now speaking clearly through the psyche, longs to uplift, nourish, contribute to the growth of other souls, educate, uplift, and nurture with understanding and tenderness, without any desires for recompense or self-aggrandizement. As the soul is drawn into ever closer contact and attunement with divine reality, its only earthly goal is to treat the neighbor or other people with the same kind of concern and consideration it needs for itself to flourish and be content. Giving becomes as easy as breathing. Eventually it becomes a privilege to work for and with other people for the promotion of their highest good. This is divine love in action. However, there is no sentiment in divine reality. The intention behind individualization was to enable divine reality itself to experience its own nature of creativity, joy, and personal fulfillment. Therefore, when I was on earth, I drew the lines between giving and receiving quite clearly when I said, "Do unto others what you would have them do to you." This statement was a loving warning that as you sow, so shall you reap. It was also a guideline of behavior. If you do unto others what you would like done to yourself, then you can be sure that you are acting only from the standpoint of love. If other people do not want what you should like done for you, then you live by trial and error. You have taken a positive step towards fulfilling an act of true love, and if it is rejected, you have given yourself an opportunity to find out what would be more greatly appreciated in the future. In this way do you grow in the act of love. I also said, love your neighbors as you love yourself. This meant that you should have equal concern for your neighbor's comfort as you have for your own. It also means that whatever you wish on to other people, you would be happy to have wished on yourself in like manner. It means that you must think the thoughts about others, which you would be happy for them to think about you. It means that your entire consciousness should be directed at caring, concerning for others, no matter what they may be doing hurtful against yourself. All human beings are living in a jungle of human desires, goals, frailties, disappointments, anger, and frustration. Out of this war-torn consciousness come many weak and ill-judged responses and actions. Therefore, behold the frailty, forgive the unkindness, and let it go back into the nothingness out of which it came. The only truth and reality in your life is divine consciousness, intelligence, love. Hold fast to this realization at all times. To find the kingdom of heaven, in which the soul is in harmony with divine reality, there must come a time in your development when you no longer want to be drawn into the earthly perceptions and consciousness of human beings towards each other. You long to withdraw entirely and focus on spreading your own contact with divine reality to others. Beware that you do not force your spiritual way on others, irrespective of whether or not they are on the spiritual path themselves. At the same time, you must preserve your own serenity by not allowing others to take advantage of your good nature. You must clearly draw your lines of right and wrong, prevent the selfishness of others encroaching on your privacy, which is likely to destroy your peace of mind. To ensure this, there is no need for your ego consciousness to assume dominance again. You can guard your privacy peacefully. You have been given the intelligence to achieve this necessary purpose with the highest degree of love. Remember that the spiritual edifice of consciousness vibrations, which have been constructed out of your contact with divine reality in your daily mode of thought, feeling, and living, should be sacrosanct, and you have to take care not to become entrapped again in the lower vibrations of other thoughts and reactions. At all times, your highest purpose on earth is to promote the highest earthly and spiritual good of every other living entity, human and lesser, not by descending to the vibratory level of those in need, but by reaching out and offering the wisdom which has brought you into your sanctuary, your holy of holies in mind, emotion, and living conditions, if there is a willingness to listen and accept. Otherwise, hold your peace. Sympathy and compassion should be detached. Empathy will drag you down and embroil your spiritual conscious vibrations in the human vibrational level. This will possibly create conflicts where you had sincerely only intended to uplift and heal. Avoid this, since it will deplete your energies and defeat your spiritual purpose. Pure love is concerned only with upliftment and spiritual progress, healing and achievement, and the kingdom of heaven. Divine love is a warm, compassionate feeling, primarily charged with a longing to enable a loved one to grow, create, be nourished and nourish others, to be healed and to heal others, to educate and educate others, to protect and to protect others, to fulfill his needs, and for him to fulfill the needs of others, all within a clear system of law and order. This is divine love, law, and action. When your highest purpose has become the divine purpose and action, the ego, the nucleus of your individuality, is now controlled by your soul. The ego drive becomes your true defender and true protector of your personal comfort. But it now works entirely in harmony with the directives of your soul, which draws its nature from divine reality. I repeat, there is no sentiment in divine reality, no removing any boundaries ensuring law and order to suit the demands of the egoist, no weak giving in and yielding to the obstinacy of others. At all times it must be borne in mind that all people should respect one another. They must respect the rights of others to privacy, safety, peace of mind, and harmony. If differences arise, they can be dealt with mutual respect. The more spiritually evolved you are, the more you will respect the highest and lowest of social stratas, accounting them to be equal, not in the sight of God, as human beings like to say, but within your own spiritualized perception of the fundamental equality of the souls within all beings. Respect and divine love belong together. True love is highly respectable of the beloved. Where there is respect between two people, this frequently leads to the highest form of love. If you have found this letter difficult to accept, remember that the human mind is limited in its understanding of dimensions beyond the earthly plane. Do not let the reasoning of the ego hold you back from your soul's journey. In my next letter, I will develop the theme of divine love and will enlarge on ego self-love, showing you exactly how the magnetic emotions are presently controlling your thoughts, feelings, and lives. I will outline the steps by which they can be overcome and eventually dissolved from your consciousness. My purpose is to lead you along the path of self-discovery and spiritual advancement, that you may enter immediately into light, not only when you pass on into the next dimension of existence, but also whilst you are on earth. At the moment you are living in a shadowy, burdened existence, instead of consciously living within and entering into the divine consciousness, and allowing it to permeate and gladden your thinking and your life experience. Know that my Christ consciousness is with you always, and you can have immediate access to me when you call. Let this be a comfort to you, but not a crutch. I am but your gateway to your own illumination and your own ascent into Christ consciousness itself. End of Letter 7. Christ returns, speaks his truth. Letter 8. I have come to you again to speak of the true nature of existence. The truth of being is this. You who believe only in the material world live entirely in the earthly, finite world. You live within a dimension of the manifestation of your beliefs. Those whose spiritual perception and lives have been raised in frequencies of vibration to merge with the spiritual frequencies of vibration of the spiritual dimension can perceive that they live in two dimensions. They are fully aware of this truth, and they live according to this truth and evolve into ever higher frequencies of being. They are no longer bound by human belief, but live within the realization that they live within infinity in which there is no limitation. The higher their vibrational frequencies of consciousness, the more aware they are that they live within infinity, and that only they themselves set the limits of what they can aspire to. Those whose perceptions have been heightened in this way while still in their bodies have seen that there is only one dimension of actual individual being, and this dimension is divine consciousness activity. They may also come to fully realize there is a further dimension of universal consciousness in which the universal resides in perfect equilibrium, and may be penetrated by none, because within this dimension any individuality would be immediately drawn into the unity of being. When a soul reaches, in understanding and realization, the topmost level of the frequencies of vibrations of consciousness, or Christ consciousness, the soul can look down and review the levels of vibrations ascending and descending to those of humanity on earth and know, with love and compassion, humanity is trapped in the lower vibrations of divine consciousness hidden within the ego drive, wholly unaware of the truth of being. The soul's true identity and the earthly truth of the ego. Neither does it have the slightest awareness of the immense purpose behind its existence and the eventual mission it must embark upon. The task of the newborn soul is to experience, through means of its sheath, the psyche, all that these lower frequencies have to offer and grow as a result of the mental, emotional events and experiences arising out of their thoughts and feelings. The soul must learn, through trial and error, the state of consciousness which makes it immensely happy or burdened with grief and sorrow, which initiate various physical limitations. The purpose of life on earth is not to discover a means to experience undeviating joy and bliss, although this is what each soul longs for. Such bliss and joy would hinder the soul's progress into the higher spiritual vibrations of consciousness. Eventually, after many lifetimes of highs and lows, of comfort and sorrow, the psyche will wake up to the truth of its being and will realize that it has within itself the potential to draw on divine consciousness for insight, understanding, and knowledge, and to raise its spiritual consciousness vibrations to those of health, well-being, protection, inner growth, spiritual nutrition, and to radiate to others the nature of divine consciousness itself. As I have said before, consciousness is life, and life is consciousness. Where there is life, there is consciousness. Where there is consciousness, there is life. Everything in existence is defined by vibrational frequencies of consciousness. Light, sound, color. All physical phenomena, both living and inanimate. If you can change the frequencies of vibration of any single thing, you can change the appearance of that thing, be it sound, color, gas, liquid, physical organs. When physical organs present an appearance of ill health, it is because the normal frequencies of vibrations of that physical organ have been reduced, and the life within the organ has been depleted. Science presents the universe as being matter possessing consciousness, but the truth is, the universe is consciousness, which has taken on the appearance of matter as a result of the descent into the lower frequencies of vibration of consciousness. This is the true reality of existence, nothing else. Your existence is all a matter of frequency of vibration. The higher the spiritual perception and the adherence to spiritual thought, the more swift are the personal vibration frequencies in the body. The vitality is raised, and illness eventually disappears. The scientific fraternity believes you live entirely within the human dimension, comprising the solar system and the galaxies and stars. Science believes the human intellect is the highest point of intelligent reference at any time. Having evolved in response to changing environment and climatic conditions, it is purely the product of brain activity. According to science, your emotions are wholly real and valid, and what you think and feel is beyond all dispute. These constitute the only reality of existence. Normalcy is computed according to the average thoughts, actions, and responses to the environment. This is perceived as the human reality. Any talents which transcend the average output of average mind is reckoned as being genius, arising from unusual mental powers. The below-average output is said to be due to retardation due to some physical cause, genetics, birth trauma, etc. Science believes the physical dimension is the beginning and the end of existence. Science is so set against any possibility of self-delusionary belief that it will accept as being real any phenomena provided it can be computed, estimated, and proved by instruments. If you think about this carefully, you will come to realize that what science holds fast as fact is, in reality, only belief created by drawing conclusions through the exercise of their five senses. So it is with every other facet of your existence. In your earthly dimension, facts take place second by second, but the moment they have happened, they become memory beliefs, and memories are not always accurate. Whatever feelings and thoughts you have had about the past are not facts but points of view, beliefs and error, therefore not facts, nor the reality behind them. This applies to every facet of your existence. The truth is, you live in a worldly dimension composed entirely of your beliefs arising from your responses to what happened 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years ago. At one time, people believed the world was flat. Therefore, for them, they lived in a flat world and were afraid to sail the seas too far in one direction, because they were in danger of falling off the edge of the world. For the people, a mere 400 years ago, the world was flat. Today, with knowledge, your world is accessible in every direction. People in the past, and also in the present time, directed their lives according to old wives' tale, the power of the ancestors and other legends. They believed in them so implicitly, the limitations imposed by these beliefs restricted people's actions and activities. Dancing was believed to be sinful and wicked by certain Christian sects, for instance. Therefore, many people who would have derived great happiness and release from stress from dancing were wrongfully denied their pleasure. Religion comes under the same heading. Beliefs are the very substance of religion. They are founded on age-old happenings which are nothing but belief. The beliefs have been relevant to the general mindset of those times, but they have long since become irrelevant in a constantly changing world. Yet they are strictly adhered to and become the focus of worship, festivity, celebrations, mourning, and more destructively, they become the reason for men killing one another and causing horrific misery to women and children. Certain religions claim that God is everywhere and in all things, but also affirm dogmatically that no one knows the mind of God, or the reasons why people kill one another. It may be in God's plan, they say. With mindsets composed of a conglomeration of illogical beliefs, where can mankind at this present time find any certainty of beauty, health, joy, well-being, or love? Religious ideas present a God whose will can bring life and healing or death and destruction. In such beliefs, there is no certainty of anything other than uncertainty. With such a belief, any sickness or abnormality can be excused as being God's will. It is your beliefs which control all your expectations of what life may hand out in the future. Healthy agnosticism, the kind of mindset which accepts it does not know the nature of God or whether there is any God at all, but is perfectly open to the conviction imparted by enlightenment, is preferable to fanatical belief in half-truth or non-truth. How blind is the human race generally! People are like moles living within their tunnels, convinced that they are capable of sizing up the entirety of their existence by using their sense of hearing, smell, very limited vision, and touch. Thus may you descend the scale of life forms and witness thousands of species living lives entirely defined and limited by their senses. What they can perceive as real constitutes their personal reality, their particular world. Every strata of existence experienced by various species of living things is distinct from every other within the earthly dimension. This includes the human mind, which is literally possessed by religious doctrines and dogmas and imprisoned in scientific theories and mathematic formulas. Religious doctrines have been conceived by human reasoning in an effort to explain the teaching of spiritual masters, whose minds have been moved beyond the human sphere of intellect into the heavenly spheres of inspired perception of universal reality. Scientific concepts are also the product of the human senses rationalizing and giving names to phenomena viewed by human sight during experimentation. When therefore the human intellect is able to set aside such limited beliefs and ascend into contact with reality beyond the highest human reasoning, logic, and rationalization, which are termed knowledge, such a mind enters the higher spheres of life consciousness. It is imbued with universal truth, which is literally beyond the scope of the normal human mind to perceive or accept or understand. The human mind cannot understand any experience beyond that of the electromagnetic parameters of earthly existence and the functions of the brain, until divine consciousness enlightenment enters the entire human system of mind, emotions, and subconsciousness. Then the underlying unity and harmony is revealed. When altogether new spiritual perceptions are presented to a religiously indoctrined mind, these are perceived as being from Satan, or sheer lunacy or imagination. This is natural, since when the emotions are severely aroused and challenged, as happens when deep beliefs are contradicted, the magnetic emotional bonding rejection impulses of the ego drive immediately come into action. Any thesis or proposal which causes the conditioned mind acute mental discomfort, dismay, or puzzlement will be rejected instantly, and a whole barrage of proofs will be summoned from the belief in the conditioned mind to back up such rejection. But the proofs are merely beliefs. This is an entirely natural mental-emotional process within the purely human dimension. Therefore, if this, my truth, is offered to those whose mindsets are firmly established and conditioned by fear or strengthened by the human will to adhere to such programmed beliefs, it is only natural that the truth will arouse unruly emotions and be quite violently, possibly virulently rejected. The foregoing is a description of the normal mental emotional activity within the human dimension. It should not be criticized, since a conditioned mind is made to feel completely insecure and adrift or all at sea when confronted with an entirely new concept. These human idioms describe exactly what happens when an indoctrined mind is challenged by an entirely new perception of what was previously held to be so dear, so safe, and so right. When first reading these letters, you can determine for yourself where you stand mentally and emotionally. Are you blocked from spiritual progress by your stubborn adherence to present beliefs? Are you able, after due thought, to realize that all you are so stubbornly upholding is only belief, irrational belief? It is absolutely vital to your spiritual development that you should, at long last, fully understand the principle of your human mind and emotional functioning. You think you do, but you do not understand it at all. You can only understand it by coming out of it entirely, transcending it, moving into higher dimensions of perception and experience, entering into truth itself. Only then do you begin to perceive that you and every other person in the world have lived and directed your lives almost entirely by human belief, not truth. There are many people who believe wholeheartedly that if they pray for a certain object or experience, or the bestowal of the right guidance in a certain situation, they will truly receive the right object, experience, or guidance which will enhance their well-being. They believe that when or if their prayer is answered, they will wholeheartedly rejoice and immediately follow the lead, irrespective of present conditions, because coming from the divine, it can only be the right answer conducive to happiness. However, when faced with the arrival of a longed-for object or experience or guidance, the recipient of divine grace sometimes becomes so disturbed and disoriented, unable to accept that there has been an intrusion of divine consciousness exactly as asked for, that he or she does not know how to deal with it. If minds are so disturbed when what they have asked for is actually given them in an unexpected way, where is the true faith and belief, which they were so certain they wholly possessed in abundance? Do you not also see that belief, not truth, has orchestrated the whole symphonic movement, with the exception, of course, of the divine consciousness intervention, the answer to the prayer? This intervention is the only reality in the whole procedure. The rest is belief and hope, mental gymnastics using past experiences by which to measure the present. Your only truth is divine consciousness, which leads only to growth and perfection, if you truly trust it to do so. Pause here and reread the foregoing paragraphs, because what goes on in your consciousness is the fabric of your experiences and lives. So question yourselves, do you really perceive, realize, and understand the reality as being the source of all knowledge and creativity, or do you merely pay lip service and superficial mental acknowledgement to divine consciousness? Do you fully and completely live, minute by minute, in the realization that universal consciousness is the only reality and highest intelligence operational within creation? Do you consistently depend on its supremely effective guidance, or do you think that you would rather live by your own finite will and sometimes muddled emotional impulses? And if you are given direct guidance to follow a certain lead, but stop to think whether the guidance is leading where you think you want to go, or you fully surrender to the highest intelligent authority, divine consciousness, is this not an indication your ego is still in control? Even these letters, when circulated as intended, will come to be beliefs, not the purely spiritual perception of what is, out of which these words have come. Only by taking these words into meditation, after asking for spiritual illumination, will the spiritual reality behind the words eventually come like a shaft of light into your mind. When this happens, you will know that you know. Those of you who have evolved sufficiently to live in 2 dimensions, you whose minds can move beyond the realm of human intellect into the higher dimension of universal reality, will probably encounter many people in time to come who will reject these letters as imagination, but be not dismayed. Remember what I am telling you now. You are residents of 2 dimensions, and none may pass beyond the dimension of mere intellect until the prerequisites to spiritual enlightenment have been fulfilled. These are a true spiritual awakening, leading to deep insights into the activities of the ego and selfhood, followed by remorse, remorse, remorse. This is the only way, for remorse in turn leads to the rejection of the magnetic emotional dimension of rejection bonding, which in its more virulent forms humans describe as sin. When a person penetrates the spiritual dimension and is imbued with life characteristics, the person begins to realize and eventually know that the human ego drive to look out for the self actually shuts the soul off from the continuous inflow of divine life into the mind-heart-body relationship and daily experiences. Looking out for yourself is a human, earthly experience. Total sincere surrender of the selfhood to Father Life removes the block between the spiritual dimension and the soul. A person no longer has to look out for himself. All that divine life is now flows into the individual's body, mind, heart experience, and relationship. Such a person lives by instinct and follows hunches which always work out perfectly in the long term. Divine life is always there to be accessed whenever the person surrenders self-will and turns to it for every need. You must remember that I am referring to the time when you penetrate the human dimension of intellect and move beyond your reliance on intellect and material means to get you what you want out of life. Many people think that they have reached this place of spiritual development but are deluding themselves. When a person abandons logic and knows beyond all doubt that guidance can be utterly relied upon to achieve inspired goal, your life changes. Benefits flow into your experience when you fully realize that divine consciousness is the unseen reality, the power at work behind the outer appearances of your life, moving intelligent energy forces to manifest their needs. You do not have to deny experiences, pour thought power into a condition you are seeking to resolve. All you have to do is surrender self-will and know that as your limited intellect yields, so does the infinite reality move in to order your life into an altogether new way. To wean you away from all your supports of the past, bring to your mind a new vision for a new endeavor, and lead you into new areas of activity. But when this happens, you have to be prepared to let go completely. You have to release your grip on the securities of the past and know that even greater securities of a different nature await you as you follow your inspiration. Since a state of spiritual human existence and harmonious well-being depend entirely on a person's ability to make true contact with divine reality, it is imperative to return again and again to an in-depth study of divine reality itself, and the way in which the ego drive is ceaselessly at work within the human consciousness, blocking out the intuitive directions of the divine life within the mind. At the moment, you are living in a shadowy, burdened existence instead of consciously living within and entering into divine consciousness, and allowing it to permeate and gladden your thinking and life experience. You remain locked within the mental-emotional framework of electromagnetic impulses until you set your willpower to consciously dissolving the fabric of your humanly conceived beliefs and come to see clearly that your reality is divine consciousness, not your family or bank book. When you achieve this insight, you will enter into light, and the light will abide in you. Because of the discomfort and the tug-of-war between the evolving soul and the human ego, which demands to look good rather than be good, and yet cannot bear the thought that it may ever be imperfect, there are few people receiving inspiration and passing it on to others at this time who will speak out to the need to go through the period of inner cleansing. Modern people are conditioned to instant service, instant light, instant heat, instant food, drink, clothes, and entertainment, and therefore are not attracted to a truth which involves self-sacrifice, hard work, and total dedication to the goal. Besides which, many of these teachers are making a good deal of money out of their activities, and they must present a truth that will sell. If your modern teachers speak of a path of attainment to the highest dimension by means of the transference of personal mental illumination, it will still be necessary to undergo the inner intense self-examination and purification of the bonding rejection of magnetic emotions. If you are truly on the upward path to the highest spiritual dimension, your road will be characterized by moments of bright, clear-sighted self-inspection and self-realization, followed frequently by self-loathing. This dark and painful feeling is the magnetic emotion in reverse. Where before the ego clung to its essential vision of itself as being the greatest and even greater than others, it now begins to glimpse the agonizing fact that perhaps it is not only slightly, but very imperfect. Any person reaching this spiritual level of development will find that they are now traveling the road to true humility. Take heart when you find this happening to you. You are now pushing away the debris of past erroneous belief about yourself and your illusory selfhood. Remember, that is your intention or motivation or conviction which gives creative power to whatever you want to do. The moment that you desire with all your heart to reverse your normal trend in your magnetic emotional pattern, you have set this process in motion. If you clearly define the goals you wish to achieve and keep them ever before your vision in writing or in mind, very shortly you will discover that the desired changes have taken place in your consciousness. When this happens, you will feel a lightness in spirit and will have moments of pure joy. You will be proving that the truth of being does bring captive hearts into the perfect freedom of spiritual living. At the same time, you have to understand that your ego must, of necessity to enable you to survive, make you believe you are of value to yourself and other people. Any external serious challenge regarding the value of the self is highly destructive. A desperate fear and internal subsidence of confidence will lead to the conviction that you are without value in the world, and suicide can be the natural outcome. Therefore, your progress will and must be gradual. One should ever expect people to be wholly changed by words of advice or times of inspiration. Growth can only take place very gradually, one insight at a time. A true spiritual insight will imbue a person's mind with an altogether new point of view, which will enable him to begin to approach certain related circumstances in life differently. This insight must direct the person's attention until it has been absorbed completely into the consciousness for eternity and becomes part of the soul evolution. For instance, a man may have the idea that he will be successful in life if he enforces his will aggressively on those who come within his orbit. He believes he will be better heard if he shouts. Then he may wake up to the fact that no one likes him much and he is avoided by employees and friends. He may become more aggressive because he now feels humiliated, or if he is an evolving soul, he will question what he can do about his isolation. The moment that divine life seeps into his conscious psyche and makes him realize that he himself avoids people who shout, he will have a flash of inspiration. He will realize that to be happy and successful, he should treat others as he likes to be treated. You may argue that this perception is not necessarily inspired, but is born of common sense, that he himself was responsible for arriving at his realization. However, this is not so. Ego thoughts are dictated solely by the bonding rejection impulses. Any new wisdom comes from loving intelligence. This may be the last inspired flash of insight he will ever have, but if he is truly on a spiritual path and seeking the highest dimension of attainment, he will gradually perceive that this first overcoming of the ego is not enough. He will begin to see other previously unsuspected, selfish patterns of behavior. He will define a further goal just out of reach at that moment, but very shortly, with prayer and meditation, he will have achieved that goal also. In this way, his consciousness frequencies of vibration will be elevated, and he will gradually move towards the celestial kingdoms of consciousness, the kingdom of heaven. Alternately, a woman may only feel secure by not disturbing the present status quo. She is afraid to speak out when treated with a lack of respect. Such a meek person, while more comfortable taking refuge in silence, will often suffer deep resentment because people do not respect her passive personality. Such people usually turn to religion for comfort and reassurance, and because of non-comprehension of the laws of existence, she will probably remain static in her meekness till the end of her time on earth. Indeed, because of my words recorded in the Gospels, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The Church has taught that meekness is to be commended. She may feel that her meekness is the way to the light. However, if the meek little lady should find the truth concerning her being, and should find the right way to make contact with the universal consciousness, she will eventually be told inwardly and clearly that, spiritually, she is the equal of everyone else. She will be inspired to express herself well. She will be given the strength to speak her truth in a more confident and attractive way. People will begin to respect this new person, and she will be manifesting the inner spiritual development gained during her time spent in meditation. Remember, you are not on earth to please God, as your church may tell you. You are on earth to express God and to make ever closer and closer contact with universal consciousness until you become free of the magnetic emotional bondage. I must make it clear that my words have been mistranslated in the Gospel. I said, "Blessed are those with peaceful hearts, for they will inherit the earth." If you contemplate the world, you will see that those countries with peaceful hearts prosper and live in harmony with their neighbors. Where there are upheavals and genocide, this turbulence is a direct manifestation of the consciousness of the inhabitants. Such a consciousness destroys a country and begets poverty and illness. Sometimes a country such as Tibet, adoring its own isolation and spiritual rituals and beliefs, may be suffocating under the weight of its own human spiritual creations. The inhabitants need to be forced out into the turbulent world that they may put their beliefs to the test. They may also bring what is real in their thinking to others who are burdened with magnetic emotional responses to life. They have been the means, in a small way, of relieving the pain experienced in modern society. Whilst on this journey towards light, the celestial kingdoms of divine consciousness, you will undoubtedly undergo rocky and bumpy experiences until you achieve your true goal. You will experience times of wondrous joys and times when your heart is heavy and your emotions drag this way and that because you feel there is an impenetrable barrier between yourself and divine consciousness. You may have heard of these dark times of inner distress when a person no longer knows what he is meant to be doing or where he should be going. Then suddenly, just when this spiritual isolation is no longer bearable, and the traveler has surrendered his inner self completely, light illumines the mind, and the person will see some marvelously deeper truth concerning existence, will perceive more clearly his source of being. He will be filled with joy because God has spoken. Yes, divine life has penetrated his consciousness and lifted him safely along the path leading to the attainment of the highest spiritual consciousness of the celestial kingdom, the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, the way forward is through the means of such moments of profound revelation. They must be treasured and remembered, otherwise all the spade work of the self will be lost, and the seeker will be continually pushed back to where he began the search. Faith must be strong at all times. Dithering about avails nothing. When I descend into your plane of dimension of consciousness, I have seen seriously inclined seekers of truth uplifted for a few hours, and joyfully telling people of their experience, and then a little while later, doubting that they were so certain that they received earlier. This slows down the process of spiritual development. These times of doubt should be strenuously resisted and overcome by meditation and prayer. For what is doubt but an undermining of what you have known and believed in? Doubt is a negative creative consciousness force directed against the very experience of divine life, which lifted your spirit on high. You create within yourself a little war between your experience of divine consciousness and your human blindness. You will probably destroy the memory of that divine moment and erase all vestiges of spiritual upliftment and development it brought you into your consciousness. This conflict will leave you feeling jaded and dispirited, and you will probably never realize that all alone and unassisted, you have wrought this negative transformation in yourself. People on the spiritual path frequently do this to themselves and hinder their spiritual development, never stopping to question what right they have to relapse into this self-indulgent exercise. People use their minds recklessly, blighting their lives and the lives of other people with their thoughts and words arising from their ego drive. For it is only your thought life and emotional upheavals which end in quarrels and mayhem, not your faces, bodies, hands, and legs, unless the quarrels end in physical abuse. But even bodily conflict has its origin in the frustration of the ego within mind and emotions, and conveyed to the limbs to vent the uncontrollable wrath. In this way, marriages and friendships begin in mutual joy and eventually end in misery and mutual rejection, because people find it impossible to channel their ego drive into life and love-preserving modes of self-expression. Parents and children express mutual love until the teen years, and then hatred enters the scene and sours the relationship when children rebel against authority and parents react with self-righteous abuse. Again, there is no need for such conflict. Parents must surely realize that every generation fights to find its feet in the adult world and do things more innovatively than did their elders. How can young people thrive if shackled to youthful bondage? When children become young adults, this is growing time for parents, who must now prepare for the next stage of their life, the more inspired use of their latent talents, and in old age, acceptance of their past follies and mistakes, and at last, a peaceful transition into eternal light. Why quarrel? Why fight? People wholly controlled by ego let fly and hammer away for their rights. Spiritually mature people solve problems by discussing them emphatically. What does this mean in human terms? It means listening to the other people with the spoken or silent acknowledgement that the way the other person felt or feels in a certain situation is as valid and worthy of respect as are your feelings. When overtaken by a serious confrontation in which neither of you are prepared to yield an iota of ground, go away on your own and take time to realize that what you are engaged in is a battle of consciousness. The battle is not enjoined only as a result of what was actually done and said in a moment of extreme heat. What really took place was the upshot of what you both are in consciousness. This involves your backgrounds. The conflict springs from the personality itself, the type of ego drive a person possesses, the basic perceptions of right and wrong, the normal attitudes each have towards other people and life generally. Therefore, when you have conflict or confrontation, tell your opponent you are taking time off to stand still and quiet your mind to be able to listen more helpfully. Then be very wise. Call on divine consciousness for an intervention of loving consciousness into the situation. Try to realize and visualize that both of you stand in the light of divine consciousness, equal in soul origins, equal in destiny, equally real, equally human, and equally unique. Until you can fully immerse yourself in this realization, this state of mind, you are not yet ready to stand in the divine light to lovingly sort out your conflict and hurt feeling. Return to your opponent and suggest you should meet and each have 5 or 10 full minutes to which you clearly, quietly explain your point of view, your perception of what was actually said, what the fight is really about, how feelings were hurt, how the matter should be resolved. Choose to let the other speak first and again surrender the situation to divine consciousness. If there is a great deal of bitter accusations taking place, try to subdue your own ego and remain absolutely silent and calm. This will be of great help to the other speaker, since he will feel he is being heard. It will obviate the feeling of frustration. Rationally realize you are helping your opponent, but do not puff yourself up for being superior. Try your best to see how much of what is being said is true about yourself, whatever it may be, if valid. Bite your tongue and accept it. Be glad and rejoice, because in that moment you have had a moment of insight into your own human consciousness, giving you an opportunity to get rid of a facet of ego drive. Every time you are able to rid yourself of a little ego drive, you allow your soul more breathing space and room for more active control of your personality. You also rise in consciousness frequencies of vibration and feel a degree lighter within yourself. By these means you grow psychologically and spiritually. Listen to the feelings of the other person. Try to restrain your own and emphasize with your sparring partner's emotions. Feel his hurt, his indignation, his anxieties. Put aside your own and feel his. His represents both genders for brevity. Ask yourself, if someone had said or done to you what you had said or done to the other, how would you feel? If you can set aside your ego sufficiently to be able to consider this, then you are on the way to overcoming the kind of ego drive which puts self above every other consideration and is unable to see any other point of view. Before speaking, calmly wait in silence until your sparring partner's 10 minutes are fully up, even if it means he finishes before time, and both of you remain in silence for a while. Acknowledge, as pleasantly as you are able, that you have heard what he has said, and you can understand why he is upset. In that instant of self-control, realize that you have gained a modicum of control over yourself, and you have taken the first step to healing the situation. On the other hand, if you have not truly understood what he has told you, then you are mentally blocking something he is saying, which you do not want to hear or receive. Therefore, again, your ego is in control. Control it and invite him to explain further, and again do your best to put yourself in his place. Feel his pain, understand his anger. When you have received the other person into your understanding and acknowledged it, his ego defenses will begin to lessen. You will see him begin to relax. Both of you will feel better. Having done this, quietly, slowly, carefully, you then give an equally clear picture of the way that you felt in the circumstance. Do not use words calculated to set your opponent down and thus upset him. Remember that. You are making an effort to control your ego as a prelude to unconditional love. You are working to achieve peace and understanding between you, not points. Your reply should not lead to further conflict because you have used words likely to further upset him. If it does, then your ego has won the round against you. Your psyche is lost. If you are both living in the spiritual frequencies of consciousness, it will follow that your opponent will accord you the same response of listening, thinking, and acknowledging your position as you gave him. But if he lives entirely in the earthly consciousness frequencies, you may encounter difficulties. He may feel you are trying to score points by being holy, superior, or bigger in some way. Calm him down. Tell him it is painful to have conflict between you. You are only trying out a method to ensure both of you get a fair hearing from each other and reach a truly mutual forgiving reconciliation, instead of a superficial one when hurt feelings are left to fester in the mind and heart and body. You should each give the other the right to disagree in gentle words, giving valid reason for the disagreement. Find the fortitude within yourself to recognize that you, as a human being, cannot possibly be always right, since you, like everyone else, has been born with a controlling ego drive which forces you to take up and strongly defend the position of top dog. Remember that whilst you believe yourself to be a top dog, he too believes the same thing. Humanly, he believes himself to be at least on an equal level with yourself, if not superior. Whatever his ego causes him to think about himself and his point of view is exactly the same as your ego causes you to think about your opinions and ideas. When you can bring divine consciousness into the arena of your human consciousness, you have literally received, with compassionate acceptance and love, the human reality of each of you into yourself. Having dissolved the negativity between you and raised the frequencies of your consciousness vibrations, leaving you feel lighter and more vibrant. Since this leaves you in a perfect peace, no longer in conflict, this is extremely important to your well-being. If, however, you should refuse to listen and empathize and accept with loving forgiveness the truth of another person, the rejection creates an emotional magnetic rejection energy which joins and reinforces other residues of rejection energy within the conscious electromagnetic fields of your entire system. Rejection magnetism depletes the bonding magnetism between cells, and ill health sets in. This fact of existence is the ground of all psychosomatic medicine. People who constantly blame and judge others and keep a wholly closed mind in regard to their own part in conflict eventually experience some kind of radical breakdown in their physical or emotional makeup. If they can monitor and work on this tendency to exercise control, judge others, and exonerate themselves from blame, and can eventually give their soul full mastery in their personality, the breakdown of whatever kind it is will ultimately disappear completely. If during conflict with another you give time, space, and understanding, but only encounter stubborn resistance in the form of a continual statement of personal aggrieved feeling, then you are dealing with ego blindness, and the only thing to do is to laugh, concede defeat, and walk away. Providing you walk away with forgiveness and understanding of their controlling ego, you may have conceded defeat, but you gained a victory over self and refrained from introducing negative vibrations into your consciousness field. The very worst thing you can do to promote discord is to tell a person they shouldn't feel a certain way, or they do not mean what they are saying. These two sayings are a gross violation of the dignity and respect due to the other, and you have rejected the human reality of the other person. You may question a person, do you really mean what you are saying? If the answer is yes, then it must be accepted, and the discussion should continue from the point. Never ignore what another person is trying to tell you, because you do not want to face up to what is being said. This is cowardice and gives points to your ego. Be brave and listen with both ears open to receive the truth beyond the words. You must accept the reality of a person, whether you agree with it or not, even if a facet causes you shock or displeasure. Remember, you do not know the full circumstances out of which that human consciousness has grown into the present form. If you judge, criticize, condemn in any way, you have erected a barrier between yourself and that person which will not be removed, no matter how much you may wish to overlook everything negative in him and become friends in the future. Unknowingly, what you reject in him will remain in your consciousness as a foundation for future discords, which will build up and eventually outweigh the affection. Unwittingly, you will say things in the future reflecting your underlying secret mistrial or displeasure. Instead of accepting his weaknesses with love and helping him deal with and overcome them, you will put him on his guard against you, and he will never fully trust you. Your ego and his ego will have had a secret battle, which neither of you will be aware of consciously. Love could turn to hate. Remember, your state is a state of consciousness in which thoughts and feelings are deposited as in a safety box. Let acceptance and caring be the steel of which the box is made. When you have an encounter with someone to whom you are drawn, if only in friendship, and you discover that there are elements in the past which are contrary to your principles, you have the option to remain in contact with him, fully accepting his past and possibility in future situations, pointing out the characteristic logically and lovingly, helping him grow. Or if this is impossible, promptly removing yourself from the situation until you can see his problems from the perspective of loving acceptance inspired by divine consciousness, and you find him receptive to your principles. You must never accuse a person of acting out of ego impulse. All human beings are ego-driven to a greater or lesser extent. Never take a stance which will humiliate another. When I was on earth, I urged people to forgive and to abstain from judgment, criticism, and condemnation. The Church has misinterpreted this as meaning you must please God by loving others and abstaining from the negative emotion. This is not what I meant at all. There is no God who needs to be pleased by your behavior. You are masters of your fate in that you always reap what you sow. All of the foregoing pages have been directed at giving you details of how to avoid sowing weeds in your vegetable patch, how to remain healthy, happy, and prosperous. A time will come in your spiritual development when you will awaken to the enormous gift you have in your head, the gift of creative, intelligent thinking, and you will also become aware of the enormous responsibility you bear towards the way you use it. There are wonderful people in your world who have used their minds in such a way as to gain insight and growth from their daily challenges in their lives. Step by step, by probing, analyzing, moving on to new viewpoints, higher understanding, they fashion new ideals for themselves. They adopt these ideals as guidelines for their future behavior, but this means they are able to purify their thinking, words, actions in order to redefine their mode of conduct in the world and of attending to relationships. These are self-made people, but rarely do they find that they have not also drawn strength, insight, inspiration, emotional stability from the higher source, divine consciousness, or their perception of what they may call God. When on earth I told the story of the parable of the 10 talents, I said that a lord of much wealth was going abroad for a while, and he left each of his 3 servants a sum of money. To one he gave 10 talents, to another 5, and the last one he gave 1 talent. When he returned, he asked each servant what use they had made of the money. One said he had doubled the master's investment, and the other said he had gained half again, and the last man said that he had sat on it, fearing to lose what he had been given. The master complimented the first 2 servants on their efficiency and ingenuity, but was angry with the servant who had not attempted to make anything at all of the 1 talent left in his care. Each one of you in the world have your own amount of talent with which to work. If on your own initiative you find it hard to discover the best way to make a profit out of your personal talents and resources, draw on divine consciousness through meditation, and little by little the ideas will surely come, and these will be exactly suited to your own personality. At the same time, consider how you have used your talents throughout your lifetime. Have you been engrossed entirely in creating happiness and pleasure for yourself, or have you devoted time also to the upliftment or improvement of the life of others? It is a terrible thing to have been given talents above the average, and to end your lives having squandered them in self-indulgent modes of living. Whatever lessons you have failed to learn, whatever growth you have evaded, whatever development in spirituality you have deliberately avoided, are mountains you have created for yourself to climb in your next life. They will obstruct your path and will have to be dealt with spiritually, or again repeated in a further life. It is not necessary to make a great way in the world, achieve advancements or wealth or fame. You can use your talents as a parent, seeking the best means of becoming successful in your job or promoting your children's well-being. What higher calling is there to be a good, loving parent, more especially if you take on as your role model the divine Father-Mother consciousness, which is entirely directed at growth, nutrition of mind and body, healing of mind and body, regeneration of mind and body, and protection in every form and fulfillment of every need of mind, emotion, body, within a system of law and order and unconditional love. As a parent, have you measured up to the consciousness of your divine source of being? Some of the people who have made best use of their talents have been servants, those who have looked after other people's children with devotion and love, cleaning the house with conscientious attention to detail, creating a peaceful, calm, and caring environment for the employer with love and gentleness. These are the great souls, the ones who have made paths for themselves, leading directly into the kingdom of heaven. Alternately, there are people who have used their talents for the purpose of the destruction of others to feed their vanity and the cold emptiness within their own hearts. Ultimately, the use of their minds has led to their own destruction. Think of the people in history in the present time who have brainwashed others into rebellion. They have become dictators. They think about the likely end of such dictators. Such people have abused the privilege bestowed by mind power, and they eventually pay the price, but not before they have ruined thousands of lives for no good reason. For there could never be a good reason for turning countries into war-torn wilderness and ruining a prosperous economy. Think of families where emotional and mental abuse is rife. This is an abhorrent use of mental power. It rebounds to the abuser in many, many ways: ill health, sickness, addictions, depression, and loss of self-esteem. However, do not use your brains, intellect, insight, knowledge, education as a platform from which to criticize, judge, or condemn others who do not measure up to your own standards of efficiency or goodness in any areas of your life. At the same time, since to criticize, judge, and condemn is as natural as breathing to the human ego, do not attempt to deny your perception of what might be improved. To do this is to deny the reality of the evolutionary process. The process and purpose behind existence is to experience and improve upon your experience. Therefore, do not judge or condemn or reject the deficiencies you observe in others, but take your perception immediately to divine consciousness and continually ask for divine resolution of the problem. Hold fast to the realization that wherever, whenever divine consciousness is drawn into a problem, the end result is always growth and development for all concerned. Try to bear in mind always, you are on earth to bring divine consciousness down into your daily life, relationship, and circumstance. You are there to use your minds for this special purpose. When I said I have come to help you find life more abundant, I meant that I have come to help you work through your magnetic emotional bondage and to find and to make true contact with divine life, the source of your being. Out of this contact comes increased life, which far transcends the physical life you draw from your food alone. Out of this contact comes spiritual direction, protection, and a divinely inspired path. You could call this the path of Christ consciousness. When you have perceived some deeper truth previously hidden from your consciousness, you must accept and rejoice that divine consciousness has penetrated your human consciousness and spoken within your mind. Give sincere thanks and treasure this gift and reverence it. Never take it for granted. Otherwise, you will block further entrance of loving intelligence. You still wonder why you feel so alone again. People speak of being transformed by the inner spirit. The terminology of inner spirit is not wrong. I have gone to great lengths to try to rid your mind of old terminology which may have an inaccurate meaning of you. At the time, I want you to understand that once you have grasped what I really mean, for I have been so grossly misinterpreted in the past that I do not want this to happen again. You must not be bound down by the terminology itself, so long as you know what the inner spirit really is. Divine life consciousness operating out of infinite universal consciousness, and has nothing to do with the spirits of the departed. You may use a terminology which is most meaning for you, provided it is a meaning given you in these letters. To return to my original statement at the beginning of this new section, it is frequently said that people can be transformed by the power of the Spirit. Such a transformation is not possible. There is nothing real in your human self which can be transformed. Your soul has been drawn from divine life consciousness, and therefore is perfect. Your human personality is ephemeral and composed only of magnetic emotional bonding rejection impulses. Consequently, divine life must gradually impregnate more and more of your consciousness to impel you to strip away these gross impulses in order to reveal the spiritual reality. Perhaps I can best explain this to you by using a parable. A girl of great beauty was kept hidden with a heavy gray veil, and an ugly face was painted on it. This, the truth of her being, was kept secret, and few ventured near her because of her unattractive appearance. She grew up and realized that the cause of her loneliness and misery, loss of freedom and movement of health, were due to the veil. But she was so accustomed to them that she felt she could not survive without them. However, she was fortunate enough to meet an enlightened mentor from another country, and was ultimately persuaded to discard just one veil. After much searching for the inner strength to do so, she begged her mentor to help her. He lifted her hands, and together they discarded the veil on which the ugly face had been painted, and she felt much better after having rid herself of it. She began to feel a sense of joy. After a while she was eager to rid herself of another veil, and again her mentor came to her and helped her remove it. And so it continued. The more she shed, the lighter she grew, and they gradually glimpsed the reality of nature around her. She could see the trees clearly, the birds on the boughs, and listened enthralled to their beautiful songs. She saw the beauty in other people's faces, and began to feel the flow of love in her heart. Life was now becoming a truly divine gift to be treasured. Daily she gave thanks to her mentor for helping her become such a happy person. Finally the time came when she could no longer bear the final veil around her. She knew it was shutting her off from even greater light, beauty, harmony, and loving contact with other beautiful people. Although she did not know how she would manage without it, she retired into the silence with her mentor, and pleaded to have this last veil removed. This was a time of agony, since the veil appeared to be part of her being, but she begged and pleaded in a moment of brilliant light. The veil was burnt off her. The form that was left was her reality, and she came into perfect inner freedom. However, her individualized reality now had to find a way to function in the environment. This was unexpectedly difficult. Because her perceptions of reality surrounding and within herself were now so clear and transcendent, the ground of her communication with other people had radically changed. She was no longer at peace in the social and business environment, nor could she remain a member of her community. People looked at her and said, "Oh, this is who you are, and you have no veil. How dreadful! We find you very odd, even a little mad." They turned their backs on her. What do you think she did? Did she long to go back to the time when she was veiled as heavily as others? No, she had found such peace, joy, and fulfillment of need. She left her community and went into a retreat, and joined other souls who would recognize her true identity and respond to it with love and joy. Tell me, was her veiling, her personality transformed? No, with the help of her mentor. She removed her own veiling when she was convinced by her mentor, the divine life consciousness, it was the right thing to do. As she removed the different layers of veiling, she came closer and closer to intimate knowledge of the reality soul hidden by her veiling, or the personality. You can probably understand now that the human personality is like a mental emotional cobweb, sometimes a dirty veiling of mass interactions between magnetic attraction bonding and magnetic repulsion revulsion. Spiritually evolved people can see this dirty veiling clouding the skin of people whose language is coarse and their thoughts solely centered around earthly ego activities. Alternately, as an individual leaves behind levels of earthly thoughts and responses, the skin begins to clear and a light shines in the eye. While the earth personality is imperceptibly dying away, the body becomes more spiritualized. This is clearly visible to people who have the gift of spiritual perception. Do not be afraid of future withdrawal from the earthly mindset. You will relinquish it little by little with infinite relief. Your true goal in life will become ever more clear, and your determined to reach it will grow ever more strong. You may argue that you are not often mentally or emotionally engaged in magnetic emotional thoughts and feelings, but when you examine your spontaneous thoughts, you will find that you are completely dominated by magnetic attraction bonding and magnetic repulsion revulsion thoughts all day long. Your mind keeps up a ceaseless chatter of comments and judgment, criticism, wants, don't wants, reactionary feeling verging on resentment or rejection, longing for certain things and fears that the longings will not be fulfilled, striving for success and irritation or anger when those who stand in the way of that success. When the ego is in control, the one who prays does so with faith and yearning. Immediately after prayer or meeting someone, the trauma just taken to God to be dealt with in the right way is sorrowfully aired to gain the comfort of human sympathy. But the consciousness form and force released during prayer, the asking, the faith and the yearning, are now canceled by the self-pity. The mind is usually a bog, a quagmire of conflicting ideas. During stress, a person may strive to focus on a life-giving affirmation or perception, but like a playful puppy tossing a paper bag filled with air, the thought is soon swept out of the mind, and the stressful thinking the person was trying to avoid has once again taken hold. And so it goes on in the mind, back and forth, until the person longs to escape the conflict. Your internal dialogue will probably go along such lines similar to, I don't want to get up. I don't want to get breakfast. I don't want to make sandwiches. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to meet so-and-so today. I don't want to do the laundry. I don't want to do this, that, and the other. And so the litany of rejection of life continues with thoroughly disgruntled people all day long. However, instead of mentally complaining, the dialogue may be along the lines of, I don't feel like. All these feelings come from ego drive, which rejects such activities since they are perceived to be a bore, uncomfortable, or a burden. Alternately, you may wake up and say or feel it's Saturday. I must hurry and dress and get to market. There are things I want to buy. I must get some of those strawberries before they are sold out. I must get down to the sales to find some bargains. I'm going to speak nicely to my husband to give me some money. I do hope I see Patrick when I go to the office. I want that new boss to like me, so I'll work extra hard and I'll look attractive for him. I hope my husband buys a new car. I'm certain I'll find a parking space if I remain positive. I hope I get a bonus. All these foregoing ideas come from the ego bonding impulse, I want. You may also string together several bonding and rejection feelings. I hope my children go to sleep early so that I can relax. I hate it when they call for water and want me to read to them when I'm so tired, but I ought to be a good mother and spend a little time with them. I hope that I can, I ought, good mother, spend time, are all connected by the magnetic attraction bonding. These are the things you want for yourself. These thoughts also arise from fears of being asked to do more than you feel you can do at this moment. Fears of failure as a mother. Fear is a direct impulse experienced from the ego, which demands that you measure up in order to be acceptable to yourself and other people, and yet is very much aware that you do not. With the development of civilization, the magnetic bonding rejection impulses have become so complicated and interwoven that they are difficult to differentiate and discern. I hate it. Call for water. want me to read, I'm so tired, are all magnetic rejection revulsion feelings, and since it requires more energy to reject and push away than to accept and bond with, the conflict within you will end by making you feel even more dispirited and tired. Even feel guilty, but unable to find the strength to do what you would really deep down like to do. Spend more time with your children, read to them, and mother them. This would give you a sense of satisfaction and well-being because at even deeper level, you know you would be experiencing and expressing love, whereas all the wants and don't wants are a coating hiding the feeling of love. When you are attuned with your deepest recesses of being and are experiencing and expressing love, you are truly at peace and happy. At the same time, notice that in this interior monologue, which goes on all the time in caring mothers, the little interjection of, I ought to spend a little time with them, is an insight drawn directly from divine life consciousness, but you will probably believe it is your consciousness telling you what you ought to do. Perhaps you are beginning to see that your mind and emotions are like a war arena with conflicting ideas following each other so rapidly that you are completely unaware of what you are doing to yourself. Your mind is a seesaw. Your beliefs, opinions, reactions change according to any change you find in relationship and environment. A seesaw of likes and dislike, resentment and friendship, possessiveness and rejection. All of this hubbub arises out of superficial understanding of all that is really taking place in your environment at a subterranean level. You are like boats sailing the seas. You can see the sky, but you have no inkling at all of the growth, movement, and activity taking place under your keel. This means that you may think you are relating to someone in a real way, but underneath the surface and behind the pleasant exterior, your friend may feel lonely in your presence and aching to be understood and spoken to on a level more sensitive and empathetic, more suited to their needs as well as yours. Take, for instance, the following example. On the face of it, it appears to be completely harmless both to yourself and other people, but an analysis will show you it is anything but innocuous. I hope that bad-tempered woman is away from work today. First, to be able to make such a statement, in your hidden consciousness, you have reviewed her behavior and condemned her for the problem she causes by her bad temper. You have hung a label around her neck, bad-tempered woman. You have created a consciousness energy force with her name on it. It won't do her any good. You want magnetically, not spiritually, that she should be absent from her work, to make life more pleasant for you. In the above statement you reveal you are in the grip of ego completely, since you did not pause to wonder whether she was subject to any problem or a character personality, any hidden sickness, misery, financial problem, causing her to be short-tempered. The hope she will be absent is the nature of a curse on her. If your thinking was sufficiently passionate and powerful, she will probably pick up the negative conscious energy force and suddenly feel too unwell to go to work. The same principle is evolved in the development of emotional tension and nervous breakdowns. At the onset of emotional tension, the mind and emotions begin to race with magnetic emotional rejection, repulsion, revulsion feeling. A person engages in continual thoughts such as, I can't cope, which is a rejection and outright denial of any existing energy that the person does have to deal with crisis. I can't bear it also denies personal strength. I hate this happening to me. I hate the person doing this to me. I hate having to change my lifestyle. I hate, I deny, I refuse, I object, I oppose, I don't deserve. A particularly virulent consciousness-formed thoughts, I'll get my own back, is a mixture of magnetic bonding rejection. In reality, the consciousness of such a sentence is, I hate him, and what has he done so much I will teach him a lesson. I will do to him exactly what he has done to me. I will make him pay. This is pure revenge. Revenge is a boomerang which magnetically returns, bestowing suffering of some kind on the thinker. If he is on the path to Christ consciousness, it will also teach the sender a much-needed lesson. All those foregoing thoughts and feelings, including the killer resentment, bring on nervous, even physical breakdowns. There may be some people reading these letters who will remember my confrontation with the fig tree near Bethany. I was hungry and foolishly looked for figs when they were out of season. When I found none, I said to the tree, May no one ever eat of your fruit again. And the tree withered to its roots and was dead by the following day, much to the astonishment of Peter. This was a time when I, as Jesus, was thoroughly irresponsible in the use of my mind power, and caused damage for which I was contrite. I explain the true reasons for this incident in letter 3. However, when speaking to my disciples, I also used it as an example and a warning of the power exercised by mind over living things. Let it be said also that on that day I whipped and drove the moneylenders out of the temple, and harshly denigrated the scribes and Pharisees to their faces. All these activities were magnetic emotional bonding rejection impulses. Deliberately, I set the seal of my soon-to-be death by crucifixion. I knew exactly what I was doing, for my time on earth was drawing to a close, and to tell the truth, I was eager to leave your world. When people first come onto the spiritual path and seek a higher power, many are taught by self-help teachers to engage in magnetic emotional bonding thoughts to a greater degree. Although such teachers have no idea that their instructions are serving to strengthen the power of the ego. The spiritual aspirant is taught, if you meditate, God or the power of my subconscious will help me get all my needs. I'm going to visualize the house I want, and I know I'll get it. I'm going to buy the clothes I need and have faith that I'll somehow find the installment. They concentrate on having faith and on getting what they need or want. At the beginning of their change in consciousness and the exercise of their faith, they do indeed feel great benefit. The desired objects do come in their lives. They find doors opening. They achieve success. This phenomena reveals that the material planes of their consciousness are becoming spiritualized, and as a result, there are improvements in them. Life is less hard. But your lives are meant to express every level of your consciousness, mind, emotion, body. When you have mastered the physical realms of the consciousness, your next adventure into spirituality is in the realm of your emotion. Therefore, suddenly, in the midst of your plenty, the winds blow and the rains fall upon your previously stable emotional consciousness, creating manifold miseries of every kind. These can be in the nature of loss of family, health, or possessions, sudden setbacks of numerous kinds, in numerous areas of your life. Is it at these times that there are many losses of their previous faith? Positive thinking doesn't work, they affirm. No, positive thinking on its own does not work. Neither does the power of your subconscious, since it is only a facet of your entire spiritual human being. When your emotions are in upheaval, you are being called to examine your entire consciousness, your beliefs, your feelings toward yourself and others, your faith in a spiritual dimension, even the meaning of death and your life afterwards in a higher dimension. This is an extremely painful time in the lives of people. All are subject to this time of upheaval in one form or another. It can be a time of tremendous inner growth and a movement into happiness, or an ongoing time of bitterness and resentment. This is the time to wake up fully and realize that the outcome of the experiences are entirely up to you, not fate or destiny, but you, either working on your own or devotedly and consistently with divine consciousness, arriving eventually at the height of felicity. It is at this time also that a person is challenged to use the mind constructively, reaching for the highest insights and ideals with which to master the emotion. The difference between reactive thought, arising from impulsive ego responses to uncomfortable situation, and creative, intelligent, thoughtful thoughts will become clear. When this takes place and the insight is put into daily practice, self-mastery is close at hand. Only the teachers who can lead you through all levels of self-realization, remorse, awakening, changing mental emotional patterns, moving ever upward into higher spiritual frequencies of vibrations until reaching true God realization, are the teachers of truth, who can truly lead you into the kingdom of heaven. If the first level of development, seeking material satisfaction through positive thinking, were wholly satisfactory to seekers and brought them all they hoped for, the whole world would by now have been converted to the belief in positive thinking. However, this is the starting point of the previously quiescent soul's spiritual journey, and is not to be rejected or criticized. The psyche wakes up to the fact that beyond the earthly dimension there is some spiritual dimension called God, a person sitting up there, or a universal power which answers prayer. Remember, we are talking about consciousness. The psyche is becoming more aware that there is more to life than the daily grind and wants to experience, whatever it is, because deprivation in some area of experience, health, financial means, happiness, is causing it to seek help. Here we have the same magnetic emotional bonding at work. I want. However, as the awakening psyche becomes an observer of what is going on in mind and emotion through its filtered contact with life consciousness, it will begin to see some of the magnetic emotional bonding rejection activities it is engaging in. Eventually, it will be sufficiently enlightened to turn from the possessive repulsive feeling and will pray for the help to overcome them. It is usually at this time that the right teacher for the soul will come into his life. If the soul has traveled the road of life several times, then it will be some teacher who has evolved sufficiently to lead the seeking soul out of the chains and bondage of the ego drive and forward into light. Remember, in your approach to others, be careful of their egos. It is their sole means of internal survival until they have gained a real and lasting glimpse of divine consciousness, and they also perceive that they have within, and transcendent to themselves, a source of strength, power, and inspiration. You must also realize that in becoming individualized into bodily form and mental emotional activity, you are subject to the laws of existence. You have been given individuality and identity, and infinite potential of achieving Christ consciousness, and there is a price to pay for these. For perhaps many lifetimes, until you are educated into this rare knowledge of self, you will experience the vagaries and multitudinous complexities of life and relationship. In many lives in the past, you have done outrageous things considered by others to be sin personified, but these magnetic personality experiences will have contributed to bringing you where you are today in spiritual perception. Therefore, you should be able to accept that there is no sin against a God, and there is no sin against others. The ego can only have total control and do reprehensible things because the soul is still asleep within the heavy cobweb bondage of the magnetic personality. Where this is the case, there is no possibility of persuading such a person he has done wrong against others. There is no interior illumination from light to show him a better way to live. It is entirely blocked by an ego-magnetic consciousness. However, the pain such a person experiences, since everything he does to others will return with full measure and more, will ultimately make him question existence, and asking questions is the means by which to receive answers from divine life. I begin this section by saying that people believe they can be transformed by spirit. Now you understand why I said there is nothing to be transformed. There is nothing real or eternal in the personality. There is a great need to strip it away to reveal the divine within. In Palestine, I call this process a dying to self, which has proved to be a frightening statement. Because of it, many people have been deterred from stepping onto the path leading to the highest spiritual dimension. And yes, that last step in the stripping process is indeed like a death. A person loses an essential part of his human earthly self whilst undergoing it. But the relief and the inner peace experienced when the struggle is finally over cannot be described. Joy fills the heart. There is true security, rest, and tranquility in the silence of the mind. At last the struggle for personal control is over. The person becomes a master. There follows a time of spiritual rest and recuperation. This is later followed by stepping into a new dimension of being. Nothing in the human scene matters as it did before. People criticize you. Previously, the magnetic personality would have made you feel angry because of your insecurity, your driving need to appeal perfect to everyone in order to gain approval. If you do not have approval, the ego argued, how will you survive? What will your life be like? When the voice of the ego has died away, there is no need to seek security, for you are secure. You know that you are sustained, maintained, nourished, protected, healed by divine life consciousness, no matter what others may think of you. Your joy, gladness, happiness, personal fulfillment, and contentment are all inside of you. In fact, you no longer need otherness at all. Except you are part of all otherness, and when the light fills you, you have a driving need to render to others all that divine life consciousness is pouring into you every moment of the day as you keep in constant touch with this beautiful dimension within you. No longer do you reject the personality of others. Everyone is acceptable to you. Everyone is in need of love, and now you have plenty of that to give. No longer is it a struggle to love unconditionally, it comes spontaneously. Whatever faults you may have left, whatever mistakes you made in your attitudes to others as a result of remnants of the ego left behind, these are revealed to you, but you do not shy away from self-acknowledge, but rather embrace it with love and thanksgiving. You discover that recognition and acceptance of the negative human reaction in yourself is both wholesome and healing. You happily accept and take responsibility for whatever mistakes you make, and then when you have discerned the loving way, you let it go. You will experience inner peace, knowing that you have learned something else valuable which will stand you in good stead when next you are challenged by earthly experiences. The time for deep remorse is over. since it has now done its work of releasing you from magnetic emotional responses to life which brought you suffering in the past. You have now entered what I term the kingdom of heaven when I was on earth. You will find that all your needs are supplied, and you will know that any needs in the future will also be met almost spontaneously. This knowledge keeps you in constant touch with divine life and gives you an immense sense of security. With the peace of mind and tranquility come joy and happiness, and a new sense of youthful well-being. Minor or chronic or even terminal ailments will be cleared up, and you will again enter into a new phase of existence. Each time you learn a lesson, you leave something of the human dimension behind you and move forward into a higher frequency of spiritual consciousness. I am describing for you the rewards which await you when you have struggled and dealt with the magnetic emotional bondage of attraction, bonding, rejection, repulsion. It is these which initially give you individuality, but which become fetters of the soul, and from which you must break free in order to get off the treadmill. This treadmill is a span of your present human life, continually turning, continually bearing you into experiences you do not enjoy. When at last you are able to transcend in spirit your magnetic emotional reaction to life, the treadmill will begin to slow down, and then suddenly you will find that you are almost stationary, and you will begin to experience the beautiful quality of life I have described above. Would that I could remove this burden imposed upon you by your earthly humanhood. I know your suffering, your times of despair, your grief in the lonely night, your hours of mental and emotional turmoil. As I descend in your consciousness frequencies to transmit my messages and to understand what needs to be said to you, I become aware of your earthly conditions, and these words are my response to your most urgent needs for relief and healing. Do not doubt these words are from me. Take comfort from them, and know that as you study these words, they will in time bring you deep illumination within your soul, which will bring about the longed-for changes in your life and self. How to meditate. When you meditate, take up the position which is most comfortable for you. You do not have to go into physical contortions. Rest and relax. Tell yourself to relax and release all your limbs, including your head, neck, face, into a state of utter limpness. I must impress on you that meditation should be, eventually, as simple as slipping into slumber. The purpose of meditation is to enable your entire consciousness to move beyond the boundaries of intellect and reason. There are teachers who will tell you to imagine whatever you are told to imagine. You can rest assured you are not being assisted to go anywhere except into new imaginative realms of your own thought processes. What this method of meditating will achieve for you will be a relief from the thoughts and stress that your ego pressures are creating for you. In the world of imagination, the ego may or may not be dormant. Before commencing meditation, prepare by fully realizing you are about to make contact with divine consciousness, both within and transcendent to your consciousness. Therefore, it is also out there and around you. Visualize exactly what this means. Remember at all times that what you think about is what you are turning into. Your thoughts are searchlights, making contact with what you seek. Remember that every thought has its own frequency of vibration and consciousness. Believe, know this, for this is true. The more spiritual a thought, the higher the frequency of vibration. Consciousness forms, embodied by words, are not visible, but they are specific entities of being. They have the life of consciousness within them. They are magnetized to like consciousness forms. Like is drawn to like. Think dog and visualize what you mean, and your thoughts are attuned to the dog species. Think universal consciousness or divine life with understanding of what you mean, and your thoughts will be directed into universal consciousness, divine life. If you fully understand all that I am telling you, you will know that your meditation reaches its target. Know this, and you will find your faith strengthening. Your faith remains weak because you only hope or wish or magnetically want to tune into life consciousness, because you hope you will derive some benefit from the exercise. Do you not see how earthy is such an approach to that which gave you being? Is it reverent? Does it befit a person who is seeking true contact and expects to do so? Whilst infinite universal consciousness is not the mythical God on high as depicted in the Old Testament, it is the infinitely powerful reality everywhere present, manifesting its own designing, intelligent, evolutionary, loving care for all that it has brought into being. This is what you must realize you will eventually approach whilst you are still on earth. When you reach the highest dimension, after your magnetic emotions have been dissolved not only from your mind, but also your subconscious and solar plexus. First of all, you will be getting in touch with Father, Mother, Divine Life, which is ever active within your entire system in the universe. Remember, it is the equilibrium within the infinite universal dimension and active within the world. Father activity sets the goals. Mother love directs the way the plans will be developed to promote the highest good on that which has been adapted, healed, or protected. Countless people will say that these statements above are all imagination. They can scoff as they will. Those who manage to make contact with Father, Mother, Life Consciousness, another name for divine life consciousness, but denoting its double qualities, will verify that the foregoing is an accurate description of spiritual evolution which follows such contact. To return to your meditation, first of all, before attempting to enter your meditative state, memorize the following prayer so that the words become your own. When you have become perfectly relaxed, start your meditation with this prayer. Say it slowly and visualize the meaning of each word to enable you to enter into the consciousness of the word and enable the energy consciousness of the word to enter into your deepest self. As you say this prayer, your eyes should be closed and your gaze lifted towards your forehead. Father, Mother, Life, you are my life, my constant support, my health, my protection, my perfect fulfillment of every need and my highest maturation. I ask you to reveal the true reality of yourself to me. I know it is your will that I shall be fully illumined, that I may better receive awareness of your presence within and around me. I believe and know that this is possible. I believe that you protect and maintain me within perfect love. I know that my eventual purpose is to express you. As I speak to you, I know that you are perfectly receptive of me, for you are universal loving intelligence, which has so marvelously designed this world and brought it into visible form. I know that as I ask you to speak to me, I am sending out a consciousness searchlight into your divine consciousness, and as I listen, you will be penetrating my human consciousness and coming ever closer to my increasing receptive mind and heart. I commit myself and my life into your care. Each time you say and visualize this prayer, you create a spiritual consciousness form, which will become stronger and ever more elevated in frequencies of vibration as the true meaning of the prayer deepens in your mind and heart and your perceptions heighten. After the prayer, relax ever deeper and let your mind go as blank as you can. If thoughts intrude, gently recite Divine Life or Father, Mother Life to yourself, and again quiet your mind. After many months of sincere meditation, you may come to feel that your body is suddenly jerking, like a person entering sleep and then suddenly waking up. If this happens, be thankful as your consciousness is penetrating the barriers of your previously created conscious forces encapsulating your soul. When you feel yourself entering a different state of consciousness, so deep you are barely breathing, know that you are beginning to attain your goal. At the end of your meditation, always give glad and grateful thanks. Remember that nothing you can think, say, or do can in any way reduce all that Father, Mother, Life consciousness is. However, any disbelief will form a barrier between you and the Father, Mother, Life. I want to warn you, when you are trying to still your mind and thoughts, you may feel ill at ease, physically uncomfortable, and even distressed. This is because initially you will come against the black wall of your own consciousness, and this can be extremely disconcerting, even painful. Bless the experience and ask Father Life to penetrate your consciousness next time you listen. Then get up and put the experience behind you. When you find that you are at last entering into the silence, then rest equally, knowing that you have now entered what one might call the Holy of Holies, because at last you are achieving contact with Father, Mother Life within you. It will take time for this highly spiritual experience of the silence to become a daily routine. Remember, you have a lifetime of ego baggage to discard and dissolve. No matter what you sense or are aware of during your meditation, when you come out of it, expect to sense a difference in your life. Remember that expectation is a consciousness form, and as you expect, you are opening the way for that which you expect to be magnetized into your experience, whatever it may be you are needing or dealing with. If you do not feel any new lightness of spirit, despite your sincere expectation, do not deny changes or doubt the possibility of them. Remember, your consciousness is electromagnetic, of the same substance as your physical body, and it is the foundation of all experience in your life. Continue to expect. As you do so, you are building up the power, the energy of your expectation. Consciousness forms which will draw to themselves the manifestation of all that you are expecting. Father, Mother Life consciousness can only be magnetized into your individual consciousness by faith, sincere expectancy, and the willingness to open yourself to the cleansing of your magnetic, emotional bonding rejection impulse. How many of you presently go into meditation in this way and come out expecting changes? How many lose heart when they have felt some changes and then nothing for a little while? Bear in mind that I told you that you are subject to rhythms of high and low. When you are in your lows, the flow of divine life in your system is dropped, and the frequencies of vibration of your consciousness also drop. Consequently, contact with Father, Mother Life consciousness during these times, at the beginning of your search, is almost impossible. In the early days of your seeking truth, during your meditation, you are very much in touch with your subconscious, and you will find that there is an irritating resurgent of any old negative thoughts and memories you have thought you had overcome. When you enter your highs, you will find a resurgent of your spiritual self and will rejoice in this. Your meditations will be more positive and productive of contact with Father, Mother Life consciousness. If you will have the courage to persist and exercise self-discipline during the low times as well as the good, you will eventually that the lows will get less low and any form of depression will be lifted. Remember that each time of prayerful consciousness brings you closer to your goal. Although you remain completely unaware of this, nonetheless, things are happening for your ultimate good. Believe them. When on earth I said, I have come to give you freedom, I have come to bring you life more abundant. The secret of your tiredness, exhaustion, inconsistency, instability, fear, despair, depression lies in your magnetic emotional bonding rejection responses to life and the subconscious patterns which sometimes take over and project you into situations you never intended to create. Because of these natural impulses of individuality, you are certainly not free. You are under the control of the magnetic emotional bondage both in your consciousness and unconscious mind. You live in the grip of the ego, which has given you individuality and bound you in fetters of emotional responses to life. However, the time comes for the sincere and ardent seeker, the person who gladly follows the path of Christ consciousness, the Christ way, when he meditates and penetrates the magnetic emotional area of the brain to receive enlightenment, which is impressed within the very topmost areas of the brain under the skull. New cells are impressed with new knowledge. This is an ongoing process, and you will probably feel this opening taking place in your brain. You now begin to operate more and more within the superconscious mind, which is in ever greater contact with Father, Mother, Life consciousness, until the time comes when you can no longer bear the ego thoughts and feelings dominating your normal everyday consciousness, and you die the death of total self-surrender. When this happens, Father, Mother, Life consciousness will fill your vision to the exclusion of all else. You will be entering the consciousness frequencies of what I termed on earth the kingdom of heaven. This phase will be characterized by a gradual withdrawal from the kind of life you enjoyed before. Your thought life will become even more purified, and you will find yourself responding to situations, events, and people in a more dispassionate way. Whilst you may be less emotionally warm or cold than before, you will now be in the first wavelength of what you term unconditional love, and will do everything from the point of view of promoting the highest good of everyone, which means for their growth, nutrition, healing, protection, fulfillment of their legitimate needs within a system of law and order. You will love more deeply than ever before, but there will be none of the human sentiment which can cause so many errors in communication and error. When you have gained true inner knowledge, you will be able to transcend the emotional baggage. You will be able to meditate and draw upon Father, Mother, Life, and you will feel new energy entering your system, giving you new buoyancy. You will laugh, be more playful, find happiness in little things, love the world, feel brimming gratitude for every little blessing entering your life. You will find the blessings multiplied in your experience and showering your daily path. How does a person behave who has come through the freedom from the ego? Eventually, such a person is totally free of fear. There will be absolute conviction that wherever he goes, he is protected. Although he may go through potentially dangerous experiences, he will emerge unscathed. He will know that he has no need of sword or gun to protect him. He is protected against every negative eventually wherever he is. He will fear no sickness, since he will know that every built-in device in his system to keep him healthy is fully operative and working efficiently. He will know that he will never want for things needed to make his life happy and comfortable. Continually he will praise and give thanks to Father, Mother, Life, for all things already received and will be received in the future. He knows that he will be guided to be the rightest place at the right time. He also knows that he can ask for whatever is needed, and the response will come swiftly. But the asking will come from a spiritual enlightened center, and he will never seek for anything selfishly, but will always pray for things within the context of what will be good for his environment, community, family, and friends. He will have an open mind, knowing that truth is infinite, and whilst he may know much is always a further dimension to explore. That is what makes life in any dimension, even the celestial kingdom of consciousness, so exhilarating and purposeful. In his daily life, the enlightened soul will wake up with a mind empty of all but praise and thanksgiving. Eventually, he will be aware of the chores awaiting him, and give thanks for the energy and the willingness to perform these tasks. He will go away to do them without inner resistance or reluctance to start. As a result of this attitude to daily routine, he does not waste energy on resistance in any shape or form. If there is a special reason to resist some suggestion or coercion, he will do so calmly and reasonably, without magnetic emotional feeling of annoyance or rejection. He becomes the dispassionate observer, doing the right thing at the right moment. He possesses his soul in patience, waiting for guidance, waiting for the right doors to open, waiting for confirmation that any plans are indeed divinely willed into being through his mind, heart, and energy. He becomes a true man, manifesting Father, Mother, Life consciousness. He also takes on the feminine characteristic of universal love and becomes the embodiment of intelligent love or loving intelligence. She takes on a more masculine characteristic of strength and a strong sense of direction. If instruction is needed by a person, he or she will exhibit loving intelligence, and the person will be uplifted by his or her words. If healing is needed, he or she will demonstrate intelligent love, and the person will be healed. This is the goal to which I lovingly commend you. The path to Christ consciousness is outlined in these letters. When you achieve it, you will rejoice and say it was worth every moment of the rocky and bumpy times which will now be behind you forever. You will be free to climb into higher dimensions, each one bringing you new experience and joy. You will become founders of a new order on earth, which will form the spearhead of a new search of spiritual evolution. When this spiritual evolution spreads to the general masses in many years to come, people will finally learn how to live in peace with one another. These things will surely come to pass, for the seeds of such a future have been sown within these letters. Whoever welcomes them into their consciousness and endures in faith will eventually find them blossoming in beauty, joy, harmony, and bringing forth fruit in their daily lives. Believe, for I, the Christ, have spoken. End of Letter 8. Christ returns, speaks his truth. Letter 9. I, the Christ, have come through the medium of these letters, because I cannot return in bodily form, or take on human personality again, since I reside in and am myself of such fine and heightened vibrational frequencies of consciousness that no human physical form could contain my spiritual consciousness. My only means of reaching you has been through the medium of a human being, sensitive, clairaudient, obedient, and dedicated to God, born to be the channel through whom I could watch the tumult of our active, eventful life and world events. I have been able to intimately review the conflict and pain unknown in centuries past because scientific and technological discoveries and the lessening of moral and conventional values have led to new highly stressful conditions of modern living and new ways of relating to each other. Through the medium of this pliable mind, the modern human condition has, to a slight degree, become subjective for me. Without this knowledge of the human experience, these letters could not have been written in a form which is intended to be helpful to the human condition at this time. The process of partial overshadowing began before her birth, continued in her youth and life. Beginning with the thorough deprogramming of her mind and full cleansing of old concepts, my recorder has been deliberately subjected to every type of human experience, bearing witness to the struggles and sorrows involved in modern living. With my instruction, she has climbed out of her many diverse holes of distress, culminating in the death of her ego and mental emotional bondage to materialism. She is learning how to move in the consciousness frequencies of universal love and has had personal experiences of the reality of universal consciousness. So has she been sufficiently cleansed to receive even more clearly my teachings to distribute throughout the world. Under my influence, she has withdrawn from social life into seclusion and aloneness and has ultimately become dependent on me for her daily will to live. and I work through her total minute-by-minute readiness to receive my words whenever cosmic and her personal conscious energies enable her to hear me and receive me. I rely on her honesty and dedication to wait, to hear me accurately, and I make it clear when it is I who speak. Until I speak, she is unable to write. I have told you this, that you may understand out of what Christ consciousness energies these letters have taken form. I have come again in this letter to bring together all the loose ends of my other letters and present them within a world context, showing how these teachings are relevant to every aspect of your earthly lives and to all nations. These letters are meant to be the impetus, the spur, to a personal opening of the mind and heart to your source of being, and eventually to become the means of your perfect understanding of the effects of individual and mass thought and behavior on every facet of your earthly existence. Whereas in the past, the laws given you for national behavior have been directly mainly at "you shall not," or "if you do, this will be the penalty," true spiritual laws are entirely different. They are expressed like this: because you and your place in earthly existence have been created in this way, if you work harmoniously with the laws of your existence, you will open your entire system of soul, mind, emotions, body, and personal circumstances to the consistent inflow of divine consciousness, your life force. The fruits of your disciplined behavior will return to bless and load you with health, harmony, and prosperity. If, on the other hand, you ignore these laws of existence and continue living as you did before you received this message, then your lives will continue to be punctuated by turmoil, difficult climatic condition, pests in your crop, financial disasters, famines, and stressful life. I have spoken through these letters expressly to enable you to reach true, consistent peace of mind, spiritual love, joy, and inner healing of mind, emotions, and body. You should have understood by now that this was also the sole purpose behind my last mission to people on earth, to show them how they themselves were creating their own misery. You have been taught by Christian churches that you have been created by God, must worship and please God by keeping His laws. But this is not truth. Worshipping God is a pagan ritual. When people worship God, they set God apart and above them, unreachable and to be feared. For who knows what evil He might send on earth if people do not act according to His will? But that was not the message I brought to earth. I spoke of the Father which supplied all needs, which answered when called, which healed when requested to do so, which was both transcendent to people and also within them, meaning that the Creator was universal. The Jewish religion taught that only the chief priest could approach the Holy of Holies and made supplication for the people. The populace could approach Jehovah only through the priest by bringing birds and animals to be offered as burnt sacrifices to appease Jehovah for their people's sins. By these means the Jews obtained forgiveness of sins. I repeatedly taught that they would receive the Father's forgiveness of sins according to people's willingness to forgive others, for it would be done to them according to their own sowing. I also taught that the people to approach the Father directly and pray in simple terms, asking for what they needed in life, and assured them that they would be heard and their prayers answered, providing they prayed with total faith, with no doubt in their minds. You must understand that everything I taught the Jews was in direct conflict and opposition to what their religious elders taught them, which was why the priests hated and crucified me, since I was robbing them of their exalted positions as personal henchmen of the Almighty. Because for fear of reprisals after my death, the disciples did not break entirely free from the Old Testament. Much of the Old Testament taught was carried forward in the Christian religion. Instead of animals, the body and blood of Jesus were substituted to be sacrificed offered by priests upon the altar. After many years in the entry of Rome as a protector of the Christian religion, like the Jewish priests before them, the Roman priests dressed themselves in costly vestments and used silver and gold appurtenances for religious ceremonies. In the time of Paul, this would have been unthinkable. He was a simple message of salvation by my death on the cross, which was not the message I brought to my countrymen in Palestine. He was perpetuating a Jewish tradition of sacrificing another to pay for one's own sinning. What shameful cowardice! Yet Paul also performed a great service to humanity, since he set in motion a movement which would be the means of blessing all races equally. He outlined a mode of thought and daily conduct which would bring harmony into the lives of those who try to live according to his teaching. In all probability, some Jewish traditionalist will vociferously reject my words again. the second time of coming, they will resent my constant allusion to the ancient Jewish practice of sacrificing animals and birds in the temple to please God and obtain forgiveness of sins. But no matter what their objections may be, the historical fact remains that the temple was a place for offering burnt sacrifices, and the smell thereof hung over Jerusalem. And all the while I knew that the whole edifice of the temple was dedicated to a myth, a figment of man's imagination, a rationalization of what men's minds could not comprehend spiritually. I was there. I felt the hot stones under my sandal feet and the sun on my head. I argued with the Pharisees, bore their mockery and sneers with some amusement, and watched them as they dogmatically taught a burdensome way of life and continual obedience to a worthless tradition concerning eating and drinking which was entirely unnecessary. I was there. At times my amusement ignited a spark of mischief in my mind, and I handed out to the Pharisees the same kind of analytical mockery of their personal habits, their ostentatious clothing, and their laws, as they applied to me in my teaching. "He is a fool," they said, and loudly ridiculed my statement, "The kingdom of God is within you." "Tell us, how could God be within a person?" they shouted derisively. Using a barrage of contemptuous arguments, they called on the prophets and compared their concepts of the Almighty Jehovah with my description of the simple Father, who even had thought for the birds. How could this be, they demanded, when birds were regularly sacrificed in the temple for payment of men's sinning? Would Moses have instituted such a holy practice of burnt sacrifices if birds and beasts were of any consequence in the eyes of the Almighty? I remained unmoved as they launched their verbal attacks at me. They only had the conviction of Jewish tradition to support their statement. Whilst my mind had been imbued with a true knowledge of existence itself during my illumined experience in the desert, I had been given understanding of the universality and the creative goodwill of the Father, which enabled me to perceive and do things which no chief priest or Pharisee or Sadducee or scribe could ever do. Because I understood the nature of our source of being, I could with confidence put my hands upon a crippled man and raise him up to wholeness again. Who could measure this knowledge against the ridiculous traditional laws of the priests? The priests and Pharisees and all the rest of these religious hocus-pocus knew that none of them could do such things, and for this reason they hated me for challenging their authority, they loathed me for my strength in the face of the opposition, and they reviled me for drawing crowds of people when a healing was done when no one could deny. There it was, done in the open for all to see, an act of love which the Pharisees averred only God could do, and therefore I must be a child of Satan. Furthermore, they did not see the healing as an act of love, but rather as an inexplicable, blasphemous usurpation of the role of God. They accused me of showing off my magical power, but could not tell me how I came by such magical power. Therefore, they decided I must be a son of Beelzebub. Now that I have explained the situation, it should now be clear to you who read these words, as it was so very clear to me at the time in Palestine, that the whole hierarchy of Judaism was composed of self-centered, self-important, mixed-up men who lived only by rules and laws. When challenged to use their minds, their brains, they could not cope, but fell into highly emotional spasms of vitriolic outrage. Was it any wonder that, when brought before the council, I held my peace and refused to communicate with such obtuse minds? Yes, I was truly there in Palestine 2,000 years ago. I lived amongst the ordinary men and women who had been taught to fear Jehovah in a very real way, who were obsessed with pain for burnt sacrifices to ward off punishment for their sins. I was raised, indoctrinated in the fear of Jehovah, but I had been born to bring the Jews out of their long slumber of myth and fallacies, to set them free of a burdensome history of wars and bloodshed, brawling and arguments, a demanding a head for the loss of an eye, a hidden and secret sinning which counted for nothing if a man was not found out. If he was, then the whole weight of the Mosaic law descending on his head without compassion or mercy, or even a hesitant thought as to the true circumstance surrounding the transgression. Because I had been born with a mission to open up the minds and hearts of the Jews to the reality which had been given them life and being, even from an early age I rejected the Jewish teaching. Some secret depth of spiritual instinct rebelled against the age-old Jewish intention to let some other living thing carry responsibility and pay the price for their own waywardness and sinning. Even more than this, I could not accept that a God who was supposed to have created such a wonderful world would rejoice and burn sacrifices of his own creation, for which he had provided abundantly. I found it impossible to have respect for such illogical beliefs and practices. After my illumination in the desert, I became passionate in my rejection of Jewish tradition. Just as I came in human body 2,000 years ago to rescue the Jewish nation from an edifice of artificial and man-made burdensome religious practices, so have I come through the medium of these letters distributed worldwide to make it abundantly clear that the Christian religion in no way reflects my true Christ message, either as I taught it in Palestine or at this present time when these letters will arouse the fury and condemnation of Orthodox Christians. The Christian religion, as it stands at this time, is only a hodgepodge of the muddled thinking of my disciples, selective recollections and Paul's worthy homilies and early writings. Much later, when the impact of Christianity lacked the visual effect of the gods and goddesses of the Romans, the Christian religion was adorned with theatrical but expedient nonsense to impress those whom the ecclesiastical empire of Rome desired to draw into their fold. This empire later imposed monetary burdens on the gullible people, even more iniquitous than the taxes demanded by the secular Roman Empire on conquered nations. Even Caesar did not demand payment for souls to gain entrance to heaven. You may wonder why I am so explicit in my rejection of Judaism and Christianity. It is vital to the success of the distribution of my Christ message that people should fully understand the true nature of religions which held humanity in the grip until the 20th century. Until they do realize the mythical foundations of which they have placed all their convictions, people will find it difficult to let go of their cherished beliefs. Please understand that when I make such statements, I am referring to Christian religion, to the tenets of faith, to the dogma and theology. I am not referring to those great spiritual souls who have sought and continue to seek God and truth beyond the dogma and belief. Many of these have received my inspiration in their minds and hearts, but are afraid to let their cherished beliefs go. They are hampered by religious practices. The time has come for them to let go and grow in spirituality and awareness of their true source of being, and take their congregations with them. To the Christian churches of every denomination, I say, wake up. The time has come for you to rouse yourself from a long unnatural sleep, when reason has been suppressed by hypnotic and emotional traditions. These have been handed down through the centuries by a succession of people claiming to be the highest authority on all that I taught in Palestine. Do not be afraid of the consequences if you examine your past beliefs and want to cleanse them from your thinking. Get rid of the cobwebs of illusion and think. When Christian ministers fully accept that I, the Christ, have truly returned to speak to people worldwide, like lightning striking from east to west, and are ready to teach my true message in the pulpit, you will find your churches filling again with people eager to find and make contact with the reality, which will lead them to live in total harmony with their truth of being. Alternately, you ministers of religion, who willfully and egotistically continue to teach the dogma of Christianity to save face and your stipends, will watch your religion die a natural death during the next 30 years and will be abandoned by your congregation, who are already sensing that your words are only words, in which there is no spiritual life. You will see your churches taken over by those who have realized that I myself have indeed returned to humanity, to show them the way to find and enter the kingdom of heaven. There will also be those whose positions of authorities are threatened by these letters from Christ, from me. They will oppose them mightily. There will be vilification of every kind through the services of every type of media, from people who have no scruples in stirring up public wrath to make money from destructive, vindictive sensationalism. I have to tell you that the greater the uproar worldwide, the more swiftly will my letters reach and convince these people who are weary of the old beliefs, that at last they have heard the simple truth of being. They will swiftly respond to its love and call to leave the lower levels of human consciousness, to start their ascent to the higher spiritual levels, where they will begin to experience the first inflow of interior peace and contentment. There will be conflict throughout the entertainment industry, since more and more people will recognize and turn against the violence and degradation with which their entire consciousness of mind, emotion, body have been fed by degenerates, obsessed by making themselves a fortune. These spiritual ghouls have understood the strange fascination of the unholy and macabre for ignorant people who have been so surfeited by the secretly comfort and luxury in the 20th century. They no longer find contentment in them. They need excitement to stimulate their jaded consciousness. Were the lives of people truly as horrible as depicted on the entertainment they watch daily, they would turn from their screens in search of something beautiful and easeful to rest their tortured nervous systems. And yet, if you will reflect honestly on the conditions of your present lives, you will realize that they are already becoming a terror-inducing mirror image of all that your entertainment industry has given you over the past 50 years. People have been fed on the worst scenarios possible by cinema, TV's, books, and media sensationalism, and are now complaining that the former sense of security they previously enjoyed has been whipped away from them. I see you on Earth, presently barricaded beyond electric fences, high-spiked walls, guarded by security men who themselves traitorously murder the people they guard. I see men and women who previously walked the streets and country lanes fearlessly at night, now locked up beyond security gates, afraid of the most despicable and brutal attacks. I see races traumatized by their own people. I see genocide, revolution, bombing, assassination, mindless killing of every description. The murdered come through into their next existence, still traumatized by the shock of their unexpected passing. I see them and minister to them, if they are able to see and receive me. Many, many people are far from ready to move on to the higher form of existence, and so they dwell in the shadows until they are released through rebirth. Earthly life has become the hell which you depict on your screens and in your literature. Why? Because your so-called civilized culture permits brutality in all its perverted forms to enter your homes through the medium of your TV for your titillation and excitement. You wanted it, and now you have it in its most real form within your own daily experience. No one is immune from these disasters you have brought on yourself. Do you wonder that I, the Christ, have returned to you at this time to explain to you what you have done to yourself? How would it be possible for any spiritual embodiment of love to remain remote from such agony of spirit and fail to reach out to render help when help is possible? Therefore, as I said before, I am not alone in my work. I speak for every master as I speak through these letters. Every master is ministering to those who follow this earthly teaching. Every master is calling on their adherents to read, heed, pray, that they may absorb the truth within these pages and strive to cleanse their thoughts and actions and become the embodiment of love to all. But these letters will set in motion a season of change. When people truly wake up to what has been done to their consciousness worldwide by greedy, unscrupulous, and degenerate tycoons, they will experience extreme anger. The public will begin to recognize the insidious and devious ways in which they have been gradually enticed into the webs of abomination. And I, the Christ, have to tell you that when this happens, you will no longer find the word abomination old-fashioned and out of date. You will clearly perceive the difference between wholesome, life-giving consciousness forms, words, and destructive consciousness patterns. You will rebel and nationally call the destructive consciousness forms abominations. Conscientious and truly loving parents will become particularly vocal against the present form of entertainment and will prevent their children from continuing to view the decadence of unpleasant, emotive language, unbridled violence, and promiscuous, emotionally superficial sex, presently on offer on your screens and books and media. Your society is riddled with these low, despicable consciousness creations, which are carried through into human lives and human actions. Parents will also come to realize that since the consciousness forms created within their children's mind are the ever-enlarging foundation of their children's future lives as adults, they will begin to investigate the ethical values taught in school. No longer will parents be concerned about the religions taught in school, since these will only be of interest to a minority. But they will be very seriously interested in the kind of philosophies for living, attitudes, arguments, conflict statements, encouraged or tolerated in schools in the future, by teachers and by pupils alike. Groups will band together to start small schools on the foundation of these letters, since the old factual material will be abandoned as obsolete. Emphasis will be placed on language, the arts, logic, the art of effective, inspiring communication, the development of constructive, creative imagination, mathematics and science, and manual skills. The curriculum will be centered around the development of an ability to differentiate between truth and myth, to perceive clearly the highest values to be adapted and cherished, and the most constructive, productive way to use them in life. To improve conditions for the self, the nation, and the world generally. The child will also be taught to become proficient in these sciences and manual skills which will enable him to work joyfully and successfully in his chosen field of endeavor. Children will be tutored within a new aura of concern and love, and shown how they can contribute to such concern and love in the classrooms. They will be encouraged to work with joy and happiness. If this does not come easily, the unhappy child will be shown how joy and happiness may be achieved, and will be rewarded when successful. People will be valued according to their commitment to seeking higher levels of spiritual thought and their dedication to serving the interests of the underprivileged and communities generally. It is a matter of extreme urgency that people worldwide should recognize that the truth is you have been born to individualize and express the universal, the source of your being, in an evolutionary manner, eventually reaching peak individualized manifestation of your source of being, Christ consciousness. And you have also been created to be cared for, nurtured, provided you with every need in order to ensure your health, perfect well-being, and harmonious prosperity, whilst on your soul journey to individualize reunion with your source of being, divine consciousness. Until you do grasp this truth of being, you will never achieve your true potential on earth, either physically or spiritually. No country, religious organization, and no single person, no matter how humanly exalted he may be thought to be, will be able to alter the contents of these letters, since I, the Christ, am also radiating the truth of being worldwide to everyone who is on the level of spiritual frequency to be able to receive the truth. Such people receive, revere, and adapt it fully, without reservation, to be their own guideline for their thoughts and actions. If there are those who cannot understand or receive the letters, it will be only because they are not yet ascended to the necessary level of consciousness to be able to empathize with them. Their growth will come later. Therefore, I say to those who have not yet experienced the quality of life I have described as being yours by divine will, do not ask what is the matter with life or people or circumstance or with you. Look inside your own thought processes, your own attitude towards life, generally your feelings towards other people and yourself, and find out what kind of thoughts and expectation you regularly indulge in. These create a powerfully creative conscious energy force which you are emitting throughout the day. It will attract you exactly what you fear and expect. Sometimes the negative creative consciousness form is deeply buried in your subconscious, implanted there many years ago due to certain circumstances, or the negative creative consciousness impulse may have come through from a past life. In any event, if you have been subjected to consistently bad experiences, examine your inner state of consciousness and find out what kind of negative expectations possesses your subconscious. Discover also what are your attitudes and feelings towards other people. Are you consistently living within the harmony of the laws of existence? Are you expressing unconditional love on every level of your life, towards every single thing in your experience? Are you able to see the light of the soul within all living things, or can you see only their ego drive, their darkness? Do you realize that for people whom you may reject or criticize, I, the Christ, have the highest love and compassion for them in all times? Whom you may be rejecting, I am radiating to them my unconditional love. Bear in mind at all times that your source of being is in two states, in equilibrium and activity. The active state of your source of being is a dimension in which you have been conceived and given individualization. The equilibrium of universal consciousness is a dimension of perfect silence and stillness, in which the underlying impulses of creativity are locked together in an embrace of mutual restraint. When you fully realize, accept, and understand that in every learning session in your school on earth, you have access to the divine loving intelligence which resolves every problem the perfect way, you are then lifted beyond the reach of panic and pain. You solve your problems swiftly and smoothly and realize that your own store of wisdom and knowledge are being increased in many ways. In this way do you evolve on every level of your being. Whilst my purpose in coming to you through the medium of these letters has been to show you the way to live in harmony with the laws of existence, to help you to avoid unnecessary pain, limitations, and deprivation caused by your ignorance of the laws, I also want to imprint in your consciousness that everyone is subject to rhythms in their lives. Everyone goes through the high periods when an inflow of blessedness brings you all the things you have wanted, and you are on the peak of human happiness and success. You rejoice. Then comes a time when suddenly the rhythm of life changes, resources dry up, relationships become more difficult and precarious, your career takes a downward turn, or obstacles occur which keep you static for a long time. You may ask yourself what you have done wrong. Previously you worked very successfully within the laws of existence. But now there are daily challenges, and nothing you think or do is truly alleviating the stress of your daily life. When or if these times come upon you, be still and quiet within your heart and mind, and know that you are still drawing life and direction from divine consciousness, despite appearances to the contrary, despite the superficial agonies. At these times it is essential to withdraw and take stock of the ways in which you may have slipped in consciousness during your uptimes, and strengthen your dependence on divine consciousness. Without these dark periods of depression, you would not grow in spiritual stature. They have a special message for you to do not give up the way of despair or bitterness. Although you may feel fragile, this is your winter season of self-discovery, an inner renewal which will ultimately prove to be of greater blessing than ever were your peak periods. Take heart and do not lose faith. Hold on patiently until winter gradually yields to your spiritual spring again. Persevere in relaxing and confidently waiting for the time when divine life will again flow into your mind, heart, and earthly life, and all you had hoped for will again begin to manifest in your experience. And throughout this time, realize and hold on to the fact that if you are no longer aware of the inflow of divine consciousness during your meditation, it is not because you have been abandoned, but because your own cosmic, and therefore your personal conscious vibrations, are at a low ebb, and you are no longer able to rise to experience the vibrations of divine consciousness as you did previously. Although you may not feel them, rest assured that always you are enfolded in them and in divine love. I also want to remind you and impress upon your consciousness that the moment the most impoverished of human beings can understand the true nature of their origins, and can make use of the knowledge, they can begin to pull themselves out of their rut, and they can rise to any heights they chose for themselves, providing daily they tune into the source of their being, and draw on its infinite power, life direction, inspiration, and guidance. You are not victims of fate. You are victims of your own creative consciousness until you realize that your consciousness is entirely of your own shaping. When this glorious truth dawns with your own consciousness, you will begin to turn your life around and will eventually discover that you can work to become a master and achieve complete freedom in divine consciousness. Try to remember that in your spiritual search, your aim should be to keep your consciousness frequencies as steady as possible within your highest spiritual perception. This is extremely difficult for the human mind to do, since it eagerly reaches out for new forms of spiritual, mental stimulation whenever the interest is aroused. But I have to tell you, it is not enough to read these letters and then turn to other books, hoping to find some higher, more inspirational truth. I, the Christ, tell you truly, there is no higher truth or highway on offer to you at this time. You may sometimes feel you have found something higher, because on the level of your present human consciousness, you can relate to what is written more easily. But you can rest assured that spiritual truth of existence is the only knowledge which will bring you eventually to Christ consciousness, which is your true destination and none other. Christ consciousness is the spiritual consciousness of all the great masters. There is no higher. To increase your understanding, you may seek out those authors who have already found for themselves and are practicing what is written in these letters. But do not follow those who still follow other writers and quote other authorities and are still seeking a way through human thought into the vastness of spiritual truth beyond human thought. They, like yourselves, are still in the foothills of consciousness. They have not yet penetrated the mental-emotional ozone to draw close to the precincts of space. Do not follow those who are finding pleasure in and writing of marvels and occult practices, and are seeking to lead you into experiencing them also, advocating the use of material substance to increase energies in different areas of your life. When you use material substances such as crystals, candles, incense, joss sticks, you focus your human consciousness on these things, which have been human meaning for you, and give you pleasure. In this way do they anchor your human consciousness to the effects of human consciousness, continually leading you back into fixed levels of human consciousness. Whereas if you want to ascend into true spiritual dimension of consciousness, your goal is to penetrate, and then transcend the earthly human consciousness dimension. The only true energy, true dynamic healing life force, comes from your constant contact with divine consciousness. As you journey upwards, you will become acquainted with the finer vibrations of the astral plane, but do not loiter in these levels, since they are only manifestations of higher physical forms of consciousness, and should not be your true goal. Attunement with divine consciousness and total self-mastery should be your reason for living and your only goal. When you have achieved it, all you have ever wanted for yourself will be yours in a new, transcendent, and eternal way. You may read these letters and decide you want to continue as you are, in your ego consciousness, trusting divine consciousness to help you through the difficult patches. But I can tell you that life itself will eventually convince you that any other way does not bring the rewards which your soul, hidden and silently waiting for release, is longing to experience, particularly that of full reunion with divine consciousness. The greatest gift you can give yourself or anyone else is to gratefully accept into your own mind and try to imbue in other receptive minds the full inspired understanding of who you and they really are, and what can be truly accomplished when you and they abandon self-will and look to the source of their being for help, guidance, and fulfillment of every need. Become a light to yourself and whomever can receive it. At the same time, no one can absorb learning on such an empty stomach. Therefore, a certain amount of physical nutrition should be given to help the process of spiritual, physical, evolutionary development. If you are trying to teach the material impoverished, be willing to give to others, and know that as you give, you become part of the give and receive system of the entire universe. It is impossible to give and not receive in return unless you yourself believe you live only on a supply from your work, your bank account and investments. When this is what you believe, then this is what you will experience. Until people truly wake up and open their eyes to the full realization that they are the individualization of the source of their being, which is a combination of perfect impulses, of creativity and love, they will remain attracted to the enticement of materialism, satisfaction of bodily lust, and desire for self-promotion above all others, which ranges from takeovers and strikes in business and industries, and gross disharmonies in relationship to murder, rape, and war. Wherever a person exerts his ego over another, angry discords abound. This is the very first law of existence, which must be publicized throughout the world. How, then, should human nature strive daily to live in a world naturally dominated by ego drive, the overpowering desire for self-satisfaction? The answer lies in my statement, do to others as you would be done by. This is the first step to overcoming ego drive. When involved in argument, let there be a full justice rendered by each party to the other. Listen, absorb, heed, make amends as far as possible. Make certain that in your demands you do not make inroads on the well-being of the other party, be it a personal, pleasure, business, or industry. Remember that as you do to others, so will it eventually be done to you. Remember that your thoughts, words, and actions of today will take on form in the experience in days, months, or years to come. Sometimes the sowing will take years to grow unto its harvest, and the sowing will have been forgotten. However, rest assured, whatever you do today will return to you in some related form, although you may never recognize it as such or perceive the connection. Whatever you would have people say about your mistakes, say these things and mean them about the mistakes that other people may make, friends or strangers. Give the acceptance and forgiveness you would like to receive. What is true forgiveness? It is a state of understanding the other person and their reasons for their behavior so clearly that you can say in all honesty, there is nothing to forgive. The loyalty, kindness, and generosity you would like to receive when in trouble, give to others. When they are struggling with heavy burdens, never turn to them a cold shoulder. Learn to look at a person or a situation with the eye of kindly discernment. See them as they are at this moment, and then remember that I see them with compassionate love. If you see a real need of improvement in them, for their own good and the future enhancement of their well-being, look at them only with heart and eyes of love, and see them as they can be in the future. Take them in thought to be their source and being, and know that your prayer has surely blessed them, and opened doors to their development. Seek guidance from divine consciousness as to whether you can broach the subject of their improvement, and ask how this may be done to ensure their happy acceptance of counsel and ultimate success in personal development. If someone wants to tell you how you have hurt them at any time, stand or sit still quietly, and know that this is a true challenge to your ego drive. This is your big moment, your greatest testing point. How will you handle it? Will you make excuses and defend yourself, considering, even saying, that your actions should not have hurt the other person, and were fully justified in the circumstance? If this is how you respond, then your ego drive is still in perfect control of your consciousness. If, however, you can realize that the great moment of truth is upon you, and because of this awareness you are able to remain quiet and calm, listening to the other person's description of the hurt at your hands, you are succeeding in the first overcoming of your ego. The next urgent step is to put your own need to defend yourself firmly aside, and sincerely empathize with what the speaker is saying. You will only be able to do this sincerely if you can be self-effacing enough to enter a place of inner silence where you can fully enter into their hurt, hear what they are saying, and receive their pain in your heart. If you can do this, you will have got inside their skin, And when you can get inside their skin and feel their pain, you will want to apologize from the very bottom of your heart for what you did. The pain you inflicted ignorantly and unknowingly will become your own pain, and you will not rest until you have managed, through loving words, to remove all residue of pain from the other person's consciousness. You will then have healed the hurt, and it will also be eliminated from your electromagnetic consciousness system. You have won a great victory over self. You will have reached that point of inner strength and endurance when you can truly perceive the reality of other people as being of equal validity with your own. You have recognized and accepted that others can be hurt by your actions in just the same way as you have been hurt by others. After reaching this great moment of truth in your life, you will find yourself able to move beyond yourself and others quite comfortably, able to see events from their perspective as easily as you can see your own. A great balancing between the needs of other people and yourself takes place, and you enter into a state of peace, since you are now confident that you treat others fairly and with generosity of spirit. You have now begun to remove the barriers between yourself and other people, and are receiving them into your heart. You have also begun to remove your own defenses, and because of this you will find that at last you are achieving true self-esteem and peace of mind. This new understanding of the feelings of others will inspire you to great respect for them. You will always want to deal with them justly, giving them their dues, never wanting to take advantage of their good nature, never wanting to put them down, reduce their self-esteem, always ready to encourage and pick them up when they're in pain, physical or emotional. You will find yourself doing these things for yourself also. You will become your own counselor, support, healer. You will see each person, no matter what their status, as of an equal basic reality as your own, and you will see that you are equal of everyone, else be he king, pope, or president, for underneath the externals, you have both come out of the great unity of being. Therefore, you will no longer feel inadequate in any situation, because you have moved forward in the strength and wisdom drawn from divine consciousness, and recognize that you, too, have equal rights with everyone else. Quietly, calmly, you will not allow others to take advantage of you. You will be able to speak your mind clearly and honestly with due regard to the feeling of the other people. You will no longer want to denigrate another and reduce their self-esteem. Rather, will you make every effort to see their self-respect, yet relating your truth in a clear but loving way. Remember, when stating your truth to another, it is not within your province to tell them how they should act in any given circumstance or how they should react to your words. However, standing by universal values of perfect honesty, conscientious work, goodwill towards all, caring for the underprivileged, a person is entitled to demand that these values should take precedent over every other consideration of expediency within a group or community enterprise or national endeavor. You also have a perfect right to say how you are made to feel by persons belittling behavior towards you, should you be aware of a need to do so. It is probable that your caring honesty may be necessary to solve or clarify a certain situation for the good of all. State your case with kindness. Gently tell them how you feel in the present unpleasant circumstance, and explain what has made you feel that way. Do not say, "You did such and such a thing," because they will feel you are blaming them, and immediately you will arouse the ego defense mechanism in the other person. Thereafter, the confrontation will become difficult and unpleasant for both of you. To get through the ego-driven people, you must continually speak in such a way as that they will never feel threatened. This is the art of loving communication, and you can only learn it by trial and error and dedicated practice. Each time you conquer ego in yourself, it becomes that much easier to relate to others because you are reaching an understanding of the function of ego in all people. As time passes, and as you gradually release from the grip of your ego drive, you will find that, more and more, you can listen to others with soul empathy and love. If they behave in a way which would have hurt or offended you previously, you will feel the welling up of laughter instead. You will then know that your soul is in direct touch with divine consciousness, for its natural state is that of laughter. Laughter is a consciousness impulse which ripples across the skies, from one planet to another, through the Milky Way, and out into the furthest regions of infinity. As infinite as divine consciousness, it came into existence at the moment of the Big Bang. What is laughter? It is a spontaneous consciousness response to a situation where two events or two incidents or two people do not, in the natural order of things, belong together. They are strangely at odds and in opposition to each other. It is a ripple effect experienced in all living things of higher species, capable of certain judgments or perceptions. It eliminates stress. The ripple effect is felt over the diaphragm, which guards the heart and nervous system. As you have seen on examining the nature of creation, everything possible has been done in the evolution of design and growth of living bodies to make a perfectly adapted body to suit the environment, to enable the occupier of the body to be comfortable and happy and live without stress. Stress is inimical to health. It is contrary to the will of divine consciousness. A spontaneous and hearty burst of laughter is first experienced as a rush of rippling consciousness through the head, bringing a lightening of the entire consciousness. This is immediately followed by the physical ripple effect of laughter, experienced as a light beating of breath on the diaphragm to break up any tension and to smooth away any residue of bitterness. Sometimes laughter in an extremely amusing situation is prolonged to such an extent that the person eventually feels exhausted, but also happy and rather sad that the laughter is finished. Most people will testify that laughter promotes a feeling of well-being, even if there was discord just a minute earlier. If a person can genuinely laugh, seeing the absurdity of the situation, where there has previously been annoyance or hurt, the tension is released and friendly relationships are restored spontaneously. Laughter is a gift of love for a creation possessed by and needing relief from their egos. As the ego drive gradually relinquishes its hold over your mind and emotions, you will find that laughter bubbles up spontaneously and brings a wonderful feeling of release. The ripple effect of laughter raises your conscious frequencies of vibration, not only because it's energy released where you most need it, over your heart, over your diaphragm, the seat of your emotions, but because laughter is directly related to divine consciousness. Therefore, laughter is divine. Laughter in your inner child. As you read these letters and meditate, and your levels of frequency of consciousness vibrations are raised, you will discover that old mental patterns are no longer comfortable in your mind. You will seek ways and means of ejecting them from your consciousness as you move upward spiritually, and are ever more desirous of unloading unwanted human ego drives. The conflict in your sensibilities will become increasingly burdensome, and you now long and pray for relief. You will find that when you turn to divine consciousness and passionately ask for divine assistance, the help will surely come. You will successfully get rid of unwanted thoughts and reactions, and you will then discover that laughter becomes more and more spontaneous. You will also discover tensions are smoothed away, and that you are becoming much lighter in thought, easier in relationships, more caring, much more appreciative, more aware of life itself, and all that it has to offer inside and experience. You will enjoy simple pleasures more. You will be less jaded in appetites. You will need less food, less entertainment, will be more contented with your own company, and will eventually begin to rejoice in your own company because divine consciousness will be infusing your human consciousness with its own exalted state of well-being. Little by little, you will be returning to your child condition, which views the world with happy, inquiring gazes. This is not senility. It is a state of greater awareness and vibrance, no matter what your age may be. This is a state of being I meant when I said that unless you become as a little child, you shall in no wise enter the kingdom of heaven. I actually said that when you enter the kingdom of heaven, you become a little child, a child in wonder and joy. I have given the world these letters that those who read and absorb them may eventually enter the kingdom of heaven and reach the state of joy which comes of purity of mind and innocence. Spiritual exercises. If people tell you to enter into spiritual exercise and imagine certain conditions, be sure that if you follow these instructions, you will only keep yourself rooted in the material dimension of ego. Imagination has nothing to do with spirit. Imagination is the exercise of your own human consciousness, which you should be trying to transcend by entering into higher levels of spiritual consciousness. These levels are not those of imagination, but those of reality, regular spiritual levels of frequencies of spiritual conscious vibrations. The spiritual frequencies are those of divine spiritual consciousness, not of earthly mental imagination. Therefore, beware whom you would accept as your teacher. Only absolute stillness and silence of your consciousness will open the door to the entry of divine consciousness into your mind, and that is what everything one should be seeking. If you are thirsty and you need a drink, why imagine you are beside a lake? Go to the lake itself and take a drink of pure, refreshing water. Again I say, imagination is not spiritual. It is the exercise of your will within your present level of consciousness. Racism. For you who have come to understanding the truth concerning who you really are, I want to talk to you about the worldwide concern regarding racism. I would have you know that this talk on racism arises only out of the ego drive of those people who have felt themselves despised and rejected because of their racial differences. These feelings are rooted so deeply in the self that no matter how circumstances may change for them, and they may be able to progress in life, even becoming characters of extreme importance in the world stage of life, there always remains a feeling of inadequacy and resentment against the people who first made them feel inferior. It should be understood that such feelings of inferiority are not unique to black races. These feelings of extreme loneliness are experienced by the majority of people subjected to the caste system in India, class distinction in European culture, and in those countries where differences are made into mountains of separation of one person from another. These painful and undermining feelings of lesser status are experienced even by the so-called exalted personages who are never quite comfortable in their position of authority. This feeling of inadequacy and unworthiness is endemic to the human race as a whole, no matter what the position or race or education of an individual may be. The feeling of worthlessness arises to a large extent from the deep awareness of the psyche that ego behavior is contrary to the highest principle of human existence. When this natural inbuilt drive of unworthiness is reinforced by proximity with other apparently more prestigious or successful people, then this natural feeling of inadequacy takes on agonizing overtone. The only means of overcoming the ethnic painful feeling of rejection, even when highly successful, is to reach the clear realization that if there had not been the kind of ethnic upheavals, removals, arrival of strangers, and aliens with their different languages, cultures, educational processes, and their subjection of your natural states and modes of living, the various races would not now be occupying the positions of responsibility and worldly status as some have achieved at this moment. Therefore, the only healing and life-renewing course of action is to meditate, ponder, reflect, and ask for divine light on the subject until you can, in all honesty, say, Lord, I am sincerely glad and happy that all these terrible things took place. Because of them, I am where I am today. Because of them, I have been given an opportunity to test and experience the extent of my endurance, intellect, emotions, talents. I can measure myself against the achievement of other races, and perhaps continue to learn how to rise still further from the beginning. I thank you for the strength and inspiration to show my basic equality with everyone else. I send out my thoughts of love and gratitude to those who laid the foundations for my present good of all these many, many years ago. You can also reflect upon the fact that it was inevitable, according to the laws of existence, that those who were connected with slave trading and other tragic events, or were responsible for handing out pain and torture to other human beings, should return in the future life as a member of the downtrodden races and suffer grievously. When born into black races, it is more than likely these people were vociferous in their demands for equality and humane treatment for black people. Such a person may even have been your great-grandfather or father, and you may be wondering why life has treated the poor soul so badly. Alternately, the white people, who manacled the black people and kept them in dungeons at this time, may still be creating mayhem for other people by occupying the stratum of society of all races, which are rebelling vociferously against the past. It may well be a past which they themselves had helped to bring into being. It is a fact that people are reincarnated into different strata of society in different races to enable the soul to learn some meaningful lessons as it journeys upwards towards Christ consciousness. Bear in mind the fundamental principle to existence. You yourself create your tomorrows. You bring into being also whatever you need for your upliftment by reaching out for it. Whether you are aware of it or not, as you reach out for an improvement in your life condition, you are spontaneously reaching into higher levels of spiritual consciousness. As I have already told you, the divine will is to release creation from stress, and therefore those lessons needed to take upward towards divine consciousness will come into your experience. Therefore forgive, for you have no true knowledge of the journey of your soul through many centuries of earthly existence. You have no knowledge of what you yourself did in lives gone past. Forgive the present, forgive the past, and accept that much good has come out of it. Learn to bless and love those whom you thought injured you or your ancestors. And you who presently occupy skins which carry the power of privilege, consider other races and their problems, and reflect upon the fact that you may in a future life occupy an underprivileged body and come to know firsthand what it is like to be born with a sense of being a second-class citizen. Reflect also on your past lives. Ponder what you may or may not have done to bring about your present situation. The truth about racism is this: every single entity under the sun has descended from divine consciousness in one way or another. At the very inmost roots of their being, everyone is united in oneness. Therefore, where do the differences lie? They arise out of the development of species, genetics, conditioning, traditional teaching, customs and educational and family habits of relating with others, and their differences in thought patterns. It is not the color which divides you. A small child of every race and color, because of its innocence and spontaneity of self-expression, will find acceptance in the heart of most adults. It is the consciousness which divides you, and which is felt on every level of your being, for you are all, despite your materialized bodies, consciousness forms expressing consciousness patterns, and consciousness forms receiving consciousness patterns from others. The consciousness of each individual is their reality, not their skin or appearance, but it is the consciousness of people which either attracts or repulses others. You can rest assured that you will only overcome your sense of racial offenses when your mental, emotional thought patterns are in sympathy, and when your values by which you choose to live throughout the day are the same. Until that time comes, it is useless for people to be angry with one another for experiences, racial differences. They are endemic to the human condition. If you want to be accepted completely into another race, you have to change your values, your perception, your ideas, modes of living and relating to others to match everyone else in that race. Radical differences then die a natural death. If you are not prepared to take on the consciousness of the race you wish to join, then acknowledge, accept, and respect with love the differences in consciousness. No one has the right to demand you should ignore the differences. Most importantly of all, choose the highest standards on offer in the world, work to embrace and use them, and then all skin colors will take on a new and inner beauty which none will be able to resist. All people will then willingly bond in perfect harmony. Physical appearances of every color will also change and take on new inner beauty. When these letters have been distributed throughout the world and groups of people bond together to live within the spiritual laws of existence, such groups will find they are living harmoniously protected lives, although there may be mayhem going on around them. Everywhere, those who bond together to learn how to enter and live within the wholeness of being, which I termed the kingdom of heaven 2,000 years ago, will discover that their circumstances are surely changing. I urge you to meet together on a Sunday to speak of your many blessings, give sincere, wholehearted thanks, and raise your minds in praise to that which has given you being. Meditate together to draw divine consciousness through your minds into world consciousness, that the nature of the divine may, more and more, imbue the nature of the world psyche with its own transcendent love. Your groups will emit spiritual conscious energy which will influence mind energies around you. I would have you remember that the world was not in such a dangerous predicament when the churches worldwide met on Sundays to worship God. Those days are now past. You will not worship God. You will build up a strong awareness of divine consciousness, universally present. Its universality and scope of creativity will be ever more firmly entrenched in your minds by means of sincere praise. In the silence and stillness, you will all reach out to divine consciousness and invite it lovingly to take possession of your mind and heart. Thus, little by little will you become unified, and the divine consciousness will, more and more, take possession of the world as it was in its earliest intention. Reincarnation. There are many who will ask how it is that at the moment of conception, a soul can be drawn from divine consciousness, but the body itself may be used as the vehicle of self-expression in its coming lifespan by another soul who is ready to reincarnate. When a soul is ready to enter earthly conditions on its next span of earthly learning, the soul is drawn to the parent or parents, who can offer these conditions which will enable it to take its next necessary step forward in spiritual evolution. At the moment of conception, the old soul infuses its personal consciousness of past lives and past spiritual progress into the conception process and becomes the soul of its fertilized ovum. Some mothers are almost immediately aware of an alien consciousness within them. The new consciousness the mother has received in her womb sometimes deeply affects the course of her thinking, her pregnancy and state of health. Once the child is born, the mother feels that she has been restored to her normal self. Sensitive mothers frequently experience an awareness of the direction their child's life will take, and may think that this awareness is really born of her own wishes for her baby. Reincarnation is not haphazard or without a consistent plan directing its action. The purpose is always to provide the journeying soul with many entirely different experiences, which will enlarge the soul's hidden store of worldly knowledge. It provides stimulated, necessary changes of scenery and of family and environmental personalities, of characteristics drawn from genetics. But always that thin thread of the soul's journey will be buried in the subconscious mind and will surface to influence the present incarnation, although the person may be wholly unaware of it. Therefore it is possible for characteristics, strongly held views, or passionate ambitions to be perpetuated from one incarnation to another. Sometimes the ambitions are formulated in one lifetime and only brought into successful manifestation in the next lifetime until entirely different conditions. In such cases, before rebirth, a soul must wait until the world conditions will further the hidden ambitions of the soul necessarily. If you can imagine a soul first plunging into a red pond, and coming out dyed red, and entering life as a red person, with all its natural red racial tendencies, and educated in childhood to live red lives, you will understand that the soul leaves that life with much that is red in its consciousness. Next he will plunge into a blue pool, and he will emerge blue with all the characteristics of blueness, and the lifestyle of blue people. When he leaves the world again, he will have accumulated facets of blue consciousness mixed with the red, and so it goes, life after life, the same soul growing through differing experiences of color, religion, status, marriage, sexes, countries, politics, until finally he wakes up to the fact that this is what is happening to him, and he decides he is tired of all the various color combinations. He wants only to ascend into light. Then his true spiritual journey starts, and gradually, by moving into one life after another, he sheds the red, blue, yellow, green, black, brown, purple accumulated in past lives, until at last, freed of all the illusions and false concepts of past lives, his soul steps out into light, and reincarnation is no longer necessary. The soul is strong, resourceful, creative, but the individuality of the soul is still inviolate, and he begins to ascend into different levels of spiritual light beyond the frequencies of vibration of the world. As I said in this letter, I am with you always, radiating the truth of being in consciousness. The more you read these letters, the more you will become aware of my presence and my love, and through this contact, my loving purpose for you will be fulfilled. Only you will be able to break the contact. I am radiating love, no matter how you feel. I leave you with my love and longing for your speedy journey into spiritual light. End of Letter 9.